Black resistance to the Ku Klux Klan in the wake of the Civil War. Kwando Kinshasa. To those who resisted terror silently, and those who resisted with the fury of battle. Preface. A man without force is without the essential dignity of humanity. Human nature is so constituted that it cannot honor a helpless man, although it can pity him, and even this it cannot do long, if the signs of power do not rise. Frederick Douglass, 1855. Throughout the latter part of the 19th century, the Ku Klux Klan's propaganda and its night-riding purveyors of terror existed as an American thesis of hatred which confronted its antithesis in African American economic political development. Acting as a political synthesis for a Southern social order in total disarray and economic exhaustion, Ku Klux Klansmen and sympathetic elements propelled both black and white Americans toward extreme solutions as a way to resolve a number of post-Civil War exigencies. In this regard, for those freedmen who were now on the path toward American citizenship and the franchise, civil and human rights were crucial enough to consider the use of armed defense and retaliation as a way to avoid becoming secondary citizens within white America's racial system of political hegemony. While Northern political cliches attempted to obscure what was otherwise crass exploitation of the ex-slave at the end of the Civil War, racial interactions by the fall of 1865 were more accurately portrayed by the South's most virulent representatives, the Ku Klux Klan. From this perspective, Klan propaganda became the proselytism and expression of a vast array of fears and insecurities maintained by Southern conservative whites: fear of foreigners and their strange customs, fear of Catholics and their supposed allegiance to the Pope, fear of money-lending Jews, and most of all fear of Africans who were the embodiment of all that was evil. These anxieties, institutionalized by over 200 years of racially centered nation-building and domination over an enslaved population, spawned a nationalistic mentality that despised any suggestion that the enslaved African or any non-European group had any rights that white Americans were obligated to respect. Emanating from this perspective arose an infamous racist Ku Klux mantra that effectively sponsored, promoted and propagandized race-specific violence aimed at disregarding the human rights of blacks and others who disagreed or challenged what essentially was a national agenda against the ex-slave. However, assessing the effectiveness of the Ku Klux Klan's propaganda and those acts that emanated from these racial zealots reveals an exposed and vulnerable underbelly of racist intrigue, subterfuge, and fear. Ironically, Klan propaganda, intended as a threat, became an inspiration for its victims to organize against psychic and physical humiliation. Making the decision to organize armed self-defense units and in specific instances seek retaliatory action represented a new social paradigm for the freedmen and in a sense established a series of social and political nuances that forever changed the relationship of whites and blacks throughout the South. Throughout the American Reconstruction era of 1867 to 1877, the Ku Klux Klan was intended to be both a violent sword of retribution for failed Southern nationalism and a motivating tool for defeated Confederated ideologues who demanded political retribution and economic redemption. For these disciples of organized terror, to use the terms civil rights and freedmen in the same sentence was an affront to the Constitution itself. Conversely, the existence of armed freedmen in opposition to Ku Klux Klan-type organizations underscored the desire and ability of some blacks and their Republican allies to both psychically and physically combat various kinds of tormentors and thus to establish a semblance of personal justice and honor in the face of Southern America's deadly racial fantasy. The primary focus of this manuscript is to call attention to those levels of armed and unarmed resistance by freedmen who in the years immediately following the Civil War found themselves within a boiling racial cauldron that was 19th century America. Utilizing the syntax of the time, both victims and victimizers in a number of social contexts expressed concern about the exigencies they were facing, and as a result armed themselves against perceived threats and actual attacks. In an era where individual and community opinions were increasingly influenced by aggressive newspaper reporting that at times itself became labeled as either a coercive tool for terrorist plots or a social platform for human rights advocates, neither contradictory nor frivolous recollections were discarded or minimized as unimportant words. Even newspaper commentators of the day knew that gestures were but prologue to armed attacks and vicious reprisals. Consequently, spoken appeals increasingly reinforced by mass distribution of the written word vigorously seized, influenced, and inflamed many Southern conservative whites with an ever-deepening level of secessionist sentiments about an evolving violent reality. As one letter to the Greensboro, North Carolina Republican Press put it, assassination must be met by lynching, and midnight murder by midnight execution. This sort of published appeal to armed retaliation certainly suggested, at least in Guilford County, North Carolina, in 1869 that retaliation might discourage Ku Klux raids, particularly in a county with a significant black population. Though this certainly was the case in more than one post-Civil War county by 1870, it was the willingness by an increasing number of Southern blacks to confront their history in a manner that now proclaimed no voice should be louder than the sound of battle that in turn aggravated Southern white Democrats' fears about their increasingly precarious political situation. Armed as best they could be, a 19th-century version of black Minutemen struggled to survive amid determined Southern white and some instances black conservative. Preface 2. Elements bent on their extermination. At the core of this vicious bloodletting was the reality that the Civil War did not end on April 9, 1865, but by June of the same year had evolved into an intense form of guerrilla warfare that would decide whether or not the African, now the freedman, would remain society's servile, political, economic, and social pariah. In many aspects this emerging armed conflict was as much about shaping the soul of a people and a nation as it was about retribution, political equity, and social cultural validation. In this respect, a close examination of written historical recollections from the Reconstruction era reveals that both blacks and whites attempted to transform a venomous Southern reality into one that reflected their own sense of justice and social morality. Introduction. Never threaten a man individually. If he deserves to be threatened, the necessities of the time require that he should die. A dead radical is very harmless. A threatened radical or one driven off by threats from the scene of his operations is very troublesome, sometimes dangerous, always vindictive. Gov. Wade, Hampton, South Carolina, 1876. An examination of the Ku Klux Klan during Reconstruction requires the skills of a historian, sociologist and literary critic. These three perspectives, though seemingly different in their methodological constructs, attempt to study society utilizing their respective skills and in doing so complement each other. For example, historians have traditionally concerned themselves with the task of dissecting past events, hoping to provide future generations with a deeper perspective of the past and present. Critical to this approach in conducting historical research has been an increasing recognition not only do events occur within specific, overlapping, and changing social frameworks but that language use in these time frames, particularly from the subjective perspective of the narrator, can either obscure or enhance our understanding of historical events. In this regard, 19th-century Ku Klux Klan propaganda continually attempted to draw on perceived notions of the South as a reawakening of old Greece within the environs of North America. In researching this topic, the inquiring historian must come to terms with those whose recollections and sentiments of a failed confederacy are replete with explicit racial overtones that castigate the uplifting of the African slave as a destruction of civilization when they mourn, "'Tis Greece, but living Greece no more." On the other hand, a sociologist probing into numerous aspects of human social behavior during the postbellum period would be ultimately concerned with understanding how recently freed slaves living within ex-Confederate states functioned in an institutional social structure that was very much committed to white political, social, and economic. 6. Introduction. Dominance. Though social scientists doing this kind of research have continually found themselves hampered by a number of social variables and conditions that juxtapose contemporary linguistic standards, concepts, and mores with that of a past era, the challenge in this case is all the more difficult because the primary historical data itself is saturated with and premised by bias and conjecture. Efforts to develop dependable research data are made immeasurably more difficult if one forgets the political intent of the data itself. For example, one must realize that 19th-century Americans relied solely on the spoken word or printed reflections of orations transcribed into newspaper formats, letters, diaries, and an assortment of official documents, all of which were written or compiled from the social perspective of the writer's or correspondent's views on race, class, and social political positioning. Objectivity in 19th-century newspapers, journals, letters, and diaries was not a necessary or expected characteristic, yet these items for contemporary sociologists are a primary source of data. Similarly, reliable material weaned from archival sources, for example, diaries and newspapers, is generally more representative of viewpoints from a self-interested literate class of white or black Southerners rather than silent masses of blacks or whites. Influenced by contemporary societal exigencies, sociologists studying 19th-century white racial terrorism or armed resistance by freedmen must quickly recognize that archival data pertaining to social conflict between the races was often cloaked in secrecy, veiled in innuendo, or otherwise disguised without explanation and compiled into numerous categories and characterized as minor criminal acts, outrages and social disturbances, or labeled as acts of murder, robbery, assault, theft or mischief. Moreover, rarely will an inquiring researcher find 19th-century newspaper articles or legal correspondence that details political insurrection or acts of retaliatory terror by freedmen after the Civil War. However, when incidents of this political nature did occur, they were reported on when it was assured that these incidents would be suppressed by a massive demonstration by the government and private actions of white citizens, for example, the Camilla Massacre of 1868, the St. Landry Riot in 1868, or the Memphis Riots of 1865 and 1866. Not surprisingly, finding relatively few published articles underscoring successful freedmen resistance during Reconstruction, many social scientists have concluded that none existed and that little if any political challenge to the dominant race and class by society's pariah class or race existed. Southern white conservatives dominated the media in the Reconstruction era. Political analysis, social opinions, and official proclamations in the newspapers of the time sanctioned what was acceptable and condemned, supported or questioned the mores of contemporary society. In doing so, the daily surveying of society by white-owned journals and newspapers established not only a cadre of informed correspondence but an official public venue for the discussion of important issues, thereby validating Southern whites' right to rule by a process of continual public self-affirmation. In this case, newspapers played a critical role in establishing a context for social legitimacy as well as that which was antisocial and troublesome. Conversely, similar attempts of political analysis by freedmen newspapers were either condemned by whites as foolhardy or at worst viewed as instigating racial hostility that would eventually lead to open attacks and riots. At best, diatribe after diatribe in local conservative white newspapers such as the Lynchburg Virginian attempted to construct a negative image of blacks in general. For example, in a state where Ku Klux chapters were not known to be well established, sentiments against blacks were very evident. Consequently, in response to a growing number of freedmen delegates in the Virginian state legislature, a conservative newspaper editorial complained. White Virginians should concerted measures without delay to fill the state with white laborers from the North and from Europe. They must crowd the Negro out. They must rid the state of an element that will hinder its prosperity, an element that under the influence of base white demagogues themselves without property would tax property of others to relieve themselves of obligation to educate their children and care for their pauper's degree. Supporting the exclusive rights of white laborers, another Virginia paper, the Petersburg Index, asserted, the Negroes are the last men who should complain if their white employers were to discharge them and supply their places with white men. Understandably, at the core of the emerging violent contest between Southern blacks and whites was the question of economic parity and participation in the affairs of state. Heretofore, sociological analysis attempting to ascertain levels of resistance to racism during the postbellum and Reconstruction eras tended to ignore or marginalize the perspective of those at the lower spectrum of society. This being the case, Stories about armed resistance by freedmen to Ku Klux raiders or their willingness to confront white mobs through armed defense were rarely published in black-owned newspapers, and when mentioned in conservative white Democratic papers were characterized as criminal acts. Even when armed confrontations were cited in either in black or Republican-owned papers, they were written with a level of circumspection so that the reader would derive neither solace nor encouragement from the article. Conversely, articles depicting blacks being brutalized, killed, tortured, maimed, or otherwise helpless against night raiders were published more frequently and in detail. In this regard, sociological analysis of blacks' armed resistance to racist persecution endeavors to circumvent the anxieties of earlier chroniclers and narrators of Ku Klux terrorism and instead examine how resistance was formulated and pursued. With this said, it is also acknowledged that although social traditions, values, and desires of post-Civil War America are not directly transferable to today's time, clearly the antecedents of 19th-century racial conflict and resistance are very much a part of today's reality. By utilizing the literary critic's analysis of the extraordinary material in Chapter 6, I endeavor to extricate the reader from a quagmire of historical myth to proceed along a path toward deliberate assessment of the freedmen's resistance to Ku Klux Klan terrorism. When the last Civil War cannon was fired on a Southern field, deeply felt impulses to publicly display one's indignation about the loss of life and material destruction were felt throughout the country. This emotion will be tested on both a philosophical and pragmatic level. In this regard, this book is premised on a delicately balanced social axis. On one side, a plethora of Southern white Democratic post-Civil War newspapers, pamphlets, diaries, and books address the issue of social-political realignment in terms of a new Southern society and perennial white enfranchisement. However, from an opposing end of the spectrum, salient issues defining the concerns of freedmen's civil rights, economic parity, the political franchise and one's right to armed resistance and retaliation in the protecting of their constitutional rights were of the utmost importance. It was not enough, argued many Republicans, that the 1868 14th Amendment to the Constitution gave blacks some semblance of due process of law, property rights and citizenship. Yet 2 years later these advocates for the freedmen would also maintain that enactment of the 15th Amendment to the Constitution guaranteeing the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude was insufficient if Southern state governments chose to ignore or enforce these federal constitutional amendments. Degree central to this issue was discerning if the federal government would demonstrate the will to enforce constitutional amendments, thereby ensuring that an independent political and economic growth for America's traditional pariah class would be set in motion, or if they would back off and let individual state governments settle the matter through violent internal political struggle. Many Southern and Northern conservative whites argued that such a commitment was too extensive and expensive, principally within agriculturally based states, such as South Carolina, where by 1870 blacks constituted some 58.9% of the population. Blacks also dominated Mississippi and Louisiana, respectively, by 53.6 and 50.1% registered. It was further surmised that racial disparity in some states threatened whites' tenuous dominance throughout the southern agricultural regions of the country. While raising the politically sensitive and critical question of who would ultimately profit from mounting demands of a mercantile society if the newly empowered African Americans by 1870 dictated the development of the Southern economy. For Northeastern manufacturers, the stakes were even higher. There existed a possibility that politically ascendant blacks would seek an alliance with white laborers, thereby establishing a non-racial unification of Southern farm laborers that would ultimately affect worker demands within northern urban centers. This possibility struck too closely at the question of socialism for many Republicans and Democrats. More important was the perplexing social and political problem of the presence of a large number of Southern men who, well schooled in the art of killing, had now grown sullen from tasting the bitterness of defeat. This very serious reality was underscored by the fact that crimes of assault during the post-Civil War against the freedmen, Republicans, conservative Democrats, or anyone else not armed to protect themselves were rampant and showed little likelihood of abating anytime soon. Degree. For example, in 1867 Republican officials in Kansas noted that 83% of the state prisoners had served full terms in the Army before taking to crime. In this regard, historian T.J. Stiles observed that after the Civil War, particularly in the guerrilla-style warfare in Missouri, the incredible bloodshed of the war had put many soldiers through a social process. Violentization? Stiles borrows the term from sociologist Lonnie Athens. Its application is insightful in defining a number of stages by which dangerous violent criminals come into being. Much of the South experienced some of all of these stages. In the midst of this racial and economic strife, newspapers and books were condensing and summarizing events in treatises warning whites about the dangers in tolerating violated Southern Maoris and insolent blacks. In essence, the intellectual cliques of a fallen Southern aristocracy were being challenged to obtain in defeat what they failed to accomplish in the Civil War. Even the emerging technological innovations of war, particularly the rapid-firing revolvers produced by gunsmiths such as Samuel Colt, essentially placed into the hands of millions of Americans an enhanced ability to kill and maim. And thousands of Confederate soldiers were returning home with these weapons after their surrender at Appomattox. A northerner in Mississippi noted, a great majority of the country white people wore strapped outside their pants, and many outside their coats. Another correspondent observed that in Richmond, Kentucky, all wear Navy revolvers strapped around their waist. More striking, he wrote, was that this habit of wearing firearms is not confined alone to men, but boys scarcely 15 years of age. To claim that Southern states post-1865 were armed camps would not be an understatement. To then suggest that both Southern whites and blacks were mutually evolving through a period of economic, political, and social post-traumatic stress, albeit from differing vantage points, would also be fairly accurate. Their bitterness would frame the context for armed conflict and the reality of what some would call the Second Civil War. When evaluating the defeat of a political elite, it is essential to comprehend what they see as the reasons behind their loss. In attempting to do so, difficulty arises in distinguishing fact from fiction, truth from exaggeration. Truth becomes obscured and clouded by myth. In this respect, Southern essayists describing their fallen society and the anguish of defeat could avoid excessive rhetoric and hyperbole when endeavoring to explain the loss of their Confederacy. In the face of this development, numerous questions involving the sanctity of racial prerogatives come to the fore, particularly as they related to 19th-century white male. Introduction 11. Hegemony in America and the fear of economic and political competition from a formerly enslaved black population. For instance, numerous white Americans, whether conservative Northern Republican supporters of the federal government or Southern Democratic secessionists, assumed notions of racial equality were naturally premised on their ability to dictate the terms of equality in the marketplace and in the political arena. They expected that whiteness automatically and naturally facilitated for them a favorable and appropriately skewed social policy, above all in the arena of military science. Within this framework, Africans in transition to becoming African Americans realized that an inability to shape a favorable policy for themselves within the legal constructs of Southern society was itself an injustice and a form of social inequality and stigma. This devaluation of Africans, this refusal to accept them as humans and fellow citizens, was buttressed by an active racist propaganda and terrorist campaign that consciously endeavored to eliminate blacks as an economic and political threat to white Americans. Consequently, post-bellum expressions such as "keep down the style of the niggers" represented more than philosophical orientation. They bespoke a conscious effort to confront an already threatening presence of armed black Union soldiers who represented a contradiction to traditional American mores, not only on who shall be armed, but on who will dictate authority. Degree. John Leland's 1879 book, A Voice from South Carolina, Journal of a Reputed Ku Klux, provides a literary illustration of how racial tensions rapidly developed into a struggle between armed suppression and armed resistance. Setting his tale in the mythological trance of a vanquished Confederate States of America, Leland, an ex-Citadel Military Academy professor of mathematics and a Confederate major, envisioned a South Carolina no longer mired in military defeat but one anointed in its antebellum experiences. He anticipated that his revisionist view of history would energize social change in a manner more acceptable to the peculiarities of a disposed Confederate elite. Foremost, he presumed that most Southern whites knew that increased African empowerment was the result of an uncontrollable sinister immorality conceived in a Northern hell. In his political meandering, armed resistance by freedmen to the dictates of whites' race and class presumptions was not an option to be considered. Somewhere, he pondered, there must exist a recourse for the social-political redemption of Southern whites. However, as with many similar claims for redemption, there existed the pernicious collusion of envisioned virtue with actualized hypocrisy. For Leland and similar extremists, redemption meant the propagation of ideals, emotions, and a philosophy of racial dominance, regardless of its cost in lives. This, he argued, was above all divinely sanctioned. In line with this philosophy, a Ku Klux thesis premised on fanatical notions on race was created to forge a desire among Southern whites to not confront the contemporary political exigencies of the South, but instead circumvent the present by celebrating a supposed Y/O and imagined glorious past. Nostalgia, myths, and behavioral codes were fabricated to engender fear, delusion, and aberrant terrorist behavior among the Klan's own devotees as well as its intended primary enemy, the African American. Its envisioned success, however, was continually modified, dulled, and in many instances negated by determined resistance from non-conservative Southern blacks, allied white radicals, and indigenous people. Examining this often ignored but critically important aspect of Southern postbellum and Reconstruction history helps us better understand the breadth and depth of freedom fighting within the American historical experience. A deadly Ku Klux fantasy. The social and political beliefs of the first Ku Klux chapter were very much reflective of the general mindset of Southern whites and to some degree Northerners after the Civil War. This observation is supported by evaluating the consistency of opinions expressed in both Southern and Northern newspapers and the influence they exercised on their respective constituency on the question of black enfranchisement. It is also apparent that Southern newspapers in general were not averse to reprinting Ku Klux propaganda that was aligned to support Southern white grievances on Reconstruction, the freedman's threat, and the Anglo-Saxon's natural right and responsibility to rule. From this genesis, Ku Klux propaganda tapped the daily economic and social frustrations of the average white Southerner, and in doing so rationalized who the enemy was and how they were to be defined, fought, and eliminated as a threat. In this regard, the thoughts of historian J.T. Stiles reminds us that we should not forget that mythology requires effort. Achilles and King Arthur may have begun as men of flesh and blood, but Homer and Sir Thomas Malory labored hard to make them figures we remember. In its earlier years, Ku Klux philosophy as a form of armed propaganda embedded itself in the quixotic machinations and desires of a militarily defeated Southern white populace while abetting the development of a racism ideology that left little room for negotiation. Contrived notions of social behavior and development, many of which were premised on fundamentalist religious beliefs, coalesced into a form of social behavior that defined only Anglo-American civil rights as synonymous with Western civilization. Extrapolated from this thinking, a policy emerged aimed at eroding African American human rights with an unbridled violent display of Euro-ethnocentric antisocial behavior. Steeped in a belief 13. That political violence was a necessary cost to pay for white racial hegemony, it was hoped that the mantle of guilt for the surrender at Appomattox would be psychologically transferred from Southern whites to blacks. It was also surmised that a process conducive to reforming the will of a dispirited white populace into accepting their historical if not spiritual duty could be encouraged to combat what many saw as the coming dark despotism of African rule. Degree in 1871, congressional investigations in several Southern states including South Carolina were underway to examine the veracity of armed attacks by white gangs on essentially unarmed Southern blacks. Termed Ku Klux outrages in national newspapers, these brutal attacks occurred during a period when after 4 years of civil war the nation appeared to be weary of the Negro problem. In addition, publicized testimonies into what many assumed were provoked acts of violence unwittingly contributed to an evolving mythology about terrorist gangs such as the Ku Klux, and as such provided legitimacy for their existence. For instance, Richard B. Carpenter, an ex-Republican who in 1870 changed his political affiliations to the Reform Party ticket that was composed of Southern whites and dissatisfied Republicans but still lost to Republican incumbent Governor Robert Scott, testified before a congressional committee supporting the frustrations felt by many white South Carolinians. In a voice that rejected the demise of the Confederacy, Carpenter defined for all who entertained any doubts as to who the present enemy was, the colored population. In doing so he positioned a humble Southern white populace above that of the freedmen when he asserted, "The colored population upon the seacoast and upon the rivers, in point of intelligence is just as slightly removed from the animal creation as it is conceivable for man to be. I venture to say that no gentleman here would be able to understand one of them upon the witness stand, or would be able to know what he meant. I have had to exercise more patience and more ingenuity in that particular, to have more explanations and interpretations, to find out what a witness meant to say, who had witnessed a murder, for instance, than to understand anything else in my life. They talk a very outlandish idiom, utterly unknown to me. They are very ignorant, and still have very strong passions, and these bad men lead them just as a man would drive or lead a flock of sheep." In the same spirit, John C. Lester, an original member of the Ku Klux in Pulaski, Tennessee, described his disdain for the newly emancipated African by proclaiming, "The disturbing element was the Negroes. Their transition from slavery to citizenship was sudden. They were not fitted to the cares of self-control and maintenance so suddenly thrust upon them, but many of them entered their new roles in life under the delusion that freedom meant license. They regarded themselves as freedmen, not only from bondage to former master, but from the common and ordinary obligations of citizenship. Many of them looked upon obedience to the laws of the state which had been framed by their former owners as in some measure a compromise of the rights with which they have been invested registered in a hierarchically structured multiracial society that was 19th century America. Racially charged statements as such were the oil that lubricated an intense violent competitiveness that vibrated throughout the country. Explicit attempts to define blacks as protagonists simply converted their past social condition, physical characteristics, and heretofore suspected economic competitiveness into examples of evil. Once identified as such, negative attributes about the freedmen's pariah status were codified into stereotypical characteristics that enabled many conservative Southern whites to review their own role and place in society juxtaposed to others. Similarly, 300 years of African enslavement in the Western Hemisphere and the almost 250-year history in North America alone had fashioned and concretely structured racially charged distinctions between Africans and Europeans into notions of common knowledge if not truth. As one historian put it, a major ambiguity existed in that freed blacks became slaves of society during Reconstruction, thus they were called and viewed as freedmen not free men. Commenting on this process, social psychologist Ernest Borman observed, "Values and attitudes of many kinds are tested and legitimatized as common to the group by the process of fantasy chains. Religious and political dramas are tested. For example, if someone dramatizes a situation in which a leading political figure is a laughing stock and it falls flat, particular political attitude and value has been exhibited and not legitimatized. However, should the group chain out on that drama improvising on other laughable situations in which the politician has participated, the group will have created a common character which they can allude to in subsequent meetings and elicit a smiling or laughing emotional response. They have created an attitude towards a given political position. Degree." Borman's observation about those psychological factors that assisted white Americans in forging their own alleged common racial personality while in the midst of a social, cultural, and politically displaced ex-slave population underscores Lester's recollections of early Klansmen. The members of Ku Klux Klan are nowadays inclined to consider that their order comprehended all that took shape in resistance to the Africanization of society and government during the Reconstruction period. As one ex-member said, nearly all prominent men ex-Confederate in all the Southern states were connected in some way with the Klan. This is true only indirectly. Nearly all white men, it may be said, took part in the movement now called the Ku Klux movement. But more of them belonged to other organizations than were members of the Klan. The Klan had the most striking name, and it was later applied to the white movement. The more prominent politicians, it is said, had no direct connection with any such orders. Such connection would have embarrassed and hampered them in their work, but more of them were in full sympathy with the objects of the Ku Klux movement, and profited by its successes. Many of the genuine Unionists later joined in the movement, and there were some few Negro members, I have been told. Within this social context, it was Southern whites' fearful premonition of the freedmen, or more exactly Africanization, that quickly became a major theme in Southern white propaganda. This was apparent in South Carolina, where secessionist-oriented writers increasingly envisioned themselves as being violently overwhelmed by an irrepressible, unfit, ill-mannered, politically inept populace of ex-slaves. Some even claimed, judging by the record they made, written indelibly in the official archives, continuance of their rule would have meant inevitable and irretrievable annihilation of the fruits of 2 centuries of labor, thought, courage and aspiration. With this as their social construction of reality, apologists, sympathizers, and propagandists for the Klan constructed their version of what South Carolinian Reconstruction should look like. Throughout the post-bellum years of 1865 to 1879, a variety of literary works emerged. 16. Espousing Ku Klux Klan sentiments and the need for an armed response to the freedmen's challenge. However, as a result of questionable standards of literacy, particularly throughout America's rural southern and southwestern territories, it is difficult to accurately determine functional literacy. Though the 1870 census indicates that 20% of the entire U.S. adult population was illiterate, of which 11.5% were white Americans and 79.9% African Americans, standards differed per state. However, irrespective of these variations, by 1880, white illiteracy dropped 2 points to 9.4%, and the African American illiteracy rates dropped dramatically, nearly 10 points to 70%. Whatever these figures might suggest for interracial relationships, literature or newspapers as a tool for mass mobilization were relatively restrained when compared with primary communication methods such as word of mouth and town hall meetings. If literacy in 19th century America is understood to have enhanced a citizenry's ability to articulate and bear witness to perceived social needs, then identifying those segments of the populace that have readily obtained these skills is important when critiquing the development of privilege, power, and political structure within a society. Commenting on this, linguist Harvey Groff posited that the implications for the usefulness of popular literacy are clear: they were limited. More children were exposed to more regular and formal instruction, but learning could also be obtained informally, through daily life, interactions, work, recreation, and institutions, for which literacy was not always central. It also has to be noted that post-Civil War America was not a static environment, as reading skills for both blacks and whites increased rapidly as the demand for highly opinionated information in an expanding commercial market became the benchmark for social recognition by the end of the century. However, barring those financial problems generally associated with running a newspaper in post-war Georgia, where most newspapers were produced in small towns instead of cities such as Savannah or Atlanta, they had a direct impact on their readers, as one historian noted that while newspapers may not have been entirely comfortable reporting on the activities of the Ku Klux Klan or other vigilante groups that appeared in the post-war period, neither were they quick to condemn lynching of black Georgians. Registered with a concomitant rise of Southern anti-republicanism, Ku Klux propaganda found a convenient platform in newspapers that were eager to publish what their customers considered were valid responses to primary social grievances. As many Southern and some Northern newspapers became mouthpieces for a disgruntled and defeated populace, it was apparent to publishers that remembrances by Civil War soldiers, politicians, educators, and plantation owners was a profitable and effective tool in articulating the frustrations of a Southern white past. by becoming an instrument that allowed columnists to scrutinize and express sentiments that would otherwise not be heard or known of except by a few. Post-bellum Southern newspapers were gradually able to exercise an enormous influence on an expanding readership. However, this ability to transmit opinions and interpret reality did not necessarily advance or heal the existing quandary of competitive racial relationships. Registered for the volatile mass of despairing veteran Confederate soldiers, published disclosures of changing social norms, the eradication of human property laws, and the possibility that a narrowing and in some instances an evolving superior economic status of freedmen provided a fertile milieu for resistance campaigns by those whites who saw social reconstruction as their displacement in the social order. In this respect, the printed word, utilized as a spiritual sword and verbal scimitar for a displaced Southern Confederacy, now propagated a call for racial and economic retribution. Inherent to this clarion call was the compulsion to control a formerly enslaved race whose own perceptions of the new social order was just a rifle shot away. In this manner many European immigrants whose concept of whiteness was traditionally subordinated to their ethnicity, the concept to self-govern meant to become functionally literate, in the American sense meant to become American, which in turn meant for many white Americans at the time, to become white. Nonetheless, while Southern efforts to curtail the consequences created by a literate slave population were generally successful, enough exceptions to the rule existed to suggest that the Africans' innate move toward literacy existed before the Civil War and dramatically during Reconstruction. Accordingly, for the freedmen, being literate and having a strong ability to verbalize what was read, through oration, or to provide credible verbal testimony of their experiences was an important accomplishment, and one that provided them not only with a sense of importance but a deeper comprehension of those political exigencies surrounding them. For that reason, their scrutinizing of newspapers became a popular and deliberate activity as well as a communal exercise. Information gleaned from one newspaper was verbally transferred from household to field, from porter to carriage driver, from village to village, and in many instances from state to state, thereby binding the individually enslaved into an informed community of communicators. Though this information network increased the importance of being literate among the freedmen, it also explicates the serious confusion and threat felt by most Southern whites. Freedmen literacy was directly connected with community organizing primarily around issues such as voting and armed resistance to night riding gangs. Whereas many rural blacks generally understood that voters who could not read letters well knew how to read men was critical for physical survival, equally important was an ability to organize in a manner that ensured a level of protection while attempting to both vote and become literate. With the emergence of black political clubs throughout the South in the early spring of 1867, a level of militancy that transcended oratory challenges to Southern conservatives appeared. Though more will said about this development in a later chapter, it is important to note that the correlation between the freedmen's ability to read men and read letters was strengthened by their involvement in political clubs, associations, and armed militia-type bodies, which effectively provided them with a sense of community responsibility and pride. For example, in late November a group of veterans of black Civil War regiments from South and North Carolina bonded together as a result of being jailed in Charleston for petty crimes against property. Known as the Tigers Zouaves No. 12, they patterned themselves under the same rules as the Union Leagues and appealed to their jailers for the right to get out of jail to try to be as a man. As innocuous as the Zouaves appeared in 1867, throughout the South neighborhood bodies of freedmen began to loosely pattern themselves on the model of a military regimental company and began to assume responsibility for organized and regulated public affairs. This development was quickly followed an assumed air of responsibility by freedmen that even suffrage rights forged in Congress would encounter a rural activism that had germinated without authorization in the shape of political life. These inklings of freedmen militancy were not without precedent. Almost a year earlier in Charleston, Northern military officials were not very supportive or sympathetic to the militant expressions by freedmen as was reported in the conservative Charleston Daily Courier. 18. Yesterday a number of freedmen, who had formed themselves into a Zouave organization, made their appearance on our streets in full Zouave uniform, red cap, blue jacket, red breeches, white legging and low quarter shoes. The officers wore zouave shoulder straps and side arms. The combination of fancy colors presented such a strong contrast as to excite considerable curiosity and remark. It was generally believed, however, by the uninitiated of our citizens that they belonged to some company of United States colored soldiers recently arrived at this post. After assembling about 70 in number, they marched to the citadel, where some of their colored female friends were in waiting to present them with a beautiful banner. An officer at headquarters had been requested to act as spokesman. On the arrival of the procession, they were received by an officer with an order from General Scott for the arrest of those wearing shoulder straps and side arms, in violation of general orders of the department, which prohibit military organizations of any kind in this state. The officers of the association were then escorted into the parade ground, where they were deprived of all their illegal military insignia, and were allowed to retire when the company was dismissed. About the same time in the Barnwell district of South Carolina, reports of armed marching groups began to circulate throughout the countryside. In August 1866, one white planter became so terrified that only when his anonymity was assured did he agree to relate the following account to a fellow planter, J.D. Palmer. Military companies formed on the Santee would, on the night of Sunday the September 2nd next, march under the lead of the said Johnson, for Barnwell Courthouse, cross the Edisto River at Orangeburg ch, and then divide the force into two bodies, one taking the Cannon's Bride, and the other the Ben Acres Bridge Road, and unite again in Barnwell district the volunteers from each section, joining them at various points on the march. It was intended to kill every white man they could find, and take what they wanted *degree. For Southern secessionist-minded white Americans, a literate, articulate, politically aware and armed black populace was an anathema. As a result, shifting post-Civil War political arrangements designed to improve the economic status of the freedmen and poor whites did in fact establish fertile ground for Southern white political protagonists to begin championing for a resurrection of their displaced social order, that is, a Southern white past. Establishing extra-legal associations known as regulators, highly mobile gangs of white men began exercising violent control over a vulnerable populace of ex-enslaved blacks and pro-Republican whites while propagating a racist pro-democratic political agenda. In the course of examining these developments, what is often ignored are verbal and nonverbal interactions that ensued between raiders and their intended victims. Interactions that often revealed shared levels of hatred, fear, and paranoia between raiders and their victims. For example, after the Civil War, it was those intended and non-intended communicative moments between blacks and whites that gave their reality a level of punctuated importance. By assiduously exploring these various interactions and the varying social frames in which interpersonal communication could and did occur, one can begin to assess levels of intimidation, fear, deceit, gesturing, role-playing, lying and misrepresentations that occurred particularly during raids by formalized armed terror groups, such as the Ku Klux. 19. That is to say, although violent attacks by the Ku Klux generally inflicted havoc among unarmed rural freedmen, individual occurrences of armed resistance to these attacks as well as by organized groups also occurred. It is surprising to know that due to the scarcity of published data on freedmen resistance to terror attacks by the Ku Klux, fixed notions of who were victims and victimizers have emerged from this era. Understandably, hostile racial contacts became institutionalized into folkloric tales of conflict between good and evil, while perennial victim roles were transformed into truths about reality and convoluted social relationships. Herein existed a major problem for historians. By assigning traditional roles to groups such as the Ku Klux and freedmen during Reconstruction, a number of false and misleading generalities begin to appear, such as verifiable accounts and testimonies that questioned Ku Klux effectiveness against the freedmen. Imbalances in data collection and a tendency to ignore one side in a dyadic social relationship has led to a preponderance of skewed information that over the years inaccurately attributed credibility to Ku Klux terrorism where ineptitude and fear existed. As a result, a grievous historical inaccuracy persists in numerous assessments of Reconstruction, in part because a total submission to Ku Klux attacks has been assigned to Southern blacks when successful resistance was more often than not conspicuous. Within post-Civil War South Carolina, pressure was exerted on both blacks and whites to withdraw support for the Republican Party. In fact, any allegiance with Northern Unionists immediately following the war was generally viewed by secessionist whites as traitorous and a direct threat to values that for over 200 years defined empowerment primarily in terms of race. As one writer noted, quite apart from the considerations of race and class, the elements in a community that have long exercised exclusive control of government do not generally relinquish that control without a struggle. The contest in the South, however, was inevitably embittered by the difference in race and culture. For that reason, impoverished non-white Southern whites easily concluded that if political empowerment, social privilege, and grace was to befall them, it would naturally have to occur at the expense of the ex-slave. They understood that though their confederacy was destroyed by war, American law and social practice still characterized their once chattel property as cultural and political enigmas whose subordination was essentially guaranteed by the Constitution. Correspondingly, if extra-legal actions were needed to ensure that the newly created freedmen would be eliminated as economic and political competitor, then so be it. Resulting political agreements throughout the South forged the beginning of numerous paramilitary secret societies or regulators, such as the Knights of the White Camellia, the White Brotherhood, the Pale Faces, the Red Shirts, and the Ku Klux, who took it on themselves to wage terrorist attacks and in some cases continuous low-intensity warfare against Southern blacks and white Republicans. It became a struggle that many Southern and Northern whites agreed was a dirty but necessary war to maintain both social and political domination over blacks. Books, articles, and even films extolling the effectiveness of Ku Klux terror campaigns, particularly the reputed night raids that purportedly frightened the freedmen into total submission, have generally been accepted as a valid part of American history and even folklore. Although this material generally insists that black victimization was analogous with their total submission to white authority, documented evidence of blacks' successful resistance and armed retribution, though not popularly known challenges the impression of Ku Klux omnipotence during the post-Civil War era. 20. As a result of a paucity of examples in American literature praising or even recognizing examples of blacks' successful resistance to Ku Klux violence, most Americans, regardless of racial background, find it difficult to envision courageous armed blacks fighting night-riding terrorist groups after the Civil War. More popular are images of frightened, befuddled blacks who, in acknowledging their inferiority, survived only as noble pariahs waiting for either their eventual demise or deliverance by some benevolent outsiders. Even the famed Buffalo Soldiers of the 1870s are portrayed in contemporary Western literature as men fighting to make the Western frontier safe for white settlers while relinquishing their own worth as citizens in the ignominious role of armed second-class citizen soldiers. Degree. Secessionist propaganda, problems in establishing the myth of Pax Democratica. After the American Civil War, the problem facing recalcitrant secessionist-minded Southerners was how to fashion a political mindset that juxtaposed a growing fear that all was lost, with one that converted racial sentiments into an institutionalized struggle between white benevolence and black evilness. If successfully accomplished, Southern white leadership presupposed that they could declare that a calming rather than disruptive social environment was re-established throughout the land. In keeping with these sentiments, one aspirant for governor of South Carolina, R.B. Carpenter, told investigators in the 1871 Congressional Committee on Ku Klux Klan Activities that the best political characteristics he found in Southern blacks was that they were childish and as such were being led astray by Northern carpetbaggers and Southern scalawags. They believed anything they are told, not matter how ridiculous. As an instance of that, I will say that two of the most serious charges made against me by the colored population when I was a candidate for governor were, first, that if I was elected I would reduce them to slavery, and second, failing to do that, I would not allow their wives and daughters to wear hoop skirts. Though Carpenter declared that such notions by freedmen bordered on the absurd, He also suggested that their ridiculous attitude was matched only by a credulous personality that allowed white Republicans to exert, even after slavery, absolute control over them as any slaveholder. Through such deceitful and hypocritical methods, he proposed, individuals hostile to a Pax Democratica successfully gained legislative control of the state by assuring the ex-slave, "We are your friends, we are going into this thing and have you educate your children, and make everything better for you." Actually, Governor Carpenter feared what most whites dreaded about the freedmen. Once having gained self-confidence and an understanding of the political process, they would become an anathema to Southern whites' interest. Surmising that preservation of conservative whites' racial interest was sacrosanct and congruous for full economic recovery of the South, Carpenter argued that such feelings did little to abate Southern whites' deep-seated anxieties concerning carpetbaggers and scalawags successfully influencing Southern blacks. Attached to his concerns was a belief that Republicans had convinced the freedmen that Southern planters should forfeit control over the vast plantations and that those lands properly belonged to those who labored on them, not to their former masters. Undoubtedly, many Northerners also speculated on the economic repercussions of liberating 4 million stateless Africans within the territorial bounds of their ex-masters. By June 1865, both Southern conservatives and Northern liberals were aware that the other Southerner, the liberated African, was very much aware of his own refugee status, as well as the existence of fatal cracks in a moribund social order that portended either a race or class war on the political horizon. From this perspective, a series of ultimately dangerous and frightening issues forced many Southern whites to confront the possibility of outright physical attack by former slaves, as well as the torching of planters' dwellings, gin houses, and crops, slaughtering of livestock, rendering useless of any equipment required to run an efficient farm, and an ultimate demand for reparations would be part of the freedmen's arsenal in their struggle for the land. Examples of this were not difficult to find, particularly when organized bands of freedmen successfully challenged terrorist threats from Ku Kluxers and similar type groups during the terror campaigns of 1870. Accounts of armed freedmen enlisting in clubs such as the Union Leagues, Loyal Leagues, and Grant Ranger Club suggest that some level of success was achieved in protecting black voters during the 1870 municipal elections. In Georgia during the same period, some 150 armed black men rallied to protect the militant Reverend Henry M. Turner against white terrorist threats. Another 1,000 armed men assembled in 15 minutes to guard a Florida state senator, Robert Meacham, from assassination. So fervent were the feelings of many freedmen in protecting their newly gained constitutional rights that individuals such as Henry Lipscomb, a Spartanburg, South Carolina, farmer, declared that at the start black people were not afraid of Klan terror. They were at the least determined to demonstrate their will to vote. They went up and voted, every one of them, and some swam the river in order to, and some waded. Illustrating this resolve, Edward Magdal. The following incident: Richard Burke of Gainesville, Alabama, a former slave, was by 1870 a Baptist preacher and the representative in the state legislature for Sumter County. He had a reputation for being a peaceful man. Nevertheless, in August 1870, he was shot to death in a riot in the town of Livingston. The shooting occurred at a political rally when some white men attempted to break up the meeting and in the course of the ensuing fracas opened fire on the assembled blacks, some of whom fled because they were unarmed. Burke met them at the edge of town and denounced them as cowardly sons of bitches. "You go back and shoot out your last load of ammunition, and then club your guns and fight to the last." This was the Nat Turner side of the peaceable former slave. Additional evidence supporting Carpenter's apprehensions were quickly validated when one impassioned black South Carolina congressman, Beverly Nash, advised his constituents in 1866, "The reformers complain of taxes being too high. I tell you that they are not high enough. I want them taxed until they put these lands back where they belong, into the hands of those who worked for them. You toiled for them, you labored for them and were sold to pay for them, and you ought to have them." Irrespective of Nash's charge, Carpenter was not prepared to claim that there was a concerted attempt by blacks to wage a race war or that one was imminent. Neither was he willing to acknowledge that black political assertiveness had extended beyond rhetoric and 22. Was beginning to result in a great many white-owned cotton gin houses and dwelling being torched. To do otherwise would be to admit the existence of a direct political and military threat to white hegemony and by implication recognize the capability and determination of an alleged pariah race. Instead, the carpenters of the South choose to deduce that it was expected that uncultivated wild men, such as South Carolina's coloreds, would be subject to very strong passions and impressions if they felt they have been particularly ill-treated or anything of the sort, and that they are therefore very capable of fearful revenge. Selecting a gruesome incident as an example, and one that he knew would arouse white Carolinians' deepest anxieties about black violence, Carpenter recalled that when he was a judge, in several cases of murder that came before me, sometimes the man would have 20 bullet wounds. In one case in particular, not only was his head cut off, but he had 4 or 5 stabs in his right breast, his heart was literally pierced 4 or 5 times, stabbed through, and then he was disemboweled. They are a very peaceable people naturally, and if let alone they want to do right, but when their passions overcome them and they commit crimes they do it with a vengeance. However, the threat of violence was only one aspect of racial relationships that appeared as a plague to Southern whites. A more critical if not deeply embedded problem was envisioning blacks with any passion for life beyond that of childlike imitation of whites. 250 years of Southern history had not prepared them for enhanced social or political relationship with the ex-slave. Accordingly, attempts by freedmen to obtain economic independence through land ownership, local businesses, as skilled workers, or to participate in the social-cultural realm of society beyond that as subordinates was regarded by patronizing whites as a dangerous and aberrant occurrence. Any achievement that contravened centuries of paternalistic repression was deemed unacceptable, thereby requiring immediate suppression. Agreeing as much, Carpenter's condescending response to congressional investigators implying that blacks have a peculiar disposition and an enormous ability to be misled, was not surprising. Yes, sir. Still, there is a great deal of kind feeling toward them on the part of white people, and a great deal of kind feeling towards whites from a large class of the colored people. The colored men who are not either local or state politicians, who have any intelligence generally feel very kind to the whites, and come to them if they want any help about anything, if they want to borrow any money or get any help of the sort. A great many of them have very excellent credit and are of good character. Paternalistic concerns put aside, by the late 1860s it was becoming difficult for Southern white laborers to accept the fact that only a veneer of racial dominance separated them from significant social-economic challenges by freedmen. Accepting this as a social truth meant conceding that within a few years of their emancipation an enslaved race of blacks were becoming their economic equals and, given time, would surely seek if not proclaim social equality. Such an eventuality also inferred that the past was premised on an untruth, a deception, a lie that now in a devastating manner insinuated that throughout slavery, blacks' alleged faithfulness and subordination to their white masters was primarily an orchestrated, highly manipulative and largely cunning and successful strategy for survival. It was in fact their war of deception and intrigue against a dominate group. Nevertheless, even more devastating was the implication that God's sanctioning of slavery, and therefore economic ascendancy, as a sort of sacred trust was now questionable, particularly if the compliance of the slave was generally a subterfuge. Throughout the post-Civil War period the notion of racial dominance, both psychological and physical, became handmaidens to American nationalism. And while the idea of exuberant nationalism or manifest destiny continued to define political and economic progress in racial terms, by deduction it legitimized progress in as an ever-ongoing violent struggle against non-whites in such an evolving social process. Southern whites ascribed social and political positioning to themselves, and by doing so envisioned political growth throughout the South as that which required their direct involvement for the sake of the nation's economic health. In fact, few other choices for a displaced white aristocracy or laboring class were available. In doing so, their choices were unambiguous. They either accepted the fact that an extra exertion of force was needed to obtain their former dominance, or accepted blacks' assertive economic and numerical challenge was a political fait accompli. For the carpenters of the South and other remnants of a failed confederacy, facing such alternative implied there were no alternatives or viable options, only a reliance on a past that proclaimed for almost 3 centuries, an ignoble race shall not be guaranteed a status of social grace and economic opportunity equal to that of an exalted race. This they could not reject. To do otherwise would be to accept life's vicissitudes, something that most conservative whites, North or South, were unprepared to brave. For those who were now ready to confront the reality that an unending new insurgent-like civil war must now be fought, the specter of fighting throughout numerous southern hamlets and townships for the minds and souls of 2 irreconcilable but bound extremes. 24. Was both appealing and frightening. On one side there were millions of ex-slaves seeking political and economic empowerment, and on the other, an even greater number of whites endeavoring to retain control over both. This irreconcilable dichotomy provoked one Boston journalist traveling throughout the South to remark, "Let conversations begin where it will, it ends with Sambo." In similar fashion, an Ohio schoolteacher arriving in Mississippi discovered that whether one was in hotels, railroads, or riverboats, the nigger is the everlasting theme and the general complaint is they won't work. Still others in delusional fashion hoped that massive hunger and disease among the black population would eventually bring on the specter of a vanishing Negro, and like the red man of the forest, the freedman will follow the tide of destiny to utter extinction. Degree though the possible extinction of the ex-slave as a troublesome artifact of a past era dominated the pages of many northern and southern newspapers, their growing resistance was also discussed, pondered, and not always dismissed as unlikely. In the spring of 1866 a correspondent for The Nation magazine reported on such a discussion while traveling by carriage from Newberry, South Carolina, to the state capitol in Columbia. Describing his fellow travelers, a Charleston merchant, a judge, a rich planter, a doctor of divinity and a wounded Confederate war veteran, the author wrote the following: "All of my fellow travelers were young men and had been Confederate soldiers, and the night was chiefly spent in talking about their campaigns and companions in arms." In the midst of a story about old Jubal, who certainly could just exactly swear, and who, if he believed there was a providence, could never have expected to win a fight, the driver suddenly interrupted the narrator by stopping the mules and asking us in a low tone if we were armed. It happened that there was not a weapon in the carriage. "That's bad," he said, "however, gentlemen, never mind, when I begin to talk about my pistols you must all say something similar. We're coming to a pretty bad place here. On the next plantation the niggers are a very unruly set, and some of them have guns. We must look sharp." One of our company had several $1,000s about his person, and having a very bad opinion of free Negroes, he evinced a good deal of anxiety and trepidation. It was to him, therefore, that we left the duty of responding to the driver. Soon the conversation between them began, the driver directing his voice towards the right-hand side of the road and the passenger towards the left. "Yes, it's the prettiest rifle powder you ever saw. I wouldn't take any money for it if I couldn't get any more. I prefer the cartridges, they're so much handier. A cartridge is always sitting up. Oh, well, I always can have 12 shots, you know, and there are always pistols in the coach. A man would be a fool to travel these times without his pistols. Shouldn't think of it. I say, driver, I would like very much to see any 6 men attack this coach tonight." "Well, now, they would have a very sorry time of it, sir. But there's no trouble of that kind on this road." By and by we were informed that the danger was past, and then for a while the Negro was the theme of discourse. My 3 companions and the driver represented 4 districts, and each reported it as an undoubted fact that the freedmen were forming themselves into companies and holding meetings at night for the purpose of drill. I inquired if many of them had arms, and was told that every nigger had a gun. The niggers around the driver's house couldn't get ahead of him, for he had 2 that told him everything. 1. Things fall apart. 25. After hearing similar rumors of drilling freedmen, the Nation correspondent made inquiries of General Ralph Ely, who was the acting assistant commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau for 15 districts in northern and western South Carolina. Ely asserted that, in one instance, the assertions were so positive and seemed so well supported that he rode out himself to plantation in order to make an investigation on the spot. Having been posted where he could see and not be seen, he was an eyewitness of the whole parade. Negroes to the number of 30 or 40 men, women, and children had gathered themselves together near their cabins and were drawn up in line. Some shouldered sticks, some had gun stocks, some gun barrels, some guns, and some were empty-handed. They marched and counter-marched and halted, and marched again in straight lines and curves for nearly half an hour, their evolutions being interspersed with dancing and rough play and accompanied by much laughter and noise. When he had witnessed these maneuvers for some time, the general went out and had an interview with the people. They said they were only having a frolic imitating the soldiers. None of the firearms were serviceable. In several instances he had made an examination of the facts and had found them similar to these stories about Negroes drilling are not worthy of serious consideration. The irony of these accounts is that in the former instance, ex-Confederate sympathizers were attempting to bluff their way through an assumed danger by alluding to non-existent weaponry, and in the latter situation, drilling freedmen did so without the necessary ammunition or serviceable arms to conduct a military action if they so desired. In both occasions, symbolic gesturing, though harmless, conveyed a level of deadly seriousness in motivation if not intent. While the coach riders took care not to reveal their vulnerable status to local freedmen, the likelihood that frolicking drilling freedmen would acknowledge the serious of any future intent to a white military officer was contextually absurd for a number of reasons. Returning Federal soldiers to the South, many of whom were ex-slaves, quickly discovered that local Republican activists were attempting to organize rural blacks into disciplined structures that would give meaning to their lives, such as the Union Leagues. Though these emerging social structures focused on alleviating the freedmen from the horrors of post-war America, they also provide a framework for self-organization. Companies styled after the military, visibly reshaped public space to accommodate a working-class male structure of social authority, independent of the old regime's obligations. In this respect, what worried General Ely and others was the freedmen's development of a collective consciousness as a result of continued military held by political clubs that eventually would spill over into increased demands for fair contracts between planters and sharecropping families. For the even less critical Republican mind, the notion that drills of this sort were establishing the early sinews of an armed political formation that on the grassroots level would eventually become the backbone of an active resistance campaign against terrorism was not envisioned or suspected. Imperatives for struggle. Many unforeseen problems occurred throughout post-bellum America, as time-honored practices seemed no longer applicable. Attempts to render clarity to familiar exigencies were now complicated by a growing network of informational sources that added 26 additional perspectives and social remedies. A multitude of rumors, hearsay, innuendos, speculation, and conjectures found their way into print and for many became truth. Ascertaining what was germane and plausible became difficult as new values were created and old mores were modified or disregarded. However, increasingly Southern white nationalists, propagandizing the issue of racial domination, refined customs from what were once natural into what was now essential if power was to be retained. As one observer put it, the propagandist naturally cannot reveal the true intentions of the principal for whom he acts, that would be to submit the projects to public discussion, to the scrutiny of public opinion, and thus to prevent their success. Propaganda must serve instead as a veil for such projects, masking true intention. In this regard, efforts to define blacks as a pariah race necessitated visible proof that as a group they fulfilled all of the necessary criteria. For some, this was not a difficult process, for once separated from official enslavement in 1865, blacks were a disruptive influence within the traditional social structure of Old Dixie. In South Carolina, the freedmen's threat to white domination was not only numerical but, if allowed to mature into an effective political entity, would easily become the engine for black domination throughout the state. For example, the struggle for land and enfranchisement during the post-bellum period was so intense that in the fall of 1865, an article in the New Orleans Tribune noted that a black woman in South Carolina who thought out loud about owning land almost had her house burned to the ground by the Ku Klux. Identifying South Carolina's planter class as the stumbling block, a great obstacle to peace and a class that resisted public security, union, and harmony throughout the state, the author asserted that South Carolina was in the midst of an agrarian class war over land and that in such a struggle most if not all planters would resist any attempt to expropriate their property even if it took subverting the political machinery of the state. By doing so, all attempts to share the land with a new class of man, primarily the African, were frustrated. This development was further complicated by President Andrew Johnson's inclination to award leniency for those who supported the Confederate cause. In doing so, he turned a deaf ear to complaints by black farmers whose lands were systematically expropriated by terrorist gangs who were marginally employed by the planter class. As a result, the federal government's plan to distribute land in an equitable manner under a program called the Southern Homestead Act of 1866 in theory provided a basis for regularizing property ownership on a more equitable racial basis. In practice, this initiative was falling apart under the weight of Southern states who pursued a policy of white racial preference and terror through a legal device known as the Black Codes *. Planters not only prohibited black land ownership, they enacted extreme measures of social control that virtually restored slavery. The Black Codes struck directly at freedmen striving to escape subordination and to obtain their communities. It was class and race legislation. But planters escalated the struggle on the political plane by pressing President Johnson to curb the redistribution of lands to freedmen. Simultaneously, they demanded that the results of the war be set aside by their insistent demand for restoration of their lands. The president responded with alacrity during the second half of 1865 and until his impeachment. Southern planters' fear of black domination was so absolute that as they began relinquishing their antebellum capitalistic identities, retribution was sought against the new 27. Social order by first attacking the general black populace and then those agencies that supported the freedmen's political and economic franchise. Among those agencies to be attacked was the federal government's program, the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, also known as the Freedmen's Bureau. The Bureau not only assisted blacks in obtaining farming land but also provided an infrastructure for further development in the areas of voting, education, banking, and political representation. Undoubtedly, it was hoped that with the insertion of Republican-styled institutions and the spreading of their philosophical agendas throughout the old Confederacy, a new class of black Southerners and enlightened whites would begin to push their way into the halls of political and economic power to first challenge then displace the former racial status quo. As one observer noted, there was the nub of the matter. The struggle over the land in the summer and fall of 1865 was an agrarian class conflict. The planters resisting expropriation used the machinery of state. At the same time, it should be realized that former Confederate planters hoped to prevent their displacement as a ruling class by the so-called carpetbagger or northern entrepreneur and planter. This much may be conceded to their paternalistic self-conscious assertion of hegemony*. However, this situation was further exacerbated by a pronounced economic weakness of the newly freed populace, and the sheer massive scale and economic implications of emancipating over 4 million people whose previous and present labor is critically tied to the nation's economy. Southern planters and Northern investors, acutely aware of the importance of this labor force in restructuring the South, sensed an immediate threat to their interest. Speaking to this point, one planter's letter to the New York Times succinctly expressed the feelings of undoubtedly countless others when he addressed the issue of possible labor scarcity and its remedy. 4 years ago I purchased a plantation near Charleston, SC, which at the time was settled by the hands of the former owner. These freedmen had during the war been planting on their own account on Edisto and other islands in the vicinity, but at the end of the war all had returned to the plantation, on which they were born and had labored for many years. As they had planted a crop of corn and cotton, I agreed to receive 1/3 of the cotton for the rent of the land for that year. I have reason to believe that they gave me nearly my share. The following year, 1867, I endeavored to hire these hands, offering to give them liberal wages by the year, feed them, give them houses and gardens, and as much land as they want to plant in corn and potatoes. They refused the offer, but proposed to remain and cultivate the land on the same terms as the previous year. This I declined, and they left to a man and woman to plantations in the vicinity where they would work on the share system. Their efforts that year were ill repaid, partly owing to the wet season. The next year they continued planting on the share system. That year, 1868, proved still more disastrous to them, and on the 1st of January, 1869, they came back to their old home and begged to be employed on my terms. I engaged some 50 men and women, all that I could employ. The rest returned to their precarious cultivation with great reluctance. Thus far, these hands have performed their contract faithfully and done their work so well that old planters say the work is done as well as in old times, before the war degree. For many planters, this newly found economic truth underscored their demands for a reconstituted labor system. Though it proposed the restructuring of cherished social values, it also proposed the development of a wage labor system permeated with the dynamics of the previous slave society and the social etiquette of a plantation culture. Secure in the belief that they knew their Negroes and the time-tested ways of handling them, most planters belittled any suggestion that laborers would continually assert independent thought in defiance of their previous owners. Nor did most planters feel a need to elaborate on what for most was the economic racial truth of the day: blacks were best controlled for their own benefit by a systematic form of steady labor. Within this racially stratified and polarized environment, a major contradiction unfolded as many economically displaced Southern whites became obsessed with the possibility of reclaiming what they perceived was lost during the Civil War. Emanating from a culture entrenched with racial entitlement, on both a personal and organizational level they clashed with freedmen who sensed and grabbed at every opportunity to strip away those residual quasi-legal bonds of subordination and implicit dependency that persisted despite the abolishment of slavery by the 13th Amendment to the Constitution *. Both. Things fall apart. 29. Racial groups now judged and tested the prospects of open competition, and with expectations as great as their fears, were now determined that this moment should not pass without a struggle. The moment that would not pass was steeled in 4 years of civil war and centuries of passive resistance by blacks. With the insertion of black federal soldiers throughout the 5 military districts of the South and the creation of almost 1 million new voters as a result of the Reconstruction Act of 1867, the enhanced social placement of blacks on paper singularly threatening the racial status quo throughout the South, the actual attempt to implement the new racial alignment predictably raised the level of violence to new heights and consequently ushered in what was one of the bloodiest eras in American history. Notwithstanding the immense racial enmity that existed immediately following the Civil War, subsequent dynamics of assumed racial entitlement by white Americans united the nation's southern and northern financial sectors into an interminable violent battle against black empowerment, wherever it existed. Between 1867 and 1871, this fact precipitated the murder of some 20,000 people at the hands of Ku Klux terrorists, while the cream of Southern society, its planters, doctors, and lawyers denied the very existence of the Klan or their connection to these crimes. However, 2 factors emerged from this cauldron of terrorism. First, conservative Southerners' insistence for total political and economic domination regardless of the cost in lives to achieve this goal. Second, their incapacity to accommodate or comprehend the freedmen's phenomenal surge toward economic self-determination. In a sense, the demise of slavery created social engineering problems for an American economy and political structure that was resisting the full and equal participation of its ex-enslaved class in the demands of free market economy. For example, though Southern blacks enjoyed a clear numerical advantage in at least 4 Southern states by 1870, this was not the case in the North, where whites agreed that maintaining blacks' minority status was beneficial for all. However, though racial disparity throughout the northern states lessened perceptions of blacks as a potential threat, their high visibility coupled with an assertive desire for social uplift made them barely acceptable to a native whites or an increased numbers of European immigrants. Similarly, northern blacks, lacking numerical advantage or economic parity, increasingly found themselves continually socially transfigured or politically diminished either by law or custom. They were a tolerated deviation from the norm and though often empathized with, floundered in a sea of infinite social hostility. Relentlessly newspapers such as the New National Era pointed out those numerical characteristics in specific southern states and the implicit political threat posed if blacks were to gain numerical superiority in specific northern states. Nonetheless, one obviously cautious African American commented, "As a Negro's color carries with it the presumption of loyalty, nothing but ingratitude can open our ranks to the enemy, and nothing but disloyalty will attempt the corruption of our people. Let us be on our guard. If with godly showing as to numbers we allow either a white rebel or a colored renegade to demoralize our ranks, it will not be our misfortune and disgrace, but the step will doubtless involve evil irreparable. We have a balance of power that may be wielded for good or evil. If we keep true, natural, and earnest, our alliances will be where they always have been, with party with which it." Table 1. Comparative racial population numbers for 22 states white-colored. Alabama door 437,770. Arkansas 324,143 times 10 to the power of 259th. California 358,143 4,259. Connecticut 457,504 8,627. Delaware 90,989 DNAs. Florida 77,747 82,677. Georgia 591,550 465,698. Indiana 163398571 11,428. Kentucky 919,484 236,167. Louisiana 357,456 358,073. Maryland 515, 915 171,131. Mississippi 353,899 437,131. Missouri 1,063,489 118,503. New Jersey 646,699 25,336. New York 3,831,590 40,005. North Carolina 629,942 361 6522. Ohio 2,302,808 36,673. Pennsylvania 2,849,259 56,949. South Carolina 291,300 412,320. Tennessee 820,722 283,019. Texas 420,891 183,921. Virginia/West Virginia 1,047,299 548,907. Source: Census data extracted from the New National Era newspaper, May 12, 1870. Is possible for us to form alliances. But if we become political tricksters, we have the power of damning our race in its political infancy. Having a clear majority in 4 southern states and imminent numerical parity in Alabama and Georgia, Southern blacks intuitively expressed a positive political and social attitude about the future. By the fall of 1868, Southern whites viewed this kind of expressed assertiveness as arrogant and impudent. White America was further shocked when an article in the New York Times titled "Address of the Negroes to the Native Whites" proclaimed that blacks would no longer accept their pariah social status as a permanent social arrangement. Fellow citizens, we the colored citizens of Charleston, address you, in answer to two very remarkable addresses which you have of late issued in the city respecting us and our race in the city and state, and in fact to the whole world, in which you have been pleased to allude to our race in such a manner, and in such terms, as to place us in a false light before all mankind, attributing to us motives and designs, aims and determinations of revenge, raping, arson, murder, pillage and violence, such as we never entertained for a moment, nor had any reason to perform or attempt. You have in that special address to the whites of the state, and to the whole country charged us with seeking to destroy your property, to bring on a war of races, and thus inaugurate a reign of terror, such as did prevail here during the late unhappy war, which attempt we emphatically deny as groundless. We wish to see our agriculture, mechanical and mercantile resources developed, and we desire to see the thousands of poor people on homesteads of their own, contributing their share in paying the taxes of our state, and we are willing to join hands and heart with you in forwarding all of those interests, but we cannot surrender the great palladium of our liberties, the ballot box, for any consideration whatever. And if we are to be massacred because we refuse to vote the Democratic ticket, if we are to be murdered, then let it come, we can die but once, and if, as you state, 30 millions of white men are going to fall upon 4 millions because they are black, and will not vote for Horatio Seymour and F.P. Blair for President and Vice President of the United States, both of whom have declared that the Negroes have no right to vote, then we are prepared to die, but not to vote to be killed. With a strong faith in God, and eternal justice, we wait the decision of high heaven. If our cause be just, God will now suffer us to fall with a firm faith in the right. We ask nothing at the hands of our fellow man but a fair chance in the race of life, and equal opportunities for ourselves, our wives and our children. We ask no more. Understanding the immensity of those social and political problems at hand, neither unreconstructed Southern white Democrats or Northern Republican who favored reconstructing the South were blinded by the racial and political implications of this letter. Few had any false illusions about the struggle that would ensue around issue of transforming the ex-slave into full citizenship and the concomitant financial impact this would have on an already devastated Southern economy, as portrayed in Table 2. Table 2. Assessed value of 7 ex-Confederate states, 1860 to 1870. North Carolina $292,297,602, $132,046,391. Louisiana $434,787,265, $350,588,810. Kentucky $528,212,265, $423,776,099. Florida $68,929,685, $31,167,468. Mississippi $529,479,912, $154,685,527. Georgia $618,232,387, $202,565,557. VA&W.VA $657,821,339, $458,821,967. Total $3,129,760,455, $1,753,651,809. Decreased $1,377,108,646. Source: The New National Era. May 11, 1871, p. 2, Kernel 3. Note, totals for 1860 and 1870 are miscalculated in original source. For example, total for 1860 was listed as $3,209,935,880 and total for 1870 was listed as $1,455, 782, 515. Similarly, decreased amount in original source is $1,754,153,365. Corrected totals are used within the text. Though 4 years of civil war severely crippled the South's economy, hardline Southern Democratic whites made it plain that they would rather plunge the region into further chaos than accept the ascension of black political or economic parity. As one observer of recalcitrant whites commented in the New National Era, to people of any practical common sense, the figures we present would prove an argument against all future rebellion that would render them impossible, but they seem incapable of comprehending such an argument, and lack the ability rather than the disposition to plunge into another insurrection. By 1870, the newly ratified 14th and 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution naturalized the nation's black population and in theory proclaimed that the vote by shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Given that political interest inside and outside the freedmen's community assumed that inclusion within America's political system was the desire if not stated goal, only in a few instances was self-government advanced as an alternative goal. Though few examples of self-government existed, social historian W.E.B. Du Bois noted that the chief witness of Reconstruction, the emancipated slave himself, has been almost barred from court. Of public opinion on this issue registered degree. This observation by Du Bois underscored a divergent aspect of an emerging black leadership that on one hand envisioned itself as being non-rural, well-educated, conservative, and acculturated to middle-class American ideals and objectives. However, there also existed a rural, upcountry, village leadership who viewed land acquisition, self-sufficiency, and armed defense as the all-important issue and goal of the day. Ironically, when these polarized political elements within the freedmen populace clashed, it occurred in conjunction with conservative whites' obstruction of black Republican demonstrations. In summer 1867, Major General W. Martin, commander of the Tennessee Military District, sent a letter to the Commissioner of the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands Bureau, General O. Howard, calling attention to the widening philosophical rupture between freedmen on the issue of self-reliance and armed self-defense. Citing an incident that occurred on July 6, 1867, Martin's letter reveals the building up of explosive tensions that were beginning to explode all throughout the South as blacks rejected the notion of being passive actors in the structuring of their destiny. General, I have the honor to submit the following report on the affray that occurred at Franklin, Williamson County, on the 6th inst between the Colored Loyal League on the one part, a body of conservatives composed principally of ex-rebel soldiers and Negroes on the other. For a correct understanding of the causes which culminated in riot and bloodshed on the 6th at 8:00 p.m. it is proper to refer to a series of occurrences which took place a few days previously. The Colored League had recently procured drums and a fife, and had been marching about the outskirts of the town after supper for several nights without disturbing anyone. On different occasions they were interrupted by colored conservatives. In consequence of this interference, some members of the League consulted a lawyer and prominent citizens to ascertain if any legal steps could be taken to protect themselves against the disturbances. Finding that there was no legal remedy, the League armed some of its members for protection. They were again disturbed and fired on, and returned the fire without injury to anyone. The occurrence taking place out of town was perhaps not known to many citizens. A general feeling of insecurity seemed to seize upon the members of the League, and the idea prevailed that their procession and marching were objected to by many persons, and fears were entertained that attempts might be made to prevent their continuances. There is no doubt that the conservatives viewed the marching and displays of the League as a military demonstration and feared that it might result strife. Impudent remarks and foolish boasts were made by individuals of both parties, and each had come to regard the other with a jealous eye. On the 6th instant there was a political meeting which was addressed by Mr. John Trimble and Mr. Elliott, Republican candidate for Congress and state legislature respectively. 33. This meeting passed off quietly and amicably. In the afternoon a colored conservative named John Williams passed through the town and was prevailed upon to return and speak. After he had spoken a short time, the radicals became dissatisfied with his style and attempted to withdraw from the meeting. A Mr. J.C. Bliss, a member of the League, was assailed by Col. John House and a party of armed men who seemed to be acting under his orders. He was struck by the Col. House and assaulted by abusive epithets. Mr. Bliss then went among the members of the League in a very excited condition and there attempted to get a pistol with which to defend himself or to attack Col. House. This altercation between Bliss and House and the efforts of the conservatives to prevent the radicals from leaving the meeting created great excitement among the members of the League. They were marched away there from the point where the speaking occurred and fired a few shots in the air as they moved off as a salute, as they claim. Their white friends urged them to disperse and go to their homes, which they seemed unwilling to do, feeling that their liberties were infringed upon. However, they were prevailed upon to march out of town to a grove where they were addressed for an hour and a half by Mr. Elliott and Mr. Clifton, both of whom again urged them to disperse and go to their homes. They seemed to object to this for two reasons. The first was that the conservatives would attribute their retirement to cowardice, the second that they had planned a torchlight procession for the evening which they were unwilling to abandon, but they finally decided to march into the public square and there break ranks and disperse to their homes, giving up the plan of a torchlight procession. This was about 8:30 in the evening. In the meantime it was manifest that a collision was expected and the conservatives were preparing for it by gathering arms and ammunition into the store of Col. John House and perhaps other places around the square. During the afternoon also the number of arms seemed to have increased among the members of the Loyal League, numbering perhaps 10 muskets and a few pistols, the number not known. At 8:30, the League marched towards the public square and the party of conservatives estimated at from 25 to 30, apparently under the command of Col. House, formerly of the rebel army, took position under corner of the wall of House's store facing the square. Just at this time any efficient officer of the law could have interfered and prevented bloodshed. All that was necessary was for either party to disperse and go to their homes or to refrain from firing. The acting mayor of the city was well aware that a conflict was imminent. In fact, he stated to me that he knew it would take place, but made no effort to prevent the outbreak. There was no police force in the town, no indication whatever of the presence of a civil government. It seems that the town had been given up willingly to the mob. The Colored League seemed fully to expect a conflict on reaching House's store. They had probably been informed of the assembling of the armed party of conservatives. They marched on, however, past this party of conservatives at House's corner with perhaps 10 armed men at the head of the procession. In the meantime Col. House and his party had been notified by Anao Williams, a prominent member of the Colored League, that they were merely marching into the square for the purpose of breaking ranks and dispersing to their homes. When the rear of the procession had come about opposite the left flank of House's party, a white man advanced from the Conservatives' party 10 or 15 steps toward the Colored League and fired 2 pistol shots towards the League. There is now a conflict of testimony as to the party which fired the first volley succeeding these pistol shots. Many witnesses testified that these pistol shots were followed by a volley from the entire Conservative Party, and that was returned by the armed men of the Colored League, while others testify that immediately on the firing of the pistol shots the armed men of the 34 Colored League faced about and fired a volley, killing Michael H. Cody Jr. and wounding 6 white and several black conservatives. No doubt that the firing of the Colored League was very deliberate and very accurate, as nearly as many conservatives were killed or wounded as there were arms in the hands of the colored men, and it was evident that none of the arms were reloaded and fired a second time. It is worthy of remark that the 27 colored men whose wounds were dressed by Dr. D. B. Cliff of Franklin were all wounded in the back or in the back part of the limb, showing clearly that they were fired upon from the rear and flank by the Conservative Party while marching in procession, or after they had broken ranks and were running away from the conservative mob. It is extremely important to note that in those instances when freedmen were adequately armed, self-defense was deliberate, accurate, and substantial enough to parley those brutalities generally associated with Southern conservative terrorist attacking unarmed blacks. Yet as the above conflict dramatically illustrates, allied associations between conservative whites and blacks to block economic and political parity of the ex-slaves was not unknown, and in fact often accentuated the viciousness, fear, and political duplicity of a racist ideology propagated through terrorism. Though it is not clear what General Martin's views were as to the likelihood of freedmen in Tennessee securing their constitutional rights in the state that spawned the Ku Klux in the previous year, he did however close this letter by stating, "On the 8th inst. I visited Franklin and found the town quiet and the people apparently very sorry that the affray had occurred. All parties, especially the white conservatives, seemed very solicitous that the company of U.S. troops sent there by Gen. Duncan on the 7th should remain. The circuit court met on the 8th at 10 o'clock and there was consequently an occasion for the military authorities to interfere further than to prevent another outbreak. The courts of Williamson County have heretofore been noted for their impartial administration of justice where colored people were concerned. Racial conflict of this type did not occur in a political vacuum. As the brand of freedmen leadership that chose resistance rather than complicity with racial terrorism grew, Southern Democratic conservative whites, be they planters, small farm owners or returning Confederate soldiers, instinctively sensed that the freedmen's franchise was an obtrusive and dangerous development that had to be curtailed as quickly as possible and at any cost. From fall 1866, the assertive leadership by the freedmen, particularly as demonstrated in Franklin, Tennessee, was viewed by Southern white planters and small farm owners as an obtrusive social development. To support their contentions, angry Southern conservatives simply had to look at the growing numbers of freedmen farms beginning to appear in the rich agricultural areas of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and Louisiana and the economic support they were receiving from government institutions such as the National Freedmen's Savings Bank and Trust Company. According to the Memphis City Council census, whites returning to Memphis after the war discovered that the black population had increased threefold from 3,882 to 10,995.7. An even more significant realization for whites was the federal government's structuring of a more comprehensive program for the ex-slaves' development within society, one that was coordinated by the newly conceived Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands. Things Fall Apart 35. Better known as the Freedmen's Bureau. Supervised by Republican officials throughout southern cities, this federally sponsored bureau had as its multifaceted mandate the supplying of medical supplies, educational materials, construction of freedmen schools, supervision over contracts between the freedmen and their new employers, managing confiscated land from unreconstructed Confederate acolytes, instituting a land lease program, and when necessary acting as an agency to investigate registered abuse charges from freedmen. In August 1865, the Freedmen's Bureau in Memphis conducted a census that concluded out of 27,703 residents, 16,509 were black. With nearly 60% of the total population black, of which a large number were skilled laborers, the yearning to publicly establish their economic acuity was ever present. This development not only signaled an economic threat to white laborers but also suggested that a political challenge to the racial status quo would not be far behind. Once the Memphis's Freedmen's Savings Bank and Trust Company was established in 1865, locally skilled blacks such as Buck Fuller, a drayman, Henry Gary, a painter, Julius Nelson, a laborer, and Turner Hunt, a carpenter, could now open up their first saving accounts, thereby creating a basis for new personal and community wealth. Needless to say, the response by Memphis whites to blunt these efforts and thwart this emerging entrepreneurial spirit was swift. By January 1866, newly elected Governor William G. Brownlow pushed through the Tennessee state legislature a bill that eventually became law clarifying any misunderstanding some might have entertained about the freedmen's true status, notwithstanding the 13th Amendment. His bill proclaimed that persons of African and Indian descent are hereby declared to be competent witnesses in all the courts of the state, in as full a manner as such persons are by an act of Congress competent witnesses in all the courts of the United States, excluding such persons from competency are hereby repealed, provided, however, that this act shall not be so construed as to give colored persons the right to vote, hold office, or sit on juries in the state, and that this provision is inserted by virtue of the provision of the 9th section of the amended Constitution, ratified February 22, 1865. Degree. In the state that produced the Ku Klux, racism was so widespread that it was popularly known that East Tennesseans, though opposed to slavery and secession, do not like niggers. Writing some 70 years later in 1935, noted scholar Dubois noted that more prejudice against color existed among the middle and poor classes than among the planters who owned slaves by scores and hundreds. For many secessionist-minded Southerners, particularly those who would have to compete daily with assertive blacks, a kind of virulent racism was fundamental and undying. It tugged at the very essence of what it meant for many to be a white, Southern, and an American. The designs of the great secession majority of Tennessee may have been changed by the events of the war, and so may have been their opinions of their own strength and of the strength of the government, but unless your memorialist greatly misunderstand them, their sentiments, sympathies, and passions remain unchanged. They welcome peace because they are disabled from making war, they submit because they can no longer resist, they accept results they cannot reject, and profess loyalty because they have a halter around their necks. They recognize the abolition of slavery because they see it before them as a fact, but they say it was accomplished by gross violations of the Constitution, that the Negro is free only in fact, but not in law or of right. 36. Exasperated by apparent disregard by blacks for their previously assigned racial status, white officials in Memphis began arresting specific blacks on the claim that they were in violation of the newly instated black codes. Nonetheless, in 1866 these state-enforced codes became illegal, at least on paper, particularly after the federal Supreme Court decision in Church v. State of Tennessee that ruled the legal grounds for these codes were themselves null and void. Codes or no codes, white Tennesseans suffered a severe psychological jolt when within a few years, the race that was viewed intellectually inferior, irresponsible, and childish now appeared to be advancing faster toward economic viability than were whites. Tennessee whites in particular had much to worry about, for just 18 months after the war's end and despite bloody terrorist attacks, Memphis blacks, an emerging class of freedmen, had accumulated 8 churches, 500 owned hacks, 8 stores, several saloons, 2 fruit stands, 2 furniture stores, 4 lunchrooms, and enough barbershops to organize the Memphis Colored Barbers Association. Census data from 1865 also indicates that while 300 blacks had property and money valued from $100 to $500, 18 blacks had a worth of $500 to $1,000, 4 blacks were worth $2,000 or more, and 3 blacks had a worth of $5,000 or more. For returning Confederate veterans and thousands of displaced white Memphis laborers, this sudden and phenomenal development was not only startling but a tormenting fact that contradicted every standard and known law of nature and God that they had been nurtured to believe since birth. Consequently, freedmen who were able to amass capital and tried to purchase land were now threatened with expulsion. More to the point, to be black and a farm or landowner was in itself becoming a suspicious or criminal offense. In this regard, former Union Army General Fisk reported in 1866, "I have today received the statement of 2 very respectable colored men who went into northern Mississippi from Nashville and rented plantations. Both were men of means, and one a reputed son of Isham G. Harris, a former governor of Tennessee. Both were very intelligent colored men that have been driven out and warned not to put their feet within the state again. Their intimidation, as reported in the New York Herald, came from individuals known as regulators, who as in other southern states were ex-Confederate cavaliers of the country, who had as their mission, to visit summary justice upon any offenders against the public peace. The Herald also noted that it is needless to say that their attention is largely directed to maintaining quiet and submission among the blacks. The shooting or stringing up of some obstreperous nigger by the regulators is so common an occurrence as to excite little remark. Nor is the work of proscription confined to the freedmen only. The regulators go to the bottom of the matter, and strive to make it uncomfortably warm for any new settler with demoralizing innovations of wages for niggers. Asterisk. Unquestionably for whites, particularly those whose secessionist dreams were destroyed in the Civil War, the possible loss of racial privilege, preference, or advantage was a psychological burden that cut across intraracial class lines throughout the South as well as most of America. However, to the degree that their efforts in suppressing challenges from the freedman class were successful while simultaneously criminalizing their efforts to succeed. 37. In an environment that marginalized their every movement is critical to the study. From this perspective, a content analysis of offenses committed by freedmen and whites during this period and how they were adjudicated is instructive on how the law functioned in support of white conservative ideals. The law in action on Southern streets was generally skewed, biased, and impatient with the notion of armed self-defense by blacks. For example, from 1865 to mid-1866, Memphis became a center for increased violent conflict between the races. In Collierville, a small town just east of Memphis, white citizens on August 24 forced two black soldiers off a passenger train and then lynched one of them for shooting a white man in self-defense who had pulled a gun on them while demanding a seat. Asterisk. In fact, daily racial confrontations in Memphis became so endemic that one simply had to review the Memphis police records to ascertain the racialist nature of criminal arrest, as blacks made up 49% of daily arrest in Charleston, South Carolina. The level of daily interpersonal violence and social disorder was rampant for both races, though in categories that were dichotomous and reflective of extreme polarized economic and social statuses. For instance, from February 1869 to January 1870, the Charleston Police Department effected some 3,115 arrests in which blacks were charged with 79% of all larceny, 67% disorderly conduct, 85% vagrancy, 78% trespass, 68% safekeeping and 92% of burglary offenses. However, during this same period, police records indicated that white Charlestonians predominated in the following categories: 70% for drunk and lying down, 67% for drunk and disorderly conduct, 94% for selling liquor on Sunday, 69% for interfering with police, 74% for violation of a city ordinance, and 1% for desertion from a ship. Degree statistics indicating the seemingly mild criminal behavior of Charleston whites as opposed to the social deviancy of freedmen mask the troublesome post-Civil War reality of a racially promiscuous society, in which the transfer of political power and the changing social status of society's pariah race are in direct conflict with recalcitrant racial precepts of the past. In such a context, violent, forceful, challenging acts by an ex-enslaved race were penalized in a variety of punitive ways, while antisocial activities such as whipping, raping, lynching and other similar terrorist activities by whites were generally ignored or reclassified under the rubric disorderly conduct, drunkenness, or uncontrollable outrages. It would take a congressional investigation to even approach any semblance of judicial control when it came to whites' murdering of blacks. Ironically, statistics indicating the freedmen's criminality as listed above actually camouflaged acts of resistance to racism by a class of blacks who fervently rejected conservative Southern white edicts about social ranking, culture and race. This extremely frustrating situation was further underscored by racial discrepancies in sentencing. Of the 3,115 arrests in the Charleston judicial system, only some 350 prisoners were delivered to magistrate for sentencing, of which 255 were black and 95 were white. However, data indicates that while 1,047 prisoners were adjudicated by the Charleston court, 614 whites as opposed to 433 blacks were discharged. This could be explained partially by the fact that 77% of whites as opposed to 23% of blacks were able to pay their fines. Consequently, out of 615 prisoners sent to the House of Correction, 29% were white, 71% were black, clearly rising levels of antisocial behavior of freedmen directly after the Civil War was fueled by a growing conflict over which race would enjoy the spoils of war and who would be deemed the political 38. Proprietor in the South. The intensity of this struggle was discernible in almost every venue of Southern life. For example, without exploring the conditions or abuses incurred during incarceration by freedmen in Charleston jails, one can speculate about the following 1868 article in the conservative pro-democratic Charleston Daily Courier. Shameful complaints have been made of the appearance in the street of a Negro man almost in a state of nudity. When questioned, he stated that he had just been released from the penitentiary, meaning thereby the House of Correction. This should not be allowed. When prisoners have served their time, they should not be sent in the streets in a nude state. It becomes an offense against decency. In a bolder display of freedmen antisocial behavior, the Courier could not resist publishing the following incident. On Monday night, a gentleman residing in Queen Street saw a Negro leaping his fence, and suspecting that he was intent upon stealing, he pursued and overtook this would-be robber. When questioned as to his business, he gave evasive answers and resisted the attempt made to arrest him. Upon being threatened, however, he signified his willingness to accompany the gentleman to the guardhouse. On the way to that place, at the corner of King and Queen Streets, the thief knocked down his captor, while off his guard, and stabbed him in the breast, after which he made his escape. The wounded man was taken to his house and upon examination proved not dangerously injured, but the thief escaped and has not since been heard of. He will get his deserts though one of these days. A few weeks later, the same newspaper reported on a direct assault against local police authority. Brutal assault on a policeman. Yesterday, a short time after the accident at the corner of King and Queen Streets, a crowd of excited colored men passed near the spot and made an assault upon a policeman who was standing by. The policeman had said nothing to any of the crowd, and the assault was without provocation and most brutal in its nature. After beating him, they left him and passed on down the street with a shout for Pillsbury Degree. Earlier that same day, another reported fight ensued between a white and colored man downtown Charleston. Yesterday about 1 o'clock, a white and colored man became engaged in an altercation in Meeting Street. The crowd of Negroes near soon rushed in and commenced a vigorous assault upon the three white men who were in company. In the fight, Mr. Duncan Cameron was cut in the back of his neck by a knife in the hands of some person unknown. The wounded man was taken to his home where his wounds, which fortunately were not of a serious character, received the proper attention. The party who inflicted the wound is not known. Indicative of heightened racial tensions, these daily encounters also represented the bottom tier of a social pyramid that was replete with racial skirmishes that reflected both inter- and intra-group dynamics. As such, class interest, again masked in political rhetoric and racial symbolism, structured an arena for both armed attack, resistance, and retaliation between the races. For example, in an article titled "More Bloodshed," it was reported. 39. Passengers by the Greenville Railroad, Monday, report that a white man, whose name they did not know, but who was a Democrat, was shot through the thigh by a Negro on Saturday night, and on Sunday night, Lee Nance, a colored man, but a conservative from Newberry, and who was thought to be at the head of the party who fired on the white man, was shot through the breast and it is thought mortally wounded. Yet near the same Greenville district, a local newspaper, the Phoenix, in a veiled warning to its colored citizens, reported that yesterday, we learned that James Minor, a colored man who has been stumping the upper districts in the interest of the Democratic Party, and was to return home Monday, a number of his political opponents proceeded to the Greenville depot, prepared, it is reported, to give him a warmer reception than he anticipated. On this subject, the Phoenix says, the killing of Randolph, and the lawless feeling apparently existing in portions of the upcountry, is deeply deplored and deprecated by the better class of the community, and we sincerely hope that our colored citizens, who have been heretofore noted for their excellent behavior and praiseworthy conduct, will not be led astray by the excitement or the advice of bad men, and attempt to retaliate upon innocent individuals for the guilt of others, and by so doing, estrange their white friends. If there is any law in the land, punishment will be meted out to lawbreakers. Asterisk. Developing economic exigencies between the races was articulated not only in newspapers of the day but in personal journals and diaries. For example, the diary of Ella Gertrude Thomas, the wife of a successful antebellum South Carolina planter, succinctly reveals a mindset shared by many of her class, particularly on the issue of slavery and the loss of accustomed economic and social advantage. Sunday, October 8, 1865, we owned more than 90 Negroes with the prospect of inheriting many more from Pa's estate. By the surrender of the Southern Army, slavery became a thing of the past and we were reduced from a state of affluence to comparative poverty. So far as I individually am concerned, to utter beggary, for the $30,000 Pa gave me when I was married was invested in Negroes alone. This view of the case I did not at first take, and it is difficult now to realize it. But each heart knoweth its own bitterness, and I alone know the effect abolition of slavery has had upon me. I did not know until how intimately my faith in relations and my faith in the institution of slavery had been woven together. True, I had seen the evil of the latter, but if the Bible was right, then slavery must be. Slavery was done away with, and my faith in God's holy book was terribly shaken. For a time I doubted God. The truth of revelations, everything. I no longer took interest in the service of the church. From May until July I lived a sad life. Lived with the prospect of again becoming a mother, and yet felt no longings, no desire for increased spiritual faith. When I prayed, my voice appeared to rise no higher than my head. When I opened the Bible, the numerous allusions to slavery mocked me. Our cause was lost. Good men had faith in that cause. Earnest prayers had ascended from honest 40 hearts. Was so much faith to be lost? I was bewildered. I felt all this and could not see God's hand. Degree. 3 years later, in 1868, Ella Thomas's attitude was mirrored by Southern white state legislatures who, in opposing federally supported institutions such as the Freedmen's Savings Bank and Trust Company, argued that such institutions placed economic control in the hands of Republican federal authorities rather than the state Democratic Party and their local political functionaries. This sentiment was accentuated by a general attitude among farm owners large and small that the real purpose of the Freedmen's Bank was to abrogate their traditional hold on the land by providing blacks with access to capital. This, they claimed, constituted an unfair arrangement between the federal government and local black leadership. As a result, everything possible was done to curtail the bank's growth, including threatening anyone who supported it. For example, Black Virginians depositing a reported $12,000 during the first weeks of operation, and were the Freedmen's Bank most important if not sole depositors. However, the bank refused to hire blacks as clerks. One Norfolk newspaper, espousing a 19th-century version of anti-affirmative sentiment, even exclaimed white Virginians must rid the state of an element that will hinder its prosperity, an element that would tax the property of others to relieve themselves of obligation to educate their children and care for their paupers. Regardless of its detractors, annual reports from Freedmen's Bank indicated that from 1866 to 1870 there was a steady increase of depositors. Once these reports were published in black-owned newspapers, there was little doubt about the determined and thus far successful efforts of freedmen to establish an economic base throughout the South just 5 years after the abolition of slavery. Even far more foreboding for Southern white Democrats was that, given blacks' rate of economic growth and political awakening in 1870, it was apparent for even the most skeptical observer that black Americans would become an economic and political force in the South as well the rest of the country within the foreseeable future. Reflecting on a plethora of schemes that eventually fostered the demise of the Freedmen's Bank, Du Bois asserted that there was a perception, albeit false, that the Freedmen's Bank was more a philanthropic effort by Northern liberal whites than an institution founded on sound economic efforts emanating from within the black community. Before 1871, there had been errors in the conduct of the bank and disregard of law. Indeed, it is not clear whether in the original charter the bank had any right to establish branches outside of the District of Columbia. Soon the speculators of Washington were attracted by the assets of the bank and discovered how they were growing. The assets were, however, amply protected by provisions requiring investment mainly in government bonds. An amendment to the charter was introduced into Congress in 1870 which provided that one half of the deposits invested in United States bonds might be invested in other notes and bonds secured by real estate mortgages. Immediately the pennies of poor black laborers were replaced by worthless notes. Money was loaned recklessly to the speculators in the District of Columbia. J. Cook and Company, the great bankers, borrowed $500,000, and this company and the First National Bank of Washington controlled the Freedmen's Bank between 1870 and 1873. Runs were started on the bank and then an effort was made to unload the whole thing on Frederick Douglass as a representative Negro. This was useless and the bank finally closed in June 1874. The Commission of 41. 3 which liquidated the Freedmen's Savings Bank paid depositors 30% and charged for their services $318,753. At the date of closing, so far as is known, there was due to depositors $2,993,790.68 in 61,144 accounts. This was never paid. The assets amounted to $32,089.35. The rest was represented by personal loans and loans on real estate which were practically uncollectible. The total business transaction by the Freedmen's Bank was extraordinary, considering that the bulk of its clientele had just emerged from enslavement. Its total deposits at one time reached $57,000,000,000.8. The psychological significance of this loss was profound for an aspiring black middle class and struggling black farmers whose sense of political and economic emancipation was partially contingent on this bank's success. Frederick Douglass, who was appointed bank president a few months before its collapse in 1873, confided in a letter to his longtime abolitionist friend Gerrit Smith, "Despite my efforts to uphold the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company, it has fallen. It has been the black man's cow, but the white man's milk. Bad loans and bad management have been the death of it. I was ignorant of its real condition till elected as its president." In fall 1874, Douglass further lamented how the Freedmen's Bank and the moral atmosphere of America had become so tainted that part of the problem was blacks' inability to gain an economic foothold as free men in a national environment of avarice, duplicity, falsehood, corruption, servility, fawning and trickery of all kinds, which confront us at ever 10. Undoubtedly the bank's failure was a bitter experience that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Yet his dismay about America's lack of moral commitment to the freedmen's development simply but tragically underscored a more fundamental social-political contradiction between displaced white working class, its despondent but conniving aristocracy, and the threats presented by an aspiring competitive black entrepreneurial class bent on empowerment after centuries of enslavement. Within this explosive milieu, Republican liberals and blacks such as Douglass, who continued to maintain hopeful aspirations about America's expanding democratic processes, found themselves politically marginalized and socially doomed to suffer the consequences of extreme political naivete as white America conducted genocidal policies against its indigenous population while terrorizing the black American. In this era of hope, black businessmen, laborers, and political office seekers believed that with support from a federally supported banking institution and other governmental agencies, centuries of abuse, exploitation, and murder could be remedied, thereby opening an unobstructed path toward their empowerment. What was lacking, however, was an in-depth organized political commitment to the principle of racial survival. A commitment that transcended, not simply emulated, the values of white America. Nonetheless, misdirected efforts by a small but energetic class of educators, preachers, and entrepreneurs consciously allowed the machinery of white American ethnocentrism to prosper within its own ranks. More important, black entrepreneurs needed institutions that would collate, articulate, and convert the economic potential of their farmers and skilled city laborers into a viable political power base. Lacking this philosophical orientation and coordinated thrust, an entrenched Euro-American business ethos, both North and South simply waited, conspired and exploited blunders made by these new competitors. 42. Table 3. Relative business of the Freedmen's Bank, 1866 to 1870. Years. Annum total amount deposits total amount drafts net deposits Inc. Percent. 1,866 $305,167 $105,883.58 $199,283.42 1,867 $1,624,853.331 times 10 to the power of 25th 350,200 366,338.3384 1,868 $3,583,942,379.369,239.074 1,869 VSTAX 3 low 6,184,833.32 1,073,465.3170 1,870 12,605,781.95 10,948,776.20 1,657,006.7565 The gain for the past year is $583,541.44. The average increase on one year on another is 73%. The amount, now on deposit is $8 for every dollar, March 1, 1866. The company has paid in cash interest to its deposits as follows. The great success which has attended the operations of the company encourages the board to hope they have, as yet, only seen the beginning of the work of economy among the people of color. Instead of 30,000 depositors, there would be 300,000. If the people of color had the same ratio on deposit with their banks of that state, our net deposits would reach 200 millions. Though so much has been done in a short time, much remains to be done. Source: Abstract of the 5th Annual Report of the National Freedmen's Saving and Trust Company, made to the Board of Trustees at Washington, D.C., on the 10th of March 1870. The problem simply stated was not easily resolved for a race emerging from centuries of physical-cultural dislocation and enslavement. Addressing this era, one historian noted that African American nation building between 1865 and 1899 was intended to be a part of a new nation coming together out of the national fragmentation that characterized the antebellum period. Reconstruction and its aftermath destroyed that goal. African Americans found themselves confronting not full citizenship after 1865 and 1877, but the need to find alternatives to the emerging problems of second-class citizenship. African American leadership, according to historian Vincent P. Franklin, has, at times, been closely aligned with the African American masses. At other instances that leadership lacked consistency. Espousing the virtues of self-reliance and assimilation while proselytizing variations of Christianity, an increased number of freed blacks embraced the outward manifestations of Americanism, though secretly acknowledging numerous imposed social limitations. As a consequence, for many Southern blacks, economic and political parity with whites was primarily limited to ostentatious displays of cultural conversion. pronounced displays and/or apprehension about one's public appearance, dress, speech, worship, recreation, industriousness, or support for popular causes became indicative of social progress despite white America's rejection of them as full-fledged citizens. It was exactly these and other acculturating factors that pressured some blacks to depreciate the importance of racial associa. 43. TIV collaboration in farming, small businesses, political affiliations, lodges and banking. Eventually, by relinquishing this kind of collective racial support, the possibility of black political or economic domination where numerically possible deteriorated quickly as propaganda threats and anti-black terrorist attacks increased. Yet in those instances where black resistance to terrorist attacks prevailed, strong collective bonds between black farmers, laborers, and an intellectual class also existed. Nevertheless, every constitutional ideal that the freedmen assumed they were entitled to was positioned at the very core of racial conflict. In fact, their nascent advance toward political parity simply provided unreconstructed Southern propagandists with evidence that blacks' continued progress, if left unchecked, assured the demise of white racial privilege. This, secessionists argued, was not only unacceptable and offensive but un-American. As one white Southerner noted, the Confederacy represented all that remained between anarchy and constitutional law and conservatism in America. Trademark. Fear of the freedmen's economic, political, and possible armed capabilities beyond that which many Southern whites felt was proscribed by tradition and law forced many Americans to come face to face with an array of deadly political circumstances. Of paramount importance to many Southern whites was the question, to what degree should the freedmen participate in American society beyond that of a pariah class? The answer to this political conundrum was clearly multifaceted. While franchise and suffrage rights, at least on paper, created the potential for sharing political influence between the races, it did not address the culturally destructive aspects of enslavement or the psychological terror of potential economic dependency that threaten every single person of African heritage. Freedmen's civil rights functioned only when federal troops were available, or willing to enforce those rights, or when the freedmen used or threatened the use of armed force, rather than by the willing consent of a Southern secessionist-minded white populace. National commitment to the freedmen's equal participation in the affairs of state were at best cynical and deceitful. The conferring of political rights via the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments was premised on the government's need to exercise political direction on ex-slaves who might otherwise seek to decentralize political power under their own aegis. It was an effective use of political initiatives by the federal government to parley any further demands by the blacks. While the amendments and a series of civil rights acts from 1866 to 1875 conferred on paper specific benefits, by implication, they signified that only white Americans had the power to bestow rights on a questionable segment of its general population. In this regard, the ex-enslaved population was never offered an opportunity to decide either by plebiscite whether they desired union with, separation from, or the establishment of a separate political apart from that of the federal government. After their military defeat, supporters of the Confederate States of America found themselves physically, psychologically, and politically defeated, yet tentatively in possession of large segments of land with an unemployed white laboring class. Susceptible to Northern capital and Southern guile, this class of whites were summoned to impede and destroy their immediate economic competitor, the ex-enslaved African. Easily convinced by centuries of social practice that race predominates in all human affairs, they accepted all of the myths, parables, allegories, and fables that could be devised to elevate their diminished notions of self after the fall of their political aspirations. 44. However, for embittered conservative whites the problem was painfully clear: to accept blacks on any level beyond what 250 years of Southern history and tradition defined meant acquiescing to their demands for equal access to the nation's resources. It also meant acknowledging that the past was a creation based on superstition, an irrational belief in the ominous significance of a particular thing or circumstance, in this case, the African. However, no matter how intelligent and efficient some blacks appeared, most whites agreed that power sharing with a subordinated race was not an option to be seriously considered. In what was reasoned to be capitalism's fait accompli, Southern whites and complying Republicans recognized that eventually deception and brute force would be needed to manage black development, not because they had been disappointed by the freedmen's failure but due to their astonishing success and promise of even greater success. Even more so, poor farm-based whites and embittered Confederate veterans dreaded any proposition that placed them in competition with a labor force that they risked their lives in the war to keep enslaved. Accordingly, by fall 1865, black political development and economic growth became a serious social menace for Southern columnists, newspaper editors, and apologists for the Confederacy. One leader making a clarion attack against freedmen was New York Times columnist James Pike, who emotionally and fearfully claimed, "Southern thinking minds have always been deeply exercised over the problem of the black population, from Mr. Jefferson down. They strive to master it. They try hard to elucidate it. They have an unconquerable desire to find holding ground for their speculations. They look backward, and around them, and forward to the future, to try and discover a philosophy and a theory which shall explain the various and curious facts brought to their knowledge, and guide them out of the smoky labyrinth wherein they grope. But that full solution they so much desire always eludes their grasp. Africa rises always to their view. There the Negro has had sway through unnumbered entries. There he is a barbarian still. Give him sway elsewhere, will his condition be different? What ground is there for the supposition? When the white element exists in him, it modifies but does not improve him. A line to wash away the fears and frustration of Confederate defeat, propagandists such as Pike continually ruminated about the spiritually defeated Southern whites who were quite capable of intense, violent, psychotic reactions against what they deemed as their self-interest. Recognizing that many Southern whites were suffering a feeling of betrayal, low self-esteem, and political bankruptcy, Pike appealed to the base instincts of human behavior when he encouraged his readers to gain membership in associations, clubs, and secret societies, and thereby acquire a sense of racial identification that would hopefully mollify political efforts of the barbarian in those states where they were the numerical majority. This sort of racial thinking was not confined to the general Southern white population. Resistance to black political expressions on any level was also widespread among occupying Northern soldiers. In fact, while various Southern governors expressed concern for the plight of the freedmen as an important labor source, the attitudes of occupying Northern soldiers was often ambiguous in this regard. And though it was no secret that federal officers in Mississippi consistently displayed little compassion in their dealings with freedmen, their underlings often expressed an even greater dislike. Expectedly, this was not necessarily the case with Union soldiers, many of whom were combat veterans from the war. Not only were freedmen impacted by seeing blacks in military roles, they used these military images as role models and paradigms to reorganize their own defense against Ku Klux-like gangs. As early as August 1865, examples of military bearing and political organizing among the ex-slaves could be identified. Historian J. Suville even asserts that small work groups experimenting with precision marches in several areas of Barnwell District zealously followed behind the nearby 35th Colored Infantry and the 54th Massachusetts Colored Volunteer Infantry units. Furthermore, as a result of their experience in fighting Confederate forces, many of the black soldiers were not reluctant in displaying assertive attitudes toward whites, and in doing so influenced many freedmen citizens to do so in kind, which caused many to observe, there was more social criticism than imitation underlying popular adaptation by blacks of military form. Imitation or not, the presence of black soldiers in their midst was an affront Confederate sympathizers and nationalists were not willing to accept. Part of the problem was that many Northern white soldiers were themselves conscripts who came from poor families, and as such didn't agree that ex-slaves were their equal as citizens or potential economic competitors. Consequently, racial enmity, outright hostility, and rancor were not unknown as many Northern soldiers reflected strong Southern sympathies. In this regard, Northern compliance to Southern realities was particularly evident in Mississippi, where one observer noted, 46. While in the excitement of the elections of 1867 and 1868, the troops were often a restraint curbing to the turbulence of the Negroes, they were never so regarded by the whites. There was some misuse of them while Ames was military governor. But as a rule, if not invariably, the sentiment of the troops, and especially the non-commissioned officers and privates, were hostile to the Negro. One English traveler in 1868 heard similar sentiments as he made his way throughout the South. When he reportedly asked Northern troops what their mission was in the ex-Confederate states, for the most part they responded, "Shoot radicals and niggers." General Pennypacker, who was second in command in Mississippi and reputedly sympathetic to Southern Democrats, is reported to have continually alerted Ku Klux terrorists of impending raids by Northern soldiers. The editor of the Natchez Tri-Weekly even went so far as to warn freedmen who persisted in their demands for equality, that history teaches no two dissimilar races can live together on a basis of equality, and if the situation presents itself to the contrary, one must be superior, one must be dominant. If the Negro should be the master, the whites must either abandon the territory, or there would be another civil war in the South, a war of the races, the whites against the black, and the war should be a war of extermination. Among thousands of tragic testimonies of personal terror, a daughter's unhappy struggle to protect her father, Nelson Fitzhugh, illustrates the cauldron of psychological terror experienced by just about every black person in postbellum Mississippi. In a brief local newspaper commentary, there is mention of Fitzhugh's daughter's public plea for her father's life, underscored by the tragic ironies, complexities, and social incongruities of being black in Mississippi. The commentary explains. Fitzhugh, freed long before the war, and possessed of some education, had gained modest success in the community, having been a slaveholder and manager of a mercantile establishment. Like William Johnson, the barber, and Robert Meekerry, the Negro meteorologist, he had been considered a good Confederate, and had been held in high esteem by his white neighbors. Then, in 1866, someone discovered in the Philadelphia Christian Recorder a letter from Fitzhugh which indicated that he had been selling subscriptions for that journal. The writer went on to say that the Natchez Courier was full of lies, and that he hoped the Recorder would make some effort to prevent the kidnapping of Negroes for subsequent sale in Cuba. That was all, but it was enough. The editor of the Courier immediately leaped to the attack. This man Nelson Fitzhugh had been wearing a mask. He is full of deceit and hypocrisy. He has been a systematic hypocrite all his life. Cloaked under the garb of religion, sanctimonious as a pilgrim, seemingly honest and honorable, still kept in kindly remembrance for past offices, be they well-meant or hypocrisies, Nelson Fitzhugh is still a part of this community. He is now a radical agent and a colporteur among us, and disseminates poisons of the literary kind, stirring up bad blood among people kindly disposed towards each other. A few days later the paper reported that numerous letters, attacking Fitzhugh as a turncoat and a snake in the grass, had been received from white citizens. There was also a letter from the Negro's daughter, in which she prayed that the condemnation of Fitzhugh not be extended to other members of his family. And now, my dear Southern friends, for the sake of a family who are Southern in sentiment and principle, I hope you will look over my father's indiscretion, for he is old and childish. I really do not believe that he meant what he said, for I never heard him utter a word against the South in all my life. I, 47, will now close by asking you to give this to your readers, that they may not hold the family responsible for what my father may have said. Registered. Methods utilized in a struggle for survival are often costly and rarely made without consequences. This was certainly true in Mississippi, as it was in South Carolina, where the specter of black economic growth generally evoked from whites sworn allegiances to stop the nigger. Surrounded by a crumbling way of life in 1867, campaigns initiated to persuade whites to believe that their lowered social condition was the result of irresponsible Republican strategies was fully underway. Central to this argument was the idea that Republicans in their desire for national power were willing to promote the unnatural uplifting of Africans to accomplish that end. Eagerly heralding in this new round of political struggle, Educators such as John A. Leland, president of the Lawrenceville Female College, South Carolina, proclaimed the need to re-establish economic control throughout the South, regardless of the military surrender at Appomattox. In his book A Voice from South Carolina, Leland adamantly proclaimed political redemption and economic restoration for white South Carolinians while envisioning himself as a Southern American patriot. Ruminating on the evils of republicanism and Reconstruction, Leland expressed a deep apprehension and fear of the fanatical faith of the whole African race that was deaf to all appeals and arguments from their former master, registered. He was not safe from the vengeance of his own race if he continued outside the League, and once in, his identity was lost, and he became a mere pawn on the political chessboard, to be moved by a higher intelligence. This accounts for the apparent anomaly that, when he gets into straits or troubles, or needs advice about his business, he will come to his former owner with all the humility and confidence of the olden time. He will work for him, and with him, as cheerfully, if not as faithfully, for wages, as he ever did under the former system, but as soon as the subject of politics is broached, he becomes as silent and solemn as a tombstone. That is a subject with which old Massa has nothing to do, it is sacred between him and his God but through the Radical Party. With this as his political and social context, Leland viewed the post-bellum New Negro as a social aberration that had to be rationalized away by racially centered propaganda and then systematically removed from positions of influence through acts of terror. Aware that throughout the South there existed displaced planter aristocracy who cynically concluded that their financial interest was best served by maintaining and enhancing at any cost both an economic and social void between the races. In this respect, testimonies in the form of diaries written by the wives of Southern planters are particularly interesting and insightful in their description of these turbulent times. Evidence of such is an engrossing diary entry written 1 month after Robert E. Lee's April 9, 1865, surrender at Appomattox. Ella Gertrude Clanton Thomas, wife of a Georgia plantation and slave owner, scrutinized a number of dilemmas that were intruding on her family's lifestyle. No longer was Ella Thomas assured the class status that she was born and married into, only her racial background afforded some protection from the swirling exigencies that threatened to engulf her family and destroy the void between the races that she was accustomed to. With the military destruction of the Confederacy came the family's loss in property, both human and otherwise. This factor alone made Ella's future appear to be difficult, confusing and eminently dangerous. In a deeply personal testimony composed on 48. 3 separate dates in May 1865, she succinctly described her confusion and anger about the changing social order. May 1, 1865. Today I have witnessed what I am sorry shall prove our last experience as a Confederate nation. A riot has taken place in Augusta, an event often dreaded but never experienced before. Soon after breakfast I heard that the soldiers were breaking open the stores on Broad Street and helping themselves. Immediately after I saw numbers of men walking rapidly, some running with large bags, bundles and etc., upon their shoulders. The bell just now tolls for 1 o'clock. When another ist of May rolls around, the bell which for so long a time has tolled to remind us to pray for the soldiers and alas by so many of us has been neglected, will toll no more. God help us. As an independent nation we will not exist. The bright dream of Southern independence has not been realized. The war is over and again we become a part of the United States. How united will depend alone upon treatment we receive from the hand of the North. It will prove to their interest to be very discreet, for the South will prove a smoldering volcano requiring but little to again burst forth. Treated members of one family, a band of brothers, in time we may have a common interest, but pressed too hard upon, our property taken from us, a desperate people having nothing to lose, the South may again revolt. And speaking of revolts reminds me of the riot of today which I had commenced to notice. The war is over and I am glad of it. What terms of agreement may be decided I cannot say, but if anything is left us, if we can count with certainty upon enough to raise and educate our children, I shall be grateful. It is humiliating, very indeed, to be a conquered people, but the sky is so bright, the air so pure, the aspect of nature so lovely that I can but be encouraged, and hope for something which will benefit us. Upon only one point am I settled in my opinion, that of slavery, but more of that hereafter. It is rumored that 2,000 Yankee soldiers will arrive in town this afternoon. I hope I will not see them. When I learn the terms of treaty offered and accepted, I can better endeavor to cultivate friendly feelings. If despite is on me thrown, I've a soul as hard as iron. I haven't quoted that right, but the feeling is the same. Sunday, May 7, 1865. This morning a large force of Yankees came marching into Augusta, the drums beating and colors flying, surrounded by a large crowd of Negroes. We did not get up until late and did not see the first company of them. Patsy said there were 800 of them. After breakfast a number of them marched by here on the other side of street, 2 officers riding on horseback in front. I felt no particular emotion as I looked at them through the closed blinds, but when I read the morning paper and saw the reward of $100,000 in gold offered for Jeff Davis with a promise of the money for the captors which the president was said to have with him, then I felt that the Philistines were amongst us. Immediately after, I read the general order issued by Gen. Smith for the Carolina planters, having reference to free labor. Tonight the impression is general that slavery is abolished, that the Negroes are free, that is at liberty, the greater portion of them to plunder and starve. It does not surprise me as much as I expected, but I will write again in the morning. Monday, May 8, 1865. The news was just communicated to us by Pink as Mr. Thomas and I were out. A buggy overtook us and inquired if we had seen the order from Gen. Smith with regard to free labor, viz., that the Negroes were to be subsisted, paid 6-month wages in advance and half the crop made to be divided among them. Contracts to made between Negro and planter. There I have followed the Yankee fashion of naming the Negro first and the master last. A failure to plant will cause the land to be confiscated. As to the emancipation of the Negroes, while there is of course a natural dislike to the loss of so much property, in my inmost soul, I cannot regret it. I always felt that there was a great responsibility. It is in some degree a great relief to have this feeling removed. For the Negroes I know that I have the kindest possible feeling. For the Yankees who deprive us of them, I have no use whatever. I only hope I shall see very little of them. Yesterday Mr. Thomas unfastened Turner's battle flag from the staff, and I will put it away as a memento of the time when he was a marker in the Wheeler Dragoons. Who knows, perhaps someday it may be used again. Oh, a free people may be won but not crushed. The views of emotionally and materially displaced whites, such as Ella Thomas, however subtle, replicate a particular historical analysis that positioned blame for their fallen status solely on the arrival of new political force, one that they naturally contended was corrupt, incompetent, and ruthless. Most, however, ironically feared that with the collapse of a confederacy that promised security, prestige, and power, the only friendship they might secure was that of the ex-slave, but at the price of social equality. For many this was intolerable and unbearable. However, for those who were literate and understood the importance of change, the following verse by William Yeats was most appropriate. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world, the best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Underscore the interminable conflict. They are distributing arms, Winchester rifles, all through the South, and it is their intention to put a rifle into the hands of every white man who is a Democrat, and to carry the election in South Carolina in 1872 by the bullet and the dagger of the assassin. New National Era, February 9, 1871. Abiding honor, myth and fear. Social fantasy emanating from angry, acrimonious, and embittered Southern whites was entwined with many aspects of Ku Klux propaganda during the Reconstruction years of 1867 to 1877. Hateful accusatory language gave succor to the South's most economic, degenerate and base elements as well as to those with material assets and intellect. Attempts at reconciling 4 years of horrific warfare, however, now fell on deaf ears, as a depraved catharsis of regional bloodletting and terror embraced the consciousness of most Southern whites. With obnoxious blacks as the expected sacrificial lambs, purification processes were established to politically and ethnically sanitize the South of its military defeat. Functioning in alliance with organizations such as the Ku Klux, Southern Democrats attacked any Republican-inspired agency that displayed any support for the ex-slave. One such supportive agency was the Union Leagues of America. The League and smaller organizations such as the Lincoln Brotherhood and the Red Strings functioned as political conduits for the Republican Party throughout the South. Though the political beginnings of these clubs were the result of Northern abolitionist sentiments before and during the Civil War, its membership ironically appealed first to Southern Republican whites. However, by 1867 the Union League was preparing the freedmen for greater civic participation, all of which Southern Democrats attacked as both illegal and immoral attempts by the federal government to exploit an economic vacuum left over from the Civil War. Though later more will be discussed about the Union League's impact on black resistance to Ku Klux and similar groups, it is apparent that some historians viewed the League as an organization whose primary function was political education and the protection of the freedmen's economic interest. Few, however, have delved into their more assertive actions in response to Ku Klux-like provocations. Accordingly, an 1868 published statement from the League stating that the country is full of secret societies of a bad and treasonable nature. This fact also make it the more necessary for loyal men to have secret societies, is more a warning to freedmen to prepare themselves for difficult and vicious struggle than a plea for Southern conservative tolerance. Sensing a dangerous precedent, Southern political pundits deliberating on the deposed Confederacy also vilified blacks, Southern Republican whites and so-called carpetbaggers with unabashed fervor and intensity. Even more astute observers cautioned against the existence of racially disruptive elements who, if not monitored, would affect dangerous economic collaboration between poor farmers and laborers of both races while establishing an armed political presence. To forestall any interracial collusion of this sort, white mercantilists and planters employed night-riding terror squads against those who would effect such a meaningful change degree known as regulators. Recalling an earlier 18th century period of American resistance to British colonialism, these groups began to popularize the idea that resistance to the federal government in deference to states' rights was not only a political necessity but an honorable duty to one's race and country. Citing a U.S. government investigation reports on election fraud in South Carolina, and the role regulators played in these activities, W.E.B. Du Bois noted that in Edgefield and Lawrence counties, South Carolina, armed organized bands of regulators continually traverse these counties maltreating Negroes without any avowed definite purpose in view. They treat Negroes, in many instances, in the most horrible and atrocious manner, even to maiming them, cutting their ears off, and so on. In one case, 2 citizens of one of these counties testified against these parties and were instantly compelled to leave the county, barely escaping with their lives. The citizens are bound in honor, by an understanding or compact among them, not to testify against the regulators, so that it is impossible to get evidence against them unless the Negro gives it. Accordingly, these extra-legal forces were fashioned to ensure a social policy that mandated, regardless of the Civil War's outcome, one's primary social status is unalterably wedded to one's skin. America's mother lode of terrorism. Part of America's post-Civil War bloody history began during the early summer of 1865 with the return of Confederate soldiers to small southern towns and hamlets such as Pulaski, Tennessee, the county seat for Giles County. Exhausted by years of brutal combat and marching across countless miles of war-torn countryside, returning veterans of a defeated Confederate army were confronted with the fact that, at least on paper, the slave was no more. Predictably, resistance to this was swift and deadly. By December 1865, a group of 6 individuals, Captain John C. Lester, Major James R. Crow, John B. Kennedy, Calvin Jones, Richard R. Reed, and Frank O. McCord, came together in the backroom office of a local judge, Thomas M. Jones, to discuss and sort out their young lives. They called themselves the Ku Klux. Myth and legend have mired these early beginnings in intrigue and error. On the side of an old office building in downtown Pulaski, a sign asserted, Ku Klux Klan, organized in this, the law office of Judge Thomas M. Jones, December 24, 1865. Degree. However, some historians have submitted that the Klan has almost as many birthdays as historians. For example, though Stanley Horne's often cited book, Invisible Empire, places the date of their beginning on a late evening in December 1865, the New York Herald in April 1868 reported that a person claiming to have expert knowledge on this matter placed the origins and beginning dates for the Klan in Giles County, Tennessee, August 1866. There are still other versions that maintain the best evidence for its birthday rest with the Klan's first anniversary parade in Pulaski on June 5, 1867. Though these dates and others are debated, the essential fact is that, sometime in mid-1866, an organization with no very definite aims was effected, and at a second meeting, a week later, names were proposed and discussed. Someone pronounced the Greek word, kuklos, meaning a circle. From kuklos to Ku Klux was an easy transition. Whoever consults a glossary of college boy slang will not find it strange, and Klan followed Ku Klux as naturally as Dumpty follows Humpty. That the name meant nothing whatever was a recommendation, and one can fancy what sort of badinage would have greeted a suggestion that in 6 years a committee of Congress would devote 13 volumes to the history of the movement that began in a Pulaski law office, and migrated later to a deserted and half-ruined house on the outskirts of the village. While the auspicious beginning of the Ku Klux went unnoticed, the first initiates were by no means unaware of its intended secretive nature, ominous ciphering, bylaws, constitution and rituals. In fact, throughout mid-19th century America, Greek mythology in the form of fraternities and sororities was very much the fad for organizations seeking a distinctive notoriety, on and off college campuses. In the South, perhaps the most familiar of these organizations was the social fraternity, Kuklos Adelphon, or Old Kappa Alpha, founded at the University of North Carolina in 1812. By mid-century it had spread throughout the South, not only to college campuses but to cities and towns where there were college alumni to keep it up. The society began to dissolve in the 1850s and disappeared altogether after the Civil War, but most educated Southerners in 1866 were familiar with it, including surely the founders of the Ku Klux Klan. One of the founders indicated that the Klan's ritual, at least, was closely patterned after that of a widespread college fraternity, and Kuklos Adelphon most certainly provided the model. Similar to other social fraternities, the founders of the Ku Klux agreed that future recruits would be held to an oath of secrecy, silence, obedience, and responsibility, particularly about its initiation rituals. Innocent as this may have seemed to outsiders, the Ku Klux emerged within the context of a post-Civil War environment where lawlessness throughout many areas of the southern states had become a way of life for thousands of war veterans, the unemployed, the ex-slave, poor white farmers and restless youth whose fortunes were yet to be made or lost. As one historian put it, Southerners could scarcely be expected to repudiate cheerfully the doctrines for which they had fought and died. Neither could they be expected to welcome as an equal, the ex-slave, or the Yankee who came to teach him. However, it was apparent that while some accepted their situation, Northern and Southern definitions of the situation did not coincide, notably in the matter of elected public officials. Conservative Southern whites to a man turned to their old leaders, former Confederates. To victorious Northerners, such choices demonstrated an unrepentant spirit. Registered 54. This was no more apparent than in the mountains of south-central Tennessee, where early initiates of the Ku Klux, some of whom were ex-Confederate soldiers, joined the new order out of need to have a sense of security in a society now crippled by war but also saturated by the ruminations of what could have been. Their response to Republican presumptions about a post-war South and the freedmen's assertion of equality was surprising only to those who presupposed that a fantasy no matter how deadly could be eliminated simply by war. Not surprisingly, on July 12, 1866, the Nashville Press and Times reported that in some portions of West Tennessee the rebels have formed a secret association, the object of which is to prevent the employment or patronage of Unionists in any capacity whatever, whether as day laborers, clerks, bookkeepers, teachers, physicians, lawyers or mechanics. In all cases rebels are to be employed, as the members of the association pledge themselves to starve out or drive out every Union man from that part of the country. Needless to say, these rebels or self-appointed regulators gave little credence to the idea that with the war's end, the ex-slaves' involvement in a competitive job market was now assured. For example, when a Negro saloon-keeper in the increasingly lawless town of Pulaski hung out a sign in front of his establishment bearing the name Equal Rights, it was hauled down the same day, by request of some of our young friends from the country, according to newspaper editor Frank McCord, who would later become the Grand Cyclops of the Ku Klux Klan. Ensnared in an endemic wave of violence that was spreading throughout the South, a Pulaski newspaper editor in 1867 reported that chronic drunkenness and debauchery had become so common that he was becoming weary of reporting on it. He also noted that mixed crowds of blacks and whites whooped, yelled, and shot off pistols on the streets from 8 to 12 on Friday nights in one large riotous drunken jubilee. Robbery and assault was so common in Pulaski that U.S. Army Captain George E. Judd, who was attached to the local Freedmen's Bureau, observed that, especially at night, that no man was safe on the streets alone after dark. The town was the scene of repeated rowdyism and shooting sprees on the part of young bloods who crowded the saloons. Roughs collect in Pulaski from this and adjoining counties. They have their own way here, threaten to kill and drag out all who disagree with them. Degree. As the year progressed, increasing levels of daily violence parroted an already horrendous relationship between blacks and whites. Intensified economic competitiveness and political activity from blacks who just a year earlier were slaves created a social climate that challenged the very basis of traditional Southern mores. Whereas little in Southern social or legal associations with slaves or quasi-free blacks prepared them to deal with the reality that previous held human property now demanded parity with their ex-masters, astute members of the ex-slave-holding class recognized that such a social development would indeed have dangerous ramifications for traditional economic and political interest in the North as well as in the South. Traditional American ethos that demanded whether you were poor or rich, recent immigrant, or not, being white denoted equity in one's own whiteness. It functioned as a physiological and psychological shield against the iniquities of enslavement and blackness. It was patently clear by the fall of 1865 that any social, political, or cultural advancement by 55 blacks that threatened to expose the spuriousness of this racial paradigm had to be viewed as a direct threat to the concept of a Southern Pax Americana. On the question of race itself, self-delusion quickly became an integral part of a Southern psychic shield against an imagined physical onslaught of blacks. Nor was it too surprising for many Southern whites at the August 11, 1867, Democratic Party convention in Brownsville, Tennessee, to hear candidate for Congress and founding member of the Ku Klux, Nathan Bedford Forrest pledge that he would resist to the point of civil war any effort by Republican Governor Brownlow to neutralize the Ku Klux. The ex-Confederate general now asserted, "I can assure you, fellow citizens, that I for one do not want any more war, nor do I want to see Negroes armed to shoot down white men. If they bring this war upon us, there is one thing I will tell you, that I shall not shoot any Negroes so long as I can see a white radical to shoot, for it is the radicals who will be to blame for bringing on this war. I can assure you, fellow citizens, that I shall at all times be ready to go forward and assist the sheriff or any other officer in carrying out the laws of the state, and in order to assist him thoroughly, I will get as many of my old soldiers as possible to go with me. But if they send the black men to hunt those Confederate soldiers whom they call Ku Klux, then I say to you, go out and shoot the radicals. If they do want to inaugurate civil war, the sooner it comes the better, that we may know what to do. I do not wish it understood that I am inciting you to war. I wish you to exhaust all honorable means before you do anything, and I would prefer that you should suffer before I should see civil war inaugurated in this country. I now want to say a few words to the black men who are here before me, to ask them to stand by the men who raised you, who nursed you when you were sick, and who took care of you when you were little children. I say stand by those who are your real friends, and leave your loyal leagues, where you are taught to refuse the franchise to those who have always proved your friends. Tell you that if you will only stand by us, that we will always stand by you, and do as much for you as any white man can do for you. You can have no interest with any scalawags and carpetbaggers. I feel today that Gov. Brownlow is one of that class. He has escaped to this time because he has been with sickness and weakness, and is considered crazy, but if he inaugurates civil war in this state, then I tell him he must suffer the consequences. The mind of a Ku Klux terrorist. Up until the first disbanding of the Ku Klux in 1871, similar types of associations sustained an unremitting propaganda crusade to exhort public opinion against black enfranchisement and their armed clubs such as the Union League. Success in implementing a policy of terror by propaganda against the freedmen depended on a centralized command structure that on the one hand demanded adherence to policy from its peripheral chapters yet allowed for innovative approaches to resolve local situations. The relative success of this type of structure was founded on unique partisan military tactics developed by Confederate cavalry units during the Civil War under the command of individuals such as John Singleton Mosby and John Hunt Morgan. Though both Mosby's and Morgan's raiders were often brutally effective in their ability to strike suddenly and with extreme violence, they also fostered a mystique about the raider, who though outnumbered, continued fighting. 56. On for a noble cause. 3. Accordingly, after the war, the philosophy that it is just as legitimate to fight an enemy in the rear as in the front. The only differences is in the danger, was clearly understood by Klansmen, who wasted little time in applying this axiom to their interminable enemy, the freedmen. The Ku Klux's rapid growth during the post-bellum period also made it appear for the unwary that Klansmen were everywhere, and that every Southern white was a member, if not sympathizer. Though varying levels of efficiency existed from chapter to chapter, and intimate knowledge of the brutal methods utilized by Ku Kluxers was generally unknown, the mystical notion of night riders seeking justice for the abused and downtrodden Southern whites became both their mantra and mythological burden. Armed with the invective "keep the nigger down," Pulaski Ku Kluxers initiated 2 committees to establish rules and rituals for future members. Names, duties, and areas of influence were soon established and cloaked in linguistic subterfuge with a kind of mythology meant to mystify the skeptic. Initiation procedures and grandiose hierarchical titles soon appeared such as, Grand Wizard of the Empire, Grand Dragon and his 8 Hydras, Grand Titan of the Dominion and his 6 Furies, and so on. At the Ku Klux's initial meeting it was agreed that future recruits would be held to an oath of secrecy, as was their initiation ritual that emphasized a code of silence and strict personal responsibility. In these early days, evidence of terrorist tendencies had not yet appeared as an organized part of the Ku Klux strategy or tactics, though their ranks were quickly filling up with frustrated, unemployed and disillusioned war veterans seeking material or psychological restitution for what they perceived was a social system turned upside down. In August 1866, a sympathetic agent for the Freedmen's Bureau in Tennessee, Captain George E. Judd, noted that blacks in Pulaski fared poorly compared to other towns, and everything possible was done to degrade them and keep down to what they saw fit as their proper place. The consequence is that the Negroes do not do as well as they do in other places where I have been. A great many of them are indolent and vicious. They become so by having to fight their way against the abuse of whites and from being cheated out of the proceeds of their labor. The idea of Negroes getting justice before the magistrates of this county is perfectly absurd. They will hear the testimony of the blacks, but will give it no weight unless it happens to suit their purpose. However, the inability of this federal agent to effect a change in the manner freedmen were characterized or treated by Southerners without the terms such as indolent and vicious is indicative of the deep-seated viciousness of the time and those social personalities that are formed by the experience. For while losing control over 4 million Africans had a direct impact on the social expectations of individual Southern whites who more often than not had never owned slaves, they continued to draw psychological and material sustenance from what they saw as the interminable struggle to maintain core values from a preordained institution, but what others defined as really a peculiar institution. 2 Registered as such, their social personality, self-esteem, their personal relationships, family connections. The very meaning of life itself, separate and apart from the military defeat of the Confederacy, rested primarily on the fact that they weren't niggers. These emotions were not simplistic abstractions but social reflections premised on deeply felt personal experiences that were closely associated with embedded relationships premised on land and property ownership. 57. Reflecting on this, sociologist Lonnie Athens proposed that significant social experiences are consequential and unforgettable. They have a lasting impact upon people's lives and are remembered weeks, months, and years after the experience was undergone. Even more interesting, Athens notes that those social experiences that push people toward violent, dangerous actions are the significant experiences of their lives rather than the trivial ones. In this regard, one can speculate on a seemingly isolated but reportedly violent clash between an unidentified freedman and one Thomas Tyler in Orangeburg, South Carolina, bloody fight on Dean Swamp. We learn that on Monday, the 21st INST house of Mr. Thus B. Tyler Jr. was broken open and a large amount of clothing taken out. Mr. Tyler, who had been at a spring about 100 yards from his house, saw the rogue making his escape. He upped his gun and pursued, overtook the Negro and ordered him to halt. The Negro drew a revolver and threatened to kill Tyler if he followed him. Tyler fired at him about 40 yards off and thinks he hit him. Two of Tyler's dogs coming up brought the Negro to bay, whereupon Tyler rushed up to him and a blow over the head with his gun brought him to his knees. The Negro, however, being much the strongest man, got the gun from Tyler and jumped on him, striking him with his pistol on the breast and head. In the scuffle, Tyler got out his knife and stabbed the Negro in the bowels, whereupon he jumped off and ran away into Dean Swamp. The ground was covered with blood where they fought, and the Negro must be badly hurt. No clue to the name of the rogue has been obtained. *degree. In line with Athens's observations, post-Civil War resurrection of the African, though traumatic and distressing for Southern whites, was also harrowing, problematic, and dangerous for Southern blacks regardless of their class background or region of birth. For instance, when a black attorney's professionalism was excoriated in the Conservative Courier, and then same charges were dismissed by a federal district court, only the paper's own conservative accusations now needed to be examined. The Negro lawyer Bradley his releases from arrest. The Negro Bradley, who has been stirring up strife on the islands below Savannah, is thus referred to be the Boston correspondent of the Springfield Republican, under date of the 31st ultimo. Aaron Bradley, the colored lawyer from Boston who has been stirring up mischief among the Negroes down near Savannah, is well known here. He was dismissed from the bar several years ago for malpractice, which consisted in forgery or some such peccadillo, but under the veil of time and the tenderness of the new Bureau for the Colored Man, he tried a year or so ago to get reinstated and this time was put on examination before two prominent lawyers as to his acquirements. The result was a ridiculous exhibition of ignorance and charlatanry, which made an amusing chapter in the local law literature, but was fatal to his professional ambition in this latitude. And so he natural took his cheap wares and his gross impudence to another market. His stirring among his more ignorant and more honest brethren in the South is quite in keeping with previous character here. Bradley knows just enough to be a mischief maker, and it would be a useful service doubtless to the Negroes and to good morals, to subject him to a trifle of old-fashioned plantation discipline. Bradley's detention and imprisonment by the military authorities of the United States, and his subsequent discharge from jail by the authority of Honorable Judge Erskine from the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Georgia are important and politically significant when we read Attorney General Fitch's statement that 58. Bradley had been arrested upon the application of Capt. Brandt, Sub-Assistant Commissioner of the Freedmen's Bureau and Abandoned Lands for the state of South Carolina, and was predicated on an order issued from Brev. Major General Robert K. Scott, Assistant Commissioner BRFNAL, directed to Brev. Lieutenant Colonel R.E.A. Crofton, commanding the port of Savannah. The return concluded by stating that Bradley was a prisoner in consequence of counseling and inciting certain colored people to resist the authority of the United States, thereby causing great injury to the colored as well as the white population, and to prevent insurrection on the coast, and that his arrest was based upon the provisions of the 14th section of the Act of Congress of July 16, 1866. The court decided that after carefully read the petition and the other papers in the case, it could see no cause for Bradley's detention, that there was nothing in the act cited to change its mind in that respect, that the court was unobstructed in the full plenitude of its powers by civil or military authority in the state *. It appears that among many of the struggles that freedmen had to wage was validating themselves in a world that they neither created nor controlled. The fact that attorney Aaron Bradley could be a nuisance and a mischief maker that required special handling on the part of the federal government forced many freedmen to realize that future battles will not necessarily be terminated in a judicial setting. Furthermore, concluding remarks by the liberal Boston correspondent implying that Bradley needed some old-fashioned plantation discipline was not lost on the freedmen. The winds of a second civil war were well on their way. In a classic study of the Ku Klux, historian Alan Trelease declared that the concept of a hooded force, riding around the countryside, inciting fear into a presumed inferior evolved from an earlier period when blacks, having a pariah status in American society, were continually susceptible to whites' practical jokes and harassment. Bullying Negroes was an established pastime with a sizable portion of Southern white manhood, and the inclination increased with emancipation. It is also true that many Negroes took their new freedom literally and began to act more like white people, choosing their own employers, working or not working as the spirit moved them, expressing their opinions more freely, and not always giving up the sidewalk. Not only were they less servile, but many of them, poverty-stricken to the last degree and victims of generations of exploitation, engaged in petty thievery at the expense of those more favored than they. White men confronted by these trials had the precedent of the antebellum slave patrol before them. This institution was no longer possible on an open or official basis, but the need for it was apparently greater than ever. Thus duty and inclination combined to produce bands of post-war regulators or vigilantes throughout the South. For white South Carolinians who found glory even in a failed attempt at secession, armed night riders or regulators were an important component in attempts to retain some control over social cues that were at least 2 centuries old. Adherences to correct racial etiquettes to the point of unconscious obedience were the cornerstone of Southern whites' notions of innate power. From this perspective, publicly and privately shared fountainheads of privilege gushed forth to prescribe a specific way of life. Denoting violence, both symbolic and direct racial mores became the social highway for the pursuit and maintenance of racial privilege both spiritually and politically. It therefore seemed rational for many that if the use of violence, particularly in retaliation to a loss of racial privilege, helped clarify 59. Who the enemy was while nullifying the disastrous conclusion of the past war, then any action taken of this sort was acceptable. Conversely, resistance or retaliation by their adversary was unthinkable, for by resisting the role of victim is rejected. Early attempts at cajoling the local populace along this line of thought was documented by John Lester, an original member of the Ku Klux. In a lesson-like fashion, Lester described a July 4, 1865, rally in Pulaski where explicit propaganda techniques were utilized by Klansmen in an attempt to evoke a reverence-like response from observers, both black and white. Henceforth they courted publicity as assiduously as they had formerly seemed to shun it. They appeared at different points at the same time, and always when and where they were the least expected. Devices were multiplied to deceive people in regard to their numbers and everything else, and to play upon the fears of the superstitious. As it was now the policy of the Klan to appear in public, an order was issued by the Grand Dragon of the realm of Tennessee to the Grand Giants of the provinces for a general parade in the capital town of each province on the 4th of July, 1867. On the morning of the 4th of July, 1867, the citizens of Pulaski found the sidewalks thickly strewn with slips of paper bearing the printed words, "The Ku Klux will parade the streets tonight." This announcement created great excitement. The people supposed that their curiosity, so long baffled, would now be gratified. They were confident that this parade would at least afford them the opportunity to find out who were the Ku Klux. Soon after nightfall the streets were lined with an expectant and excited throng of people. Many came from the country. The members of the clan in the county left their homes in the afternoon and traveled alone or in squads of 2 or 3, with their paraphernalia carefully concealed. If questioned, they answered that they were going to Pulaski to see the Ku Klux parade. After nightfall they assembled at designated points near the 4 main leading into town. Here they donned their robes and disguises and put covers of gaudy material on their horses. A skyrocket sent up from some point in the town was the signal to mount and move. The different companies met and passed each other on the public square in perfect silence. The discipline appeared to be admirable. Notices were posted in every public place, and even pasted on the backs of hogs and cows running loose in the street. Not a word was spoken. Necessary orders were given by means of the whistles. In single file, in death-like stillness, with funeral slowness, they marched and counter-marched throughout the town. While the column was headed north on one street it was going south on another. By crossing over in opposite directions the lines were kept up in almost unbroken continuity. The effect was to create the impression of vast numbers. This marching and counter-marching was kept up for about 2 hours, and the clan departed as noiselessly as they came. The public were more than even mystified. Curiosity had not been satisfied, as it was expected it would be. The efforts of the most curious and cunning to find out who were Ku Klux failed. One gentleman from the country, a great lover of horses, who claimed to know every horse in the county, was confident that he would be able to identify the riders by the horses. With this purpose in view, he remained in town to witness the parade. But, as we have said, the horses were disguised as well as the riders. Determined not to be baffled, during a halt of the column, he lifted the cover of a horse that was near him, the rider offering no objection, and recognized his own steed and saddle upon which he had ridden into town. The town people were on the alert also to see who of the young men of the town would be with the Ku Klux. All of them, almost without exception, were marked, mingling freely and conspicuously with the spectators. Those of them who were members of the clan did not go into the parade. This demonstration had the effect for which it was designed. Perhaps the greatest illusion produced by it was in regard to the numbers participating in it. Reputable citizens, men of cool and accurate judgment, were confident that the number was not less than 3,000. Others, whose imaginations were more easily wrought upon, were quite certain there were 10,000. The truth is, that the number of Ku Klux in the parade did not exceed 400. This delusion in regard to numbers prevailed wherever the Ku Klux appeared. It illustrates how little the testimony of even an eyewitness is worth in regard to anything which makes a deep impression on him by reason of its mysteriousness. The clan had a large membership, it exerted a vast, terrifying and wholesome power, but its influence was never at any time dependent on, or proportioned to, its membership. It was in the mystery in which the comparatively few enshrouded themselves. However, most members of the clan had been Confederate soldiers and were familiar with military drill and discipline. Gen. Forrest, before the investigating committee, placed the number of Ku Klux in Tennessee at 40,000, and in the entire South at 550,000. This was with him only a guessing estimate. Those dark days of the Reconstruction period rapidly followed the horrors of Civil War, and the reign of the carpetbagger began, goading the people desperation. For their protection the younger and more reckless men of the community now formed a secret society, which masqueraded at night in grotesque and gruesome character called the Ku Klux Klan. Always silent and mysterious, mounted on horses, they swept noiselessly by in the darkness with gleaming death's heads of the evildoer, while the peaceful citizens knew a faithful patrol had guarded his premises while he slept. At the parade in Pulaski, while the procession was passing a corner on which a Negro man standing, a tall horseman in hideous garb, turned aside from the line, dismounted, and stretched out his bridle rein toward the Negro, as if he desired him to hold his horse. Not daring to refuse, the frightened Negro extended his hand to grasp the rein. As he did so, the Ku Klux took his own head from his shoulders and offered to place that also in the outstretched hand. The Negro stood not upon the order of his going, but departed with a yell of terror. To this day he will tell you, "He done it, suah, boss. I see him do it." The gown was fastened by a drawstring over the top of the wearer's head. Over this was worn an artificial skull made of a large gourd or of pasteboard. This with the hat could be readily removed, and the man would then appear to be headless. Such tricks gave rise to the belief still prevalent among the Negroes that the Ku Klux could take themselves all to pieces whenever they wanted to. Some of the Ku Klux carried skeleton hands. These were made of bone or wood with a handle long enough to be held in the hand, which was concealed by the gown sleeve. The possessor of one of these was invariably of a friendly turn and offered to shake hands with all he met, with what effect may be readily imagined. A trick of frequent perpetration in the country was for a horseman, spectral and ghostly looking, to stop before the cabin of some Negro needing a wholesome impression and call for a bucket of water. If a dipper or gourd was brought, it was declined, and the bucket full of water demanded. As if consumed by raging thirst, the horseman grasped it and pressed it to his lips. He held it there till every drop of the water was poured into a gum or oiled sack concealed beneath the Ku Klux robe. Then the empty bucket was returned to the amazed Negro with the remark, 61. That is good. It is the first drink of water I have had since I was killed at Shiloh. Then a few words of counsel as to future behavior made an impression not easily forgotten or likely to be disregarded. Under ordinary circumstances such devices are unjustifiable. But in the peculiar state of things then existing they serve a good purpose. It was not only better to deter the Negroes from theft and other lawlessness in this way than to put them in the penitentiary, but it was the only way, at this time, by which they could be controlled. The jails would not contain them *degree. Though Lester's analysis of this parade placed emphasis on Klansmen as regulators correcting the evils of Reconstruction, assumptions about human nature were also revealed. In fact, Ku Klux chapters in South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida considered public display rallies not only effective but essential in creating and maintaining an elitist status. In addition, the idea of social regulators, albeit Ku Kluxers operating beyond the established constraints of the law while claiming the right to function in behalf of those encumbered by the mundane activities of daily life, helped facilitate an emotional safety net for those whites who measured the quality of their lives in terms of their relative social distance from the freedmen. Finding solace within a Christian philosophy that clearly separated evil from good, Ku Kluxers functioning as high priests also envisioned themselves as Christian warriors carrying forth the work of the Lord. Often bordering on pure fantasy, their actions were now aimed at cultivating a highly fundamentalist response from devotees. Feeling responsible to uphold Christian precepts of sacrifice and glory, the second imperial wizard of the Ku Klux envisioned that the South would eventually be delivered from its tragic state of affairs by godly forces that would distinguish good from evil, right from wrong, white from black, man from nigger. This, he assured devotees, would occur when, from over the mysterious borderland, from the empire of the soul, the Ku Klux Klan came. Out of the sable shadows of the darkest night that ever afflicted any people they rode with a determined purpose, pure, as typified by the snowy white of their ghostly garments, hearts loyal as ever pulsated, as typified by the cross on the crimson shield worn upon their manly breast, and a sacred devotion that laughed at death and faltered not at danger, as typified by the sacrificial cross of Christ *degree. Given that a recurring theme that typified 19th-century Ku Klux Klan propaganda was the notion of Christian fortitude confronting evil in the name of a white Protestant God, they attempted to become an abiding reminder of the Puritans' vision of sacrifice, pain, and resistance in the face of the devil's temptations. Such a notion proclaimed that those who would envision a new future must also exhibit a forceful and if need be violent posture in defense of specific ideals, as when South Carolinian educator John Leland evoked a biblical depiction of King Solomon's determination and alleged wisdom. If thy people go out to battle against their enemies, by whatever way thou shalt send them, and they pray to thee toward the city which thou hast chosen and the house which I have built for thy name, then hear thou from heaven their prayer and their supplication, and maintain their cause. By asserting religious doctrine to support a Southern secessionist vision of the world, propagandists such as Leland viewed themselves as being in the midst of a religious, albeit 62. Violent crusade. Accordingly, biblical texts emphasizing the solemn nature of their cause were meant to foster a deep fervor about the burden that history has placed on their backs. In line with this thinking, sworn allegiances of resistance were not lost on Southern whites when evoked from the pulpit by sardonic clergymen in countless towns, villages, and hamlets throughout the South. Hear my prayer, O Lord, give ear to my supplications. In thy faithfulness answer me, in thy righteousness. Enter not into judgment with thy servant, for no man living is righteous before thee, for the enemy has pursued me, he has crushed my life to the ground, he has made me sit in darkness like those long dead. Therefore my spirit faints within me, my heart within me is appalled. I remember the days of old, I meditate on all that thou hast done, I must on what thy hands have wrought. I stretch out my hands to thee, my soul thirsts for thee like a parched land. It was not difficult for anti-republican secessionist propagandists such as Lester and Leland to expand on one of America's most dramatic 19th-century shibboleths, manifest destiny, armed with what they assumed was sufficient evidence of their ultimate righteousness. The forces of good who were subjugating the heathen native population by force of arms, now targeted the nigger for the right to control Southern lands. Ku Kluxers, armed with the following pledge, swore that this would be fulfilled on the graves of dead comrades, South and North. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the invisible circle, that I will defend our families, our wives, our children and brethren, that I will assist a brother in distress to the best of my ability, that I will never reveal the secrets of this order or anything in regard to it that may come to my knowledge, and if I do, may I meet a traitor's doom, which is death, death, death. So help me God, and so punish me my brethren. *degree. In his own fashion, John Leland, the reputed Ku Klux, expressed similar sentiments to his colleague, Simon Pearson. My dear friend Simeon, I have the opinion. Your motto is now grown bigger, whatever is right. Let it come day or night, from heaven, earth, or hell, man or nigger. In spite of Democratic Southern propagandist obstinate political and spiritual rhetoric, by 1868 Southern conservative newspaper articles continually warned their readers of 63. Increasing resistance by freedmen to daily white racism or more organized attacks by Ku Klux-type gangs. As white-owned farms continually burned and pro-democratic conservative blacks increasingly became targets of Republican-oriented blacks, Union League chapters heightened their own rhetoric of resistance to terrorist gangs. For example, as the summer months arrived, from Wilmington, North Carolina, reports of incendiarism were easily found in newspapers. A difficulty occurred in Wilson County on Saturday between a white and colored man, in which the latter was shot and slightly wounded in the leg. The former is immediately arrested and bound over to appear at the Superior Court. Afterwards, a Negro president of the Union League made an incendiary harangue in which he advised the Negroes to burn the houses and kill the white people. About 11 o'clock that night, the barn of Green, the man bound over, was discovered on fire, but he and his family could not go out of the house for fear of being shot. A Negro was seen near the barn just before the fire, and was arrested, tried before a magistrate, his guilt established, and in default of $300 security, sent to jail. Much excitement prevails, but is hoped that no further disturbance will occur. Some Southern newspapers, such as the Winnsboro News in South Carolina, used the term incendiarism to define what they considered inflammatory speech by freedmen at local meeting. However, in the following article titled, "Incendiarism in Fairfield, a Fact for the North," the reporters on conclusions about the meeting are themselves indicative of a deep-seated antipathy toward sentiments expressed. At a meeting of at least 1,000 blacks, held at Blackstock last Saturday week and attended by loyal Leagues from Chester and elsewhere, and which perhaps was the largest meeting of blacks ever held in Fairfield District, A gentleman informs us that he heard the most popular of their speakers us the following language. Now, my friends, you hear the white people make a good deal of talk about their heavy losses by black men stealing. But do they lose anything by it? No, they don't, for you work for them, and they get it back in your labor. Suppose it's something to eat that a black man steals, it makes him stronger, and the white people get it back in his labor. Suppose he sells what he steals, and buys clothing, don't he work for the white people, and don't they get back what he stole to buy clothes with his labor? Is comment necessary? We tell the people of the North, that the patience and forbearance of Southern men towards these foolish semi-barbarians, temporarily converted into our rulers, finds no parallel in history. Through large tracts of country, 9/10 of the stock has been killed, and small depredations without number are committed daily which would long since have exasperated any set of northern farmers to an uncontrollable pitch of fury and vengeance. During this period, attacks and counterattacks in Charleston, South Carolina, by blacks and whites in a number of social venues was not unusual. On November 14 the Courier reported that a distinguished officer of the United States Army who witnessed the disgraceful conduct of the Negro mob at the polling precinct of Ward 2 during the recent elections, and their underscore outrages during the next day, remarked that did he not know the contrary to be true, he would be induced to believe the white people of Charleston the most arrant cowards. It 64 is needless to say that it was the forbearance of the white and colored conservative citizens of Charleston, under the insults and outrages committed upon them, that caused this remark. And then as a warning, the author concludes, they have ever desired to sustain the reputation of our city as a law-abiding community, and a desire to do this kept them silent under insults they never would have otherwise borne. Of this we are glad, but we trust, for the sake of law and order, that our forbearance will not soon be tested. Without question, the battle between the races was mirrored by intraracial struggles between Democratic and Republican whites and blacks. For example, in one particular street confrontation, James Bales, a colored man met Frank Oliver, another colored man in Church Street, and accosted him with abusive language, threatening to kill him because he, Oliver, voted the Democratic ticket. Oliver immediately proceeded to a magistrate and having made the necessary affidavit, Bales was arrested and bound over to keep the peace. Upon the arrival of the officer to execute the warrant, a large crowd of colored men assembled in the vicinity, but we learned of no resistance to the policeman registered. In a more violent confrontation that appeared to have suggested both the intraracial political motivations of the fight as well as a growing proficiency among armed blacks, the Washington Republic in Walterboro, South Carolina, reported that a private letter received last evening from Brevet Lieutenant Colonel Welsh, 40th United States Infantry, commanding post of Walterboro, South Carolina, states that while engaging in rescuing a colored man from an armed band of Negroes on the 24th of August, ultimo, the colonel's force of 20 men was attacked by the mob and a skirmish of several hours' duration ensued. The troops were first fired on, and the colonel thinks would have been defeated, so great was the disparity of numbers, but for the superiority of their arms. The colonel gave no particulars being engaged in making his final report, but states the fight was a hot one. Though incidents as described tend to emphasize the daily context in which racial conflict occurred during the latter years of the 1860s, they also illustrated a coalescing of racialist values by Southern whites without the ritualistic garb worn by the Ku Klux. One writer even noted that the racial and social objects of the Klan were in perfect harmony with the objects of the white community, and it was hardly necessary for white males to swear solemn oaths, perform rituals, and wear costumes to pursue the same end. There was a unity of feeling and action in the white community which rendered forms unimportant. Sowing the seeds of a deadly fantasy. By 1867, comparable terrorist organizations to the Ku Klux were forming, such as the Pale Faces in Tennessee, the White Brotherhood, the Constitutional Union Guard, and the Invisible Empire in North Carolina, Knights of the Black Cross, the Heggie Scouts, the Washington Brothers in Mississippi, the Knights of the White Carnation in Alabama, the Knights of the Rising Sun and the Ku Klux Rangers in Texas. 1 Louisiana Organiza. 65. The Knights of the White Camellia, formed in the fall of 1867, was extremely active and successful in resisting black republicanism in the major port city of New Orleans. Covertly propagating messages, strategies, and tactics advocating white racial supremacy, this highly secretive association eventually expanded throughout other southern states such as Texas, Georgia, and the Carolinas. Their constitution, adopted in June 1868, provided for the development of an elaborate structure in state counties and local communities, while its regional affairs office functioned as a supreme council in the major cities, such as New Orleans. Degree only white men, 18 years of age or older, were recruited as initiates, and even then only when they promised not merely to be secret and obedient, but to maintain and defend the social and political superiority of the white race on this continent. Once inducted, they were charged with orders that proclaimed, "The fundamental object is the maintenance of the supremacy of the white race in this republic." History and physiology teach us that we belong to a race which nature had endowed with an evident superiority over all other races, and that the Maker, in this elevating us above the common standard of human creation, has intended to give us over inferior races, a dominion from which no human laws can permanently derogate. And it is a remarkable fact that as a race of men is more remote from the Caucasian and approaches nearer to the black African, the more fatally that stamp of inferiority is affixed to its sons, and irrevocably dooms them to eternal imperfectibility and degradation. Not surprisingly, the single-mindedness of this order relied heavily on its members' adherence to an exacting form of personal discipline and racial ideals. With alleged unwavering vision, the well-armed Knights of the White Camellia were extremely effective in demanding and receiving obedience from its members. However, they were not directly associated with ex-Confederate General Nathan Bedford Forrest's Ku Klux organization in Tennessee, though its cause was one that many Southern white males identified with. With a membership composed primarily of businessmen and professionals who felt they could benefit from an association with the other best citizens of Louisiana, their influence and presence was felt more than actually seen. Though they were not above night riding when ordered to do so, considering their general social background, such activities when engaged in appealed more to a need to feel powerful and in control, rather than a desire to associate with lower-class night-riding whites who they otherwise abhorred. In the fall of 1868, the Knights of the White Camellia membership numbered about 15,000, with New Orleans being its major stronghold. This is significant when one considers that the adult white male population at that time was about 32,000. Pitted against this armed and well-organized population of Democrat whites were politically assertive black Republican clubs and loyal leagues, none of which were as well armed or organized. Recognizing a violent racial struggle for political control of New Orleans was unavoidable, elements of the Knights established armed 10-man patrols that met nightly and prepared strategies on how to crush any insurgency by black Republicans or loyal league clubs throughout the city. Buttressed by a special committee's donation of $500 for guns and ammunition, New Orleans's mostly anti-black street vendors were also organized into armed units known as the Innocents. Having anticipated the end of slavery and the economic development of freedmen as a direct threat to their already marginal economic existence, by the spring of the rioter Seymour the Butcher. Neat Aee. Dimokr. Copyright Beeps Aee plus Fukrit Eops Om Aptit Aquinter. RG Suet Aeoe. Gameet that bore Ceeee asterisk WRTAS Rot Mame Fee, Tai and WA, Sethi Waeee Om Me Muse Gatbo. Yak DNWN, 7, Conway He Eth Iey Ed Eneb He Ray Hind We Segra Ethaye Et Koyer Betway Oli Med 9 Lemmings E.G. Grant, De Ealine Tor Malas Beatty. Shujema Might of Bipides Kuminchuk WT Feeble Ball, PME Fianyog 21, WHS, Inet, 10, Ton Heaves WOM Tot Fen. Ta ETT Emotion of A Ear Saint Remem Ori Verine, La Ume 1 BK1 VM Com Teed, OC Pirmlin Meli, Yo Aim, of the TD plus Ahi Ae Dem Ey Heenan, Uyen Ged MC We Wow AK or etc. Ea Hotter Font Il Engines _Angeli, Irshan _Berwid My Egg Witdos to BW Athanagi NNE Tuesdata, Il Mac Gwimian El Weed Steeped Ryamim IE Asian 1 Het Rise Fabi Remer Fisasanai the Yari CTE, TE, Reese 8 Mo Wood, Beatty 54, Fay Wes OE Tier M Fleer Ire. By Jeet of High by SPE Makiern, Copyright Win EEU Bylin. Lack et me on APA, SATE Trhi Chongfara, of PR. He, YS, Pigan. He WN Wak the BGOI stock FDO Sosik, Bat the EG He Temi plus 4 Mariah Tushan GR, and videoed Punlane Patishan UF the Horde Bat SA, KAP, PPL Raps Am Supadiasayani Pit Kof Am Elg or Gudrichin D Seems DPEMMOE Ed Blay IND ND Na ROTETE Twashi BS with a Bhees Bebop. 67. 1868 The strata of the white laborers became, as one Democrat described them in a letter to his mother, the most violent and ruthless segment of cutthroats, thugs, assassins, and the vilest characters in the city. 5 degree more will be said later about this group. As a result, segments of New Orleans' white population and those living in the surrounding parishes organized and armed themselves to confront what was envisioned as an increasingly assertive black population. Even a prearranged signal of church bells was to be rung throughout the city when a crisis arose, 1, and then 2 rapid taps, and then 1 more tap indicating that armed forces must be mobilized at specific points throughout the city and the nearby parishes to confront an armed challenge by blacks and their Republican allies. Degree The dissemination of inflammatory literature further heightened anxieties in New Orleans, as newspapers supporting either Republican or Democratic philosophies carried daily reports of armed clashes and mayhem. However, the Knights of Camellia viewed these newspaper accounts as an essential aspect of their strategy in preparing whites for what was assumed would be a bloody racial struggle. They didn't have to wait long for this struggle. In the early summer of 1868, the New Orleans Republican reported that a Catholic priest asserted, if Louisiana Republicans had any idea of what he knew, their hair would turn gray. The priest went on to warn, 10,000 men can be drawn together at the tap of a bell, men organized in secret for purpose of assassination and murder, whose places of rendezvous are in all parts of the city, and whose plans are terrible. In August, another newspaper account revealed that a priest knew that Democrats were planning the massacre of radical Republican leaders in a few weeks, and would actually stage a fight among blacks to act as the impetus to attack. Rumors as such, though having some basis in reality, once published took on a level of veracity that functioned to propagate an image of impending violence and disaster. Another paper, The Iliad, even asked its readers and any public official who would listen, why were such activities tolerated? Will anyone point out to us a white Union man or a freedman who has harmed or offered violence to anyone? Asterisk. Opposite, a searing 1868 election year poster depicts 4 prominent figures in the Democratic Party, 3 of them former Confederate officers. Former New York Governor and Democratic presidential nominee Horatio Seymour is portrayed as a rioter. Standing in a burning city, he waves his hat in the air while he steps on the back of a crawling figure. In the background a corpse hangs from a lamp post. Between 1862 and 1864 Seymour had opposed Lincoln's war policies, and he was branded an instigator of the 1863 New York draft riots. Below the portrait are inflammatory passages from his speeches. Tennessee General Nathan Bedford Forrest, one of the founders of the Ku Klux Klan, and infamous for his role in the massacre of surrendered Union troops at Pillow, is called the Butcher Forrest. He waves a flag labeled No Quarter and fires a pistol. Extracts from reports of the Pillow massacre are given below his picture. Confederate Admiral Raphael Semmes is portrayed as a pirate, wielding a knife in one hand and holding aloft a flaming torch in the other. Behind him flies a flag with a skull and crossbones. To the right a family cowers in fright. Semmes was the scourge of Union shipping during the Civil War. Under his command the Alabama, a British-built ship, captured 62 merchant vessels, most of which were burned. An excerpt from Semmes's July 1868 speech at Mobile, Alabama, appears below his image. Confederate cavalry officer Wade Hampton appears as a hangman. He holds his plumed hat at his side and wears a uniform embossed with a skull and crossbones and a belt inscribed C.S.A. In the distance 3 Yankee soldiers hang from a gallows. By the fall of 1868, passive inquirers such as the above began to fall on deaf ears throughout the South. In Louisiana, a black state senator, P.B.S. Pinchback, responded to personal attacks from conservative newspapers by asserting, "The next outrage of the kind which they commit will be the signal for the dawn of retribution, of which they have not yet dreamed, a signal that will cause 10,000 torches to be applied to the city, for patience will then have ceased to be a virtue and the city will be reduced to ashes." While Pinchback's warning of 10,000 incendiaries did not emerge, violent clashes between two contending racial and political groups did erupt and eventually raged throughout New Orleans from September to the presidential elections in November 1868. Unchecked killings, beatings, rapes, and robberies soon spread to neighboring parishes of Algiers, Jefferson, St. Bernard and the suburban town of Gretna. On October 24, political clubs in New Orleans, both Democratic and Republican, were marching, organizing, preparing their constituents for the November 3 elections. On the evening of the 24th, a group of Democrat clubs marched down to Canal Street and finished their speech-making in front of a Republican club. A lively debate and name-calling ensued. Ending peacefully, the two groups proceeded further down Canal Street, essentially side by side with only a tree-lined divider separating them. Within minutes, a small number of men and boys jumped from what was known as the neutral ground and fired into the Republican procession. Registered. After the surprising attack, many blacks fled Canal Street, returning to their homes, armed themselves with guns, axes, and knives, and returned to the streets. Approximately 11:30 that evening they were attacking whites all along Dauphine Street in downtown New Orleans. In one incident, a streetcar was attacked. J.R. Smalls was severely injured by a blow from an axe, and a number of other whites were shot or stabbed. Patrick Brady, a white carriage maker, was hacked to death by hatchets. In still another attack, a former Confederate officer who served as a member of the New Orleans Police Department until he resigned when the first blacks were appointed to the force, was shot to death. 2 days later, the street fighting raged back and forth between Republicans and Democrats, but more significantly between the races. Even Republican State Governor Henry Clay Warmoth, incapable of maintaining order, was rumored to be fleeing the state. Registered black police, who consisted of 1/3 of the Metropolitan Police Force and were 3 of the 5 commissioners who were alleged to be actually Warmoth's private state militia, were reported to be largely ineffective and in effect did not report to duty at the height of the riot. Whether they were in the street fighting against Democratic mobs is open to speculation. 3 days later, in the late evening of October 26, white mobs, now extremely well armed, began attacking black business establishments, homes, and essentially any unarmed blacks found within known Republican wards and Radical Club headquarters, such as the 7th Ward Republican Club and the Colfax Legion, registered with mounting casualties on both sides, and after intense house-to-house fighting there appeared to be no tapering in the fighting around the French Market and Treme Market areas or locations. Further removed from the Mississippi levee, registered after severe bloody encounters, armed mobs of whites with the assistance of the Knights of the White Camellia, were slowly able to drive resisting blacks out of black-dominated ward areas into the surrounding swamps while searching for guns, v.e. ammunition, money, and anything of value that they could strip from those fleeing or killed. Even a company of white-led black U.S. infantry troops sent to maintain order proved to be ineffective, though evidence exists that they may have been purposefully incompetently led. Registered the Knights' infiltration, influence, and control of the New Orleans Metropolitan Police Force's leadership was so extensive that they were able to control how this force functioned during the fighting. About 10 p.m. the innocents were again marching, this time carrying trophies from the previous street brawls, such as a captured black Republican banner and caps worn by Republicans. Numbering 300 marchers and dressed in their traditional red shirt with a cap bearing their name, they also carried a distinguishable banner, which portrayed a black on the ground about to be stabbed with a knife. Registered *, they stormed into a ward heavily populated by blacks and immediately found themselves targeted by sharpshooters. In the initial clash, Edward Malone, a 36-year-old native of Ireland and a member of the Innocents, was killed by gunfire. This kind of expert sniping by black sharpshooters continued on until Wednesday morning, October 28. At one point in the fighting, the Knights Council itself detailed 20 men for patrol duty in Jefferson Parish until the armed conflict phase of the disturbances with the Republican factions in the Metropolitan Police was finally over. By November, a report from a Congressional Elections Committee indicated that an estimated 1,081 persons were killed, 131 shot and some 507 other persons were outraged in Louisiana between April and November 1868. Freedmen's Bureau Chief George Edward Hatch reported that as appalling as these figures were, they did not include other victims of violent clashes throughout the state, as hundreds of instances are not reported and a great many never will be. While black Republican political interests suffered a damaging physical and psychological blow as a result of continued armed attacks by the Knights of the White Camellia, Innocents, and Klansmen, an interesting if not significant revelation occurred as a result of blacks' resistance. Voting figures for 1,868 indicated that in upstate Louisiana parishes, where little or no violence occurred, the state election results of April and the November presidential election were relatively the same. However, elsewhere in 7 parishes that had earlier supported Republican Governor Warmoth with some 4,707 votes, no votes were given to Republican presidential candidate Ulysses S. Grant during the fall elections. 8 other parishes that in April had a Republican vote of 5,520 now gave 10 votes to Grant in November. 21 parishes cast 26,814 votes for Warmoth and only 501 for Grant. Only 276 votes for Grant came from New Orleans, though the entire state in April consigned some 61,152 votes for the Republicans in April 1868, by November that number was down to 34,659. The impact of terrorist propaganda, coupled with violent raids by Klansmen or their sympathizers throughout the countryside and increasing violent clashes between Republicans and Democrats in New Orleans clearly had an effect when considering that in April the Democrats received 43,739 votes, but in the presidential elections in November, 88,225. Though these figures indicated to Southern Democrats that strategies aimed at curtailing blacks' participation in the voting process would continue to be successful if enough armed pressure was available, they concomitantly suggested to freedmen that immediate improvements in the following areas were needed if they were to survive. An inability to obtain sufficient weaponry to defend their homes and hamlets often left blacks in the dubious position of having to depend on often an apathetic northern military force or an inadequately trained or apathetic police force. Once violent pressure from white terror groups increased, alliances with northern liberal organizations would undoubtedly collapse under threats of violence from white extremist groups. Their survival depended primarily on self-sustaining abilities to either deflect aggressive attacks by subterfuge or amass enough firepower to thwart any direct attacks. Targeting Klansmen. As racist metaphors systematically shaped the norms and values of Southern society by socially compressing blacks into simplistic stereotypical categories, a pernicious and ritualistic kind of social reductionism emerged to encourage the perception of an evil external forces waiting to strike down the unwary Southern white. Ku Klux racist liturgy and ritual worked feverishly to further polarize white communities into bastions of fear as if every semblance of public order was in danger of being destroyed. As part of this fabrication, Ku Kluxers wearing long monk-like robes with pointed or otherwise oddly shaped head masks, displaying whips, and propagating their own reputed activities as night riders quickly became powerful visual metaphors for many Southerner Ku Klux sympathizers of an envisioned mythological warrior clan seeking retribution for past wrongs. Embodied with symbolic authority, night riders and others became the cathartic emotional release for thousands of psychologically displaced whites. To be a member of this supposedly secretive clan, to know someone who was suspected as being a member, to feel pride in their resistance and mistreatment of the nigger was for many to be in effect, a Klansman. However, contrary to the beliefs of many Southern whites, visits by night-riding Klansmen were often viewed by freedmen as rambling, comical discursive characters that impeded neither their personal discernment of Southern whites nor a desire to defend themselves. Assertive demands by freedmen for civil rights generally differed with what was commonly believed to be their stereotypical response to white aggression. For example, when blacks violently resisted abuse or terror, it was psychologically more convenient for Southern whites to rationalize these responses as criminal behavior, a social aberration, or some form of lunacy. Conversely, some Northern Republicans refused to characterize Southern whites as overt sympathizers of Klan terrorism, but instead argued that there were enough good people in the South to allow the eventual triumph of justice. For them, the struggle in the South was essentially a moral struggle. Not surprisingly, by 1869, Southern newspaper editors who published this sort of liberal analysis risked public censure by being labeled Northern sympathizers, scalawags, and nigger lovers. In the early spring of 1871, the conservative Kentucky Statesman newspaper hazarded being labeled a Southern traitor when it published an article in which the writer tangentially attacked respectable outlaws by stating, 73. Silly people sometimes asks us, with an air of severe censure, why is it that you are opposing your own race, and defending the Negroes? The only possible answer to such people is, that they are born fools, and, we fear, will die fools. We have such a high opinion of the white race, that we have believed that they could be persuaded to do the Negro justice, that they would give him his liberty, protect him in his civil rights, make his life, labor, and property secure, and allow him to enjoy his political privileges in peace. What has the white man to gain by persecuting or injuring, or allowing the Negro to be maltreated? Nothing whatever. If their humanity is not touched by the condition of these people, their justice ought not to follow them to be wronged. Now there are mean men, with narrow minds, and hearts full of prejudice, that consider it a degradation to do the Negro either a kindness or justice. To such men it is useless to say anything. They will soon die, and we will be rid of them, and blessed in their departure. But why should men, who claim to be human gentlemen and Christians, countenance violence or injustice towards this lowly people, once their slaves, still our wards? It is to say, hard to comprehend. Let us say to some people who professed respectability, and are yet leaders and encouragers in schemes of violence towards this race, that neither their money nor their fine clothes make them gentlemen, though the doors of genteel society are thrown open to them, and they are permitted to approach better people, yet they are nothing more nor less than bullies and outlaws, and richly deserve to be hung by their neck until they are dead. Their big farms and fine houses may save them while they muster gangs of bad men to maltreat these poor Negroes, but those possessions cannot protect them from the of all good people, and the hour will come when the better men who now wink at their evil doings will openly execrate their names, and point out their children as those of an outlaw. Happily but very few of these men are enabled to gain riches and respectability. We would hope that good men and women everywhere would execrate this bad treatment of those poor Negroes. In the name of our common Creator, Ruler, and Judge, let them alone, and let us all help them to be intelligent, industrious, and orderly. The great enemies of every community are those who take the law into their own hands. Those people ought to be driven from the community. In similar fashion, the editor of the New Era, an outwardly liberal but clearly more cautious Southern Republican newspaper, republished an article critical of Ku Klux terrorism, though conveniently forgetting the specific name of its source. Men are waylaid and shot, or taken by bands of disguised rebels, hung up to trees and whipped to death, and the most diabolical cruelties perpetrated upon them. Neither respect nor mercy is shown to women or children who fall into the hands of the ruthless avengers, as they call themselves. A reign of terror prevails in many sections, and families are fleeing out of the country to save their lives. The worst phase of the whole matter is that these outrages are either perpetrated or countenanced by Southerners who rank according to their own showing among the first families. We are glad to observe that vigorous steps have been taken to bring these scoundrels to justice. Advice from Raleigh represent a terrible state of affairs in some of the interior counties, and a dispatch from Richmond of Wednesday says that, Colonel Kirk has arrested about 70 more prominent citizens of Caswell County, NC, some of whom resisted and were badly maltreated. There is great excitement in the county. We want to see these prominent citizens taken care of, and if guilty, made to answer. 74. With their lives for the murders they have done or instigated. Some parts of the South, especially the more isolated portions, are as venomously rebel in sentiment today as they were during the war, and prominent citizens are as cruel and treacherous as they were when they crowded our poor boys like sheep into the filthy prison pens of Andersonville, Belle Isle, and Millen, and starved them to death on corncob meal, or shot them down like dogs when in their insane moments, mad with thirst and hunger, they crawled too near the fated deadline. Many of the human fiends who committed the outrages live and feed their selfish passions on the blood of unoffending Negroes or hard-working migrants from the North, murdering and maltreating with impunity under the black disguise of the Ku Klux Klan. The halter is too good for these ghouls, and we hope the authority of the government will be exercised in the murder-cursed region of the South with the utmost rigor. Or else let us admit at once that constitutional guarantees of protection to all peaceful citizens in every part of our national domain are but the shallowest twaddle. Interestingly, just a few months earlier and in this same newspaper another republished article from the Chicago Republican, commented on a number of intriguing political scenarios being enacted in North Carolina where armed whites, blacks, and Indian guerrillas were pitted in a low-level guerrilla war against both Klan militia units and federal troops. However, while reporting on the fighting, the editorial policy of the Chicago Republican appeared to be reluctant to want law and order restored through a Republican administration. The paper noted that while North Carolina's Republican Governor William Holden was under a lot of pressure to proclaim martial law, a prominent citizen in possibly a conspiratorial-minded manner was silly enough to go all the way to Washington, D.C. to try induce newly elected President Grant to interfere in the internal affairs of the state without any demands being made upon him, by the state authorities for that purpose. The Republican went on to suggest that this citizen really sought the federal government's violation of the fundamental law of the Republic in the interest of assassination? Whose assassination, however, was left open to speculation. The paper also proclaimed that while such a request was actually beyond the authority of the President Grant to entertain, in any event, on receipt of such a request, the state would first have to demonstrate its inability to control or suppress insurrection or domestic violence within its own borders, particularly by blacks or Indians. Governor Holden eventually sent the state militia in pursuit of the Ku Klux. However, rather than curtailing the activities of terrorism, the effect of this effort actually facilitated the growth of Klan membership in 10 counties that in turn ensured a Democratic Party victory in the 1,870 legislative elections and removed Holden from office. Degree though testimony received by the U.S. Congressional Subcommittee on Ku Klux Klan terrorist activities was voluminous and brimming with unspeakable brutality against blacks, it also contained poignant evidence revealing significant levels of feigned innocence by Klansmen. And while excerpts depicting Klan outrages provided the public with some understanding of the organization's violent nature, it also concomitantly legitimized the organization's existence in an era where, as conservatives lamented, there appeared to be no end to blacks' lawlessness and interracial strife. Moreover, by 1870, as many white Americans were tiring of a seemingly unending Southern racial problem, they were quite prepared to accept high levels of violence against those social elements that were prohibiting the expansion of American manifest destiny and racial hegemony westward, be the obsta. 75. Cleese Redskins or Niggers. As a consequence, many antebellum abolitionists readily became postbellum conservatives and in many instances Klansmen in spirit or fact. This was decidedly the case when promises of greater personal and national economic stability enabled many to conclude that little economic and social value could be derived from conducting another civil war. Accordingly, finding a solution to the interminable nigger problem simply underscored the pathetic drama of American political expediency and racism cloaked within the haunting robes of democracy. As one South Carolina Chester County planter put it, the KKKs are an excellent institution if kept in proper bounds. They have been of immense benefit in our county. Another white farmer in Spartanburg, expressing the attitude of many small white farmers, was hopeful that the Klan would frighten Negro legislators that they would resign and prevent his being sold out for taxes in a year or two more. He further proudly noted, "There is a new sort of beings got up called KKS that has a powerful show. These KKS whip and kill as they please." Asterisk. How American racial policies functioned on the day-to-day level of human interaction is instructive, particularly as to an understanding of what it meant to be a Southern white or an emancipated black during the latter years of the 1860s. With each in fear of the other, they both were tied to the question of who would dominate that which was significant to all Southerners, the land. Yet a significant difference existed between these two combatants in that they were not equally armed in this deadly struggle. Southern whites certainly had sufficient access to those implements of war to propagate outlandish fears and mythological constructs on blacks as well as hesitant whites. In doing so, they functioned partially through the aegis of terror gangs who fashioned a political rationale for violence that elevated racial and caste differences into an overwhelming carnal desire for violent, vicious confrontation. Feeding from the gory trough that was the Civil War, organized rebel bodies persistently addressed the deeper revolution wrought by the War and Oath, the creation of an explosive culture of hatred, personal firearms, and political alienation. Unfortunately, however, for many of these self-proclaimed beleaguered Southerners, cathartic release seemed only possible with the spawning a new phoenix-like persona. The Klansman testimony from Klansmen before congressional investigators revealed that though many recruits entered the Ku Klux as a result of intimidation, for others more subtle factors were at work. For instance, previous friendships and the desirability for a new status based on common experiences played a major role in attracting Klan initiates. Membership was also enhanced by the likelihood that for the first time in the initiate's life they would be empowered by their peer group, not some distant impersonal political body, to fulfill a worthy mission. As such, a sense of conformity and valued membership in the Ku Klux, as with other secret societies, theoretically cemented social relationships while enhancing the notion of valued goals, regardless of one's class status. To the extent this actually blurred other ascribed characteristics is questionable, yet factors such as enhanced self-esteem and group membership, particularly for the unemployed and landless, were important inducements to join this alleged covert organization. And while many inductees certainly speculated on the risk and demands they might be expected to comply with, the need for a valued association was irresistible. Similarly, the more highly esteemed the organization became, such as the White Knights of Camellia, the greater were those satisfactions derived from adopting the organization's values. In a sense, these extra-legal groups became a refuge for 76. Those who perceived the world as an increasing hostile environment. A world where group loyalty and an adherence to traditional norms and opinions were now being challenged. Congressional testimonies exposing the deadly fantasy of innate racial superiority also revealed that Ku Klux members were vigorously controlled by the double-edged sword of fear and intimidation, not to mention the knowledge that dire consequences existed for any who resisted induction. While concerns for the sanctity of a victim's life were minimized during raids, an emotional deferential reaction to Klan threats and violence was expected from all victims. This functioned to such an extent that Ku Klux raiders' programmed expectation of fearful reactions by their intended victims functioned as a dependent variable on which Klan social fantasy and mythology activated on the raiders' own psyche. As a result, an ultimately destructive and often internalized psychological dependency was forged between terrorizing Ku Kluxers' need to cruelly denigrate their victims' social worth and a concomitant desire to appear loyal to mythological constructs of their purportedly implacable moralistic organization. In this regard, Du Bois observed, "Back of the writhing, yelling, cruel-eyed demons who break, destroy, maim, and lynch and burn at the stake is a knot, large or small, of normal human beings, and these human beings at heart are desperately afraid of something. Testimonies from the 1871 to 1872 congressional investigations into Klan activity in South Carolina are instructive on this point. Utilizing first the Enforcement Act of 1870 that outlawed disguises and masks and protected the civil rights of citizens, a Republican-strong Congress legislatively supported an increasing beleaguered black population's ability to vote. 1 year later this was followed by the Ku Klux Act of 1871 that essentially outlawed Klan-like activity and laid the basis for indictments and trials of Klansmen when necessary. Supporting these developments, Congressman Joseph Rainey summed up the sentiments of most but not all black Republicans when he proclaimed, "I desire that so broad and liberal a construction be placed on its provisions, as will ensure protection to the humblest citizen. Tell me nothing of a constitution which fails to shelter beneath its rightful power the people of a country." Rainey's statement unmistakably pointed to not only the growing threat of white terrorist organizations but more pointedly to an increasing violent response by whites to the specter of armed black militias throughout the South. In fact, a major subtext for the congressional hearings into Ku Klux activities was whether black militia units were providing effective protection to the ex-slave and their ability to ensure the safety of Republican political interest. As one South Carolinian political activist stated in 1870, "I will carry the election here with the militia. Am giving out ammunition all the time." Similarly in Mississippi, a letter from a Yazoo City resident to a friend claimed, "It is with pleasure I write you this to inform you of some political news. They are preparing for the election very fast, are buying ammunition. The colored folks have got 1,600 Army guns. All prepared for business." Degree evidence of armed organized bands of freedmen roaming the countryside after the Civil War are documented by an affidavit produced by J.D. Palmer, dated August 25, 1866, where he asserts that a veteran named Johnson of the 55th Massachusetts Volunteer Infantry Regiment was organizing freedmen into companies to aid other military companies formed by blacks near the Santee River, South Carolina. However, in this regard it is important to know that support for state-controlled armed militia units who would curtail or fight organized bands of Ku Klux Raiders and similar type gangs did not officially 77 begin until July 25, 1868, when Senate Bill 648 proposed to repeal an earlier law that prohibited the use of militias in those states that supported the Southern Confederacy. Though this bill did not become law until July 15, 1870, a number of states, acting illegally, organized militia units that included a variety of activities from guerrilla campaigns, naval engagement, diplomatic activities, and even full-scale pitched battles complete with artillery, cavalry and the deployment of troops. Undoubtedly Johnson's efforts were not isolated, but enjoyed some official support. In Tennessee, the birthplace of the Ku Klux, black militias were used as early as 1867 to offset politically destabilizing efforts by the Klan. In fact, realization by conservative whites that the growing formations of black militias were separate and apart from the regular black federal military companies raised anxiety levels of many Southern whites that their worst fears had become a reality. What was at first viewed as a novel development, that is to say, blacks mimicking federal soldiers, was now interpreted as an unbelievable and explosive degradation of their own sensibilities. One New York Herald correspondent in the fall of 1868 echoed the sentiment of many Southern and Northern white conservatives when he concluded, "The fact is inevitable that bloodshed will follow. Reconstructed governments are bad enough with Negro legislators, Negro magistrates, Negro police, and Negro commissioners of education and other matters, but when armed Negroes appear as military forces to keep white men in order, the spirit must revolt." An almost contrite Governor Robert K. Scott of South Carolina told an audience in Washington, D.C., that he was convinced the only law South Carolinians understood was the Winchester rifle. Even Republican Governor William Brown, running for re-election in Tennessee, expressed similar sentiments when pleading to voters, send up a legislature to reorganize the militia, while promising to put an end to the Democratic-supported violence which was sweeping over the very state that in 1866 spawned the Ku Klux Klan. However, Governor Scott's pleas were not idle threats or warnings. It went without saying that in his state, attacks on freedmen increased in those counties where actively worked to arm themselves against what many perceived would be an onslaught of attacks. Though Scott actually had enough arms for a tenth of the militia statewide, the Lawrence County militia had 620 breech-loading rifled muskets, 50 Winchester's rifles, and 18,000 rounds of ammunition, that is, roughly 10% of the total distributed. It is not surprising to learn that as more weaponry was sent to counties such as Spartanburg, Newberry, Union, Chester, York, Fairfield, Kershaw, Edgefield, and Lawrence, South Carolina, racial attacks and counterattacks increased. However, in Oconee, Pickens, and Greenville counties, where the white population numerically dominated, no arms were sent. Moreover, in Anderson and Abbeville, where only 96 muskets were sent, no major violent outbreaks occurred. It can be surmised that a major catalyst for interracial violence during this pre-election period was the attempt by Southern white vigilantes to disarm black militias or individual freedmen who may have possessed anything from a naval Colt pistol to a Winchester rifle. In this regard, the attacks in 1870 by white rioters and vigilantes in the town of Lawrence, South Carolina, was primarily focused on stealing arms from the town's armory that were stored there for use by Republican militias. This will be further discussed later, but the central motivating fear of white Democratic Party conservatives was that any successful armed expression by freedmen, particularly during the coming state and federal elections, could easily be parlayed into political and economic parity if not domination. On this point, historian Franklin Frazier once observed that the very fact that the Negro wore 78. a uniform and thereby enjoyed certain rights was an affront to most Southern whites. If so, conjecture would suggest that while the sight of freedmen in military uniform was generally enough to enrage most Southern whites, the possibility that a collusion on the part of conservative Republicans and Democrats to illegally transfer rifles and other weaponry earmarked for black militias to Southern white vigilantes by attacking an armory was certainly not beyond the realm of possibility. Even more indicative of freedmen assertiveness was the militant organizing of black males into military formations to assist other freedmen in the voting process. Whether it was the state or federal elections of 1868 and 1879, Union League officials and self-appointed workers proceeded in military fashion to get out the vote. Impressing both black and white with their military maneuvers, drill societies mounted demonstrations whose participants numbered in the thousands in Union County and even broader region appearances in Sumter and Fairfield. In late July 1870, an ex-slave owner, Lala Pellet, described one of these political demonstrations and their various contingents as quite a show, when our darkies were dressed in black coats and white pantaloons, those from Cross Hill in red coats and white pants, Clinton men in yellow coats and white pants. Registered colorful or not, many of these black Republicans saw their work and Republicanism in general as standing upon the Lord's side. Notwithstanding regional differences, many freedmen saw the Lord's work as being there, functioning as a special oversight committee for local Republican sheriffs, magistrates, and even county juries. In this sense, Union League members were often forced to exercise the powers of posse comitatus, thereby claiming authority to arrest suspected violators of the peace when necessary. For example, in April 1867 report to the 2nd Military District, South Carolina, a Union League official, ex-slave Ebby Johnson, was asked by members of the Dimery family to complain for them about abuses they suffered at the hands of their white employer, W.Z. Wingate. Believing threats from Wingate that he would kill them if they complained directly to civil authorities, the family complained to Johnson and his committee regarding the landowner's assault on one of the female children. After assembling a committee of 15 men, Johnson inspected their weapons and then proceeded to locate Wingate. They found him riding in his buggy, whereupon he was arrested and after some pressure convinced to cross out a disputed plantation account against members of the Dimery family. It was later reported that Wingate was humbled to the point that he invited Johnson into another room and treated him to liquor. It is important to note that attempts by freedmen to exercise authority over their own lives was occurring at a time when extra-legal gangs were selectively applying violent tactics on unprepared, untrained, and for the most part unarmed blacks. Understanding this, historian Julie Saville noted that various chapters of the Union League from 1868 to 1870 began to incorporate a number of philosophical and practical approaches to the problem of combating terrorism. League members were determined to engage civil institutions in their popular arrest and detentions, thereby distinguishing the ex-slaves' forms of popular justice from the summary acts of Ku Klux Klan-style vigilante bands. Leagues challenged the alleged discretion of conservative sheriffs and local magistrates to exclude club members from local procedures pertaining to the governance of a community or county. 79. League members were adamant that neighborhood law officials acknowledge accountability to a superior authority, the federal government, and that the leagues had derived authority from Washington to power to protect the place. They would assume supervision of local office holders with a vigilance that martial law had actually placed at the disposal of an occupying army. They served warrants on parties local authorities were slow to apprehend. They investigated Ku Klux raids that local officers claimed ignorance. They viewed law enforcement as central to Union League's mobilization. As a response to inquiries alluding to the League's increasing militancy and if it was a military organization, one Union League neighborhood president, Clark Cleveland Sr. shrewdly responded, "It was a kind of semblance of such a thing. The main now is to abide by the laws, and to learn us how to know about the law." With responses such as the above by Clark Cleveland and the apparent organized militancy within freedmen communities, Klansmen, and similarly constructed groups knew that a reordering of society was at hand, and that only the gun and faggot could possibly stop, slow or arrest this changing order of life. The hundreds of subsequent indictments that were drawn up were aimed at those individuals or groups who violated the constitutional rights of others either by intimidation, physical injury, or murder, and where it could be shown that a citizen's right to bear arms was violated. Under the prosecutorial leadership of U.S. Attorney D.T. Corbin and his assisting special counsel Attorney General Daniel H. Chamberlain, who later became governor of South Carolina, trials of reputed Ku Klux Klansmen began in November 1870. However, in York County alone, out of 220 persons indicted during its court term, only 58 were brought to trial. And though some 53 individuals pled guilty, only 5 went to trial and were eventually found guilty. Standing before presiding judges Hugh L. Bond and Associate Judge George S. Bryan, defendants with varying degrees of articulation and levels of remorse described their violence-filled lives as Klansmen. At times, the court as well as members of the defense appeared to be as shocked at some of the defendants' confessions. Shocked or not, some committee members found the uncomplicatedness, seemingly natural recollections on terrorism difficult to comprehend, while others knew that these testimonies were a part of America's deeply ingrained but deadly fantasy on race. Yet Ku Klux sympathizing newspapers such as Georgia's Rome Courier complained that and now the young men who so thoughtlessly engaged in that unfortunate frolic, will have to be outcasts and fugitives in a strange land, or brave the horrors of a northern prison. Registered still other Southerners viewed Judge Bond as an unfortunate autocrat presiding over the Spanish Inquisition or Judge Jeffreys and the bloody assizes of King James II. As testimony from Ku Klux trials in states such as South Carolina suggest, Klansmen consigning themselves to the mercy of the court received reduced or circumvented sentences while unwittingly provided useful evidence pertaining to a number of motivations in their ongoing armed struggle against the African. What wasn't expected to emerge from these trials were the paradoxical realities in which Ku Klux raids occurred and the threatening dynamics that were set in motion. For example, in an early 20th century analysis of Reconstruction in South Carolina, historian J. Reynolds called attention to a thesis seldom emphasized: the Ku Klux Klan during Reconstruction was a self-defense force designed to protect whites from armed black militiamen. As such, the specter of black resistance to the Ku Klux Klan in the wake of the Civil War Political authority enforced at gunpoint seemed sufficiently threatening that the Klan acted preemptively to secure the rights of white South Carolina. This astonishing analysis places a terrorist organization such as the Ku Klux in a defensive political stance responding the aggressive actions of freedmen. Though somewhat problematic in that this analysis minimizes the racial cultural conflict while emphasizing the political challenges, it does coincide with a more contemporary view by historian Joel Williamson that black militias were not only effective in forging black pride but that they stirred deep concern in the white community because of the pride now being instituted in the freedmen communities. Envisioning a connective thread of armed militancy from John Brown's raid at Harper's Ferry a decade earlier. Williamson further asserts that the Ku Klux riots of 1870 and 1871 occurred not because the freedmen were organized in militia companies but that these black militias were heavily armed and highly effective in specific areas of South Carolina and were inspiring local unorganized blacks to become more assertive in defense of their own lives and property. One can also conclude that the battle for armed supremacy between the races had as much to do with the freedmen's physical and economic survival as it did with the Second and the Fourth Amendments to the Constitution, which proclaimed the right of the people to keep and bear arms and their concomitant right to be secure from unlawful search and seizures, particularly from extra-legal groups such as the Ku Klux Klan. Accordingly, the following assertions of remorse and confessions related to terrorist activities are examples of psychic confusion that existed at least among one class of Klansmen in South Carolina during early Reconstruction. Confessions of Stephen B. Splon. I suppose I belong to the order, though I was never sworn into it. There were some people of our place down a limestone, and they brought up word about this organization, and they brought up an oath, or what they called the platform. I told them I did not see anything wrong in it. It seemed to me like a vigilance committee, and they were getting them up in all the different neighborhoods, and I said I thought it would be very well for us to have one to protect our neighborhood, for there were some depredations committed around. I had nothing to do with getting up the organization. There were some 8 or 10 joined before I knew anything about it. One day they met, and after a good deal of cavilment they settled that I should be their leader. We kept hearing of these offenses that had been committed in York and Union. I attended a meeting of the Klan at Limestone, and I there found out that the Grand Klan had given orders for whipping men that didn't comply with their notions. When I returned home I had a meeting, and I told them what I had found out, and we just disbanded, and said we would have no more to do with it. The object of the Grand Klan was to interfere with voting. I don't know that there was anything said about voting, but that was the way I took it. I never was on any raid, but I just met one. I did not think it was right to do what they were doing, and anything that was contrary to law I was opposed to. For confession of Lewis Henderson. I lived in Spartanburg district. I have only been on one raid, but never whipped a Negro in my life. I didn't know anything about the raid until they were going on it. Judge Bond. The sentence of the court is that you be imprisoned 3 months. 25. 81. Confession of Charles Tate. I belong to the Horse Creek Klan. I've been on 5 raids or 6 raids, as well as I recollect. I was on the raid that went on the McKinney Negroes. They didn't whip them, but they took their shotguns. About a week after they were ordered to go back, and then they whipped Reuben McKinney, Wash McKinney, and Henry Scruggs. Then I was on the John Harris raid, and the Rutherford raid. Jonah Mbiassi commanded that raid. Then I was on the Sam Gaffney raid. That was commanded by a man named Russell. The reason I joined the order was that they told me it was a good thing to be in it, and that if I didn't join I would be very likely to be driven from the country. I can't either read or write. Judge Bond. The sentence of the court is that you be imprisoned for 18 months. Degree confession of Andrew Cutt. I am 22 years old. I can't read or write. I have been on 2 raids. On the raid that I went on we whipped Jimmy Gaffner and Matt Scruggs. The chief of the Klan was Jonas Mbiassi. I shouldn't have joined the Klan, but they threatened to whip me, and they abused my folks right smart, and threatened to kill the girl that lived with me. They said if I didn't vote the Democratic ticket they'd give me 500 lashes. One of my friends advised me to join it, for he said they would be sure to whip me if I didn't. I might have left, but I was so fixed that I could not get away. I had a family, and so had to stay with them. William Self's confession is particularly significant as he tries to articulate his feelings on what appeared to be increased psychological pressure to be a Klansman. Indicating some level of contrition, he was asked to explain how he became a member of the order, and he responded, "The way I came to join the order was that a couple of friends kept at me, wanting me to join, and I kept kissing them to know something about it, and at last he just up and told me just as it was, and said I would have to join it now or else they'd whip me or kill me, or I'd have to leave. On them conditions I joined the order. I was only in the order a short time and then I quit, and wouldn't have anything at all more to do with it. I guess I been on 3 raids. The first was on Ben Phillips. We struck them 3 licks apiece. When asked if there were men or women who were whipped, Self replied, well, they was a mixture. There was 2 women and 1 man. The next was on Mr. Roberts, and we went on him. He had a grocery and had whiskey to sell. He was selling whiskey on the days off the church. We went to tell him to stop. Curious about this issue of drinking, selling or making of whiskey, one panelist asked him, "Where all your clan members of the Temperance Society?" "I don't understand," responded Self. Appearing to not understand the question when repeated a few times, he was finally asked, "Do you know what a temperance society is?" "No, sir." Again he was asked, were they all opposed to drinking whiskey? Responding vaguely, he said, "Well, I was myself." There was nothing said to the niggers we whipped about politics. We next went on a man named Johnny Green. We didn't do anything to him. Somewhat frustrated at the witness, Judge Bryan asked Self if he felt ashamed of his actions, whereupon the witness stated, "Well, sir, I know I done wrong." "Yes," responded 82. The judge, "But didn't you know you were doing wrong at the time?" "Well, sir, I was ordered to do it by the Klan. Of course I didn't feel it was right." Explaining that he wore a disguise on his raids, and that he was illiterate, Self also volunteered that he was a Christian and that he had never heard the preacher say anything about whipping niggers being wrong. When asked if there was any talk in his church about these things, he responded, "No, sir. I never heard anything about what happened. They talked about what happened 1800 years ago." He finally made it be known that he was a farmer, and that I wasn't arrested, but I came here without any warrant at all. Taking into account the discomfort Self experienced as a member of the Klan, a compassionate Judge Bryan in passing sentence stated that "We trust you realize how unmanly your conduct has been. You seem to show signs of contrition for your conduct, and as you say you were forced into the matter, the judgment of the court is that you be imprisoned 3 months, including the imprisonment you have already suffered." Though some Klansmen claimed that they were forced to comply with the dictates of the Ku Klux, and that it was this compliance that facilitated their violent behaviors, missing were remorseful expressions over their actions or any feelings of guilty about their debasement of their victims. And while in some cases defendants standing before the court appeared to be suffering role confusion and appeared apprehensive about their fate at the hands of a Republican-dominated investigation body, their overall disposition suggested a belief that there wasn't a court in the land that would convict them, or render any serious penalty for killing or brutalizing a nigger or white Republican. Not all Ku Klux Raiders were remorseful about their actions. Stephen Splon, as we read, appeared to support Ku Klux philosophy when he forthrightly explained to Judge Bond that he didn't see anything essentially wrong with their purpose or ideas. Degree for Splon, having a vigilance committee patrolling black communities and reducing if not eliminating depredations is especially poignant since it was predicated on at least 2 centuries of slave patrolling. It was the customary thing to do. While Splon never testified to a more meaningful comprehension of what his social experiences told him what was correct, he might have agreed with the following hypothetical reasoning: why should things be different, even if our niggers are supposedly free? Has their personality or mind changed overnight? Ain't I still the master? Don't these niggers still refer to me as boss, massa, captain, sa, and me to them as boy, nigger or whatever comes to mind, though they are supposedly free? Are these niggers any freer or stronger today than they were yesterday? I don't think so. Look how they jump when I demand obedience, they're still my niggers. Are you saying that I must now refer to them as sir or madam, when yesterday I wouldn't have thought about addressing them at all? No, there are some things that haven't changed as a result of the war, nor should they, for one I am a white man, therefore my family and my grandchildren are deemed by natural law to be ruler and master, not servant and lackey. For Klansmen such as Stephen Splon, the need for direct action against blacks was further spurred on by the existence of armed Republican Union leagues and black self-defense clubs. These were the depredations that needed regulation. However, even a Splon-like reasoning was laden with contradictions, in that while agreeing that the white community's protection was primary, he also felt a need to denounce the Grand Klan's order to whip those who didn't comply with their notion of law. The question of course is whose sense of order and law did Splon really feel compelled to honor, that of the deposed 83 Confederate States or the federal government? Was it that he approved of the forceful disarming and general abuse of blacks as did his fellow raider Charles Tate, but disapproved of whippings, particularly when it involved recalcitrant whites? Or was his confession simply an attempt to lessen the consequences of his Klan activities? Very little, if anything, in Tate's brief admission suggests regret for his activities as a night rider, yet his description of Reuben and Wash McKinney as McKinney Negroes does acknowledge a conviction that most Southern whites held dearly, a legal and moral sanctity in the ownership of blacks as property. Not only in a vernacular sense but as an integral functional part of society. As a result, Tate's view of McKinney Negroes as property belonging to a white male is not unusual. For him there was no other descriptive term for them. Even if the blacks working for McKinney now envisioned themselves as freedmen, for Tate they were McKinney Negroes. His social experiences inundated him, as it certainly did the black populace, with implacable social cues that ignorance of would have been a dangerous challenging thrust at the social order. A philosophical concept, property in humans or the promise of such, was still a vivid psychic concern for would-be or actual Klansmen. Its assumed naturalness and unquestioned acceptance of a Southern reality was critical during this post-war era. Though the general population was quite cognizant that slavery as an institution was dead, they were not ready to give up the notion of property in their own whiteness. It was the one raison d'être that generations of Southerners, regardless of class background, assumed. It represented a social-political rationale steeped in the agricultural milieu of America, a golden promise that proclaimed that with force of arms, a new and continual rebirth was possible for even the most obtuse migrating European. It assumed a correctness in the forced removal of millions of people for the attainment of a more productive and free society. It announced to others that their presence had little social value except that which an interloping European conferred on them. Embracing this as reality, it was difficult for white Americans to conceive of blacks as true Americans having concerns that were not contingent on Euro-American values or expectations. Blackness itself became a monolithic non-varying entity whose perceived impenetrability had to be either contained, controlled, or destroyed. From this perspective, any idea that purported the ex-slave having a sense of property or ownership in their own labor was unacceptable, threatening, and for some a violation of the nation's constitution. Accordingly, the disarming of the black community became an indispensable political priority if Southern whites were to regain a sense of validation and empowerment. It was a process that literally and symbolically had black political and social emasculation as its primary goal. In this respect, Charles Tate's recollection of his commander's advice that the Ku Klux was a good thing to be in was not an empty analysis, but a statement premised on an expected threat from armed Southern blacks. Any questioning or outright rejection of this advice was also viewed as a threat to the social order by suggesting a disinclination to accept Ku Klux mythology as truth. In this manner, Klansmen were created. Dialogues on human rights abuses. Do we look like gentlemen? Both the Enforcement Act of 1870 and the Ku Klux Act in April 1871 were conceived to aid nearly 4 million ex-enslaved Southern blacks to live their lives free from political terrorism. Being too little and too late, both acts failed miserably when one considers the incalculable social depth of 19th-century American institutional racism. A major impediment in the process was getting white Southerners similar to Cudd, Henderson, and Self to envision any relationship between their lives and that of the ex-slave beyond that of master and slave. This difficulty was further complicated by their admitted personal and social illiteracy. On the other hand, if the claims of these three admitted terrorists are accurate, and their illiteracy was limited to an inability to read and write, but not a misunderstanding of their immediate social environment, then assessing their use or misuse of violence as a communicative tool for personal empowerment is critical in evaluating the effectiveness of their roles as Ku Klux Raiders. For example, Ku Klux Raiders generally emerged from a Southern agricultural environment that communicated primarily through institutionalized symbols of violence, force, privilege, and patronage. Recognizing this helps us comprehend how verbal and nonverbal cues among Klansmen during a raid function to determine the parameters of violent interaction with freedmen, and how the use of threat, both explicit and implicit, became an effective and in some instances the ultimate tool to communicate terror. With compliance as the goal of most threats, raiders also relied on both victims and victimizers to make a correct assessment of their situation through verbal and nonverbal cues during raids. Invariably, personal testimonies by raid victims also revealed an intense willingness on the part of the raiders to inflict punishment in a manner choreographed to dehumanize their targets. There appeared to be an agreement that it was not enough to administer a brutal whipping, but instead the victim had to be frightened into a confession of guilt, thereby demonstrating remorse before a superior morality. This supposed demonstration of contrition by the victim as a result of a painful experience functioned as a redemptive spiritual cleansing for the victim. However, given the hostile conditions in which confessions were generally elicited, a victim's knowledge of penalties that might be incurred if their confession exhibited less than stellar levels of contrition is critical, particularly when attempting to ascertain the validity or relative truth and sincerity of their confession. In this respect, truth shaped by language was largely a metaphorical phenomenon. It constructed as it deconstructed. It created possibilities for action where none existed moments earlier. It was a veil for thoughts better left unsaid, and for actions better restrained than performed. As social psychologist Erik Erikson asserted, the truth in any given encounter is linked with a person's development and the historical situation of their group. Together they help to determine the actuality, i.e., the potential for unifying action at a given moment. For this reason, a key factor in understanding verbalized moments of truth, particularly when Klansmen confronted their intended victim, is primarily appreciating the emotional intensity of these interactions. Though violent encounters between combatants can appear to be moments of truth, it was incumbent on skilled Ku Klux propagandists to connect these moments into a seemingly seamless succession of coherent truths, so that when presented publicly they appear as a contiguous display of actualities, i.e., an accepted reality. This was apparent when levels of violence against blacks became so common that reporting on these attacks began to take on a normative persona, as evidenced in an 1871 New York Times article titled "More Ku Klux: How They Act in South Carolina." County officers to resign by a gentleman from Union. We learn of the further perpetration of outrages in that county, counting among them the killing of 3 men, 1 on Friday night, and 2 on Sunday night. Also, that the Ku Klux have posted notices on the bulletin board at the courthouse, to the effect that the county commissioners, the school commissioner, and the members of the legislature, must resign their positions by the 27th inst. It is understood that the sheriff and school commissioner have tendered their resignations under pressure of the circumstances. It is also asserted that other officers will resign, rather than subject themselves to the indignities of the midnight marauders, known as Ku Klux. The following is handed to us as the document found posted in Union a few days since: KKK. Headquarters 9th Division, SC, Special Orders No. 3, KKK. Ignorance is the curse of God. For this reason, we are determined that members of the legislature, the school commissioner and the county commissioner of union shall no longer officiate. 15 days notice from this date is therefore given, and if they, one and all do not at once and forever resign their present inhuman, disgraceful, and outrageous rule, then retributive justice will as surely be used as night follows day. Also an honest man is the noblest work of God. For this reason, if the clerk of the said Board of County Commissioners and School Commissioner does not immediately renounce and relinquish his present position, then harsher measures than this will most assuredly and certainly be used. For confirmation, reference to the orders heretofore. 86. Published in the Union Weekly Times, and Yorkville Inquirer will more fully and completely show our intention. By order Grand Chief. March 9, AD 1871 AO. Grand Secretary. From this perspective, the actions of participants in these bloody dramas were reported in a fashion that reflected a highly parochial understanding of truth, personal anger, and social discord. However, in time, continued reports on violent interactions between night-riding white raiders and blacks became repetitively filled narrative truths that were actually concocted social constructions of reality. Metaphoric examples of Ku Klux mythology that by themselves were ineffective, now when reported and detailed seemingly became powerful, effective, mythic demonstrations of social and political control. As one historian put it, mythology requires effort. Achilles and King Arthur may have begun as men of flesh and blood, but Homer and Sir Thomas Malory labored hard to make them the figures we remember. Black insolence, real or imagined in the face of white intimidation, define the limitations by which a nonviolent propaganda campaign could be effective. This was particularly true for local white professionals and planter elites who viewed any exercising of political influence by blacks as a threat to rearrange their agricultural system. In similar fashion, poorer whites resented the freedmen's apparent involvement with armed militia groups such as the Union Leagues. Political expediency, it was argued, demanded the curtailing of these leagues through the forceful interdiction of Southern white extra-legal groups. Despite the fact that Negro testimony describing the horror and brutality of Ku Klux terror gangs were more a symptomatic demonstration of a violent post-war America, they provide us with examples of Southern whites' fear of violent retribution and black political ascendancy. However, it is also essential to recognize that though these accounts illuminate and evaluate the effectiveness in Ku Klux raids and their attendant propaganda, these testimonies are not necessarily representative of all raid victims. However, they do infer that time-honored suppositions about Southern blacks' passivity and alleged total deference in the face of Ku Klux terror are erroneous. In addition, close examination of congressional testimony illuminating Klan outrages in states such as South Carolina in the late 1860s indicate that Black Americans' innovative resistance and survival techniques against terrorist gangs were not only often conspicuously successful, but uncompromisingly passionate in a desire not to exist as whites' enduring victim. The 1871 congressional testimony of Elias Thompson is an example. Testimony of Elias Thompson. On July 7, 1871, in the town of Spartanburg, South Carolina, a congressional subcommittee investigating abuses and outrages against Southern blacks and Republicans received fascinating testimony from Elias Thompson, a witness and victim of Ku Klux Klan terror. Thompson was born in slavery on a plantation owned by a well-known local doctor. His experiences were of interest to the committee, particularly as then related to injuries he received as a result of a nocturnal visit by Klansmen. There came a parcel of gentlemen to my house one night. They went to the door and ran against it. My wife was sick. I was lying on a pallet with my feet to the door. They ran against it and hallooed to me, "Open the door, quick, quick, quick." I threw the door open immediately, right wide open. 2 little children were lying with me. I said, "Come in, gentlemen." One of them says, "Do we look like gentlemen?" I says, "You look like men of some description, walk in." One says, "Come out here, are you ready to die?" I told him I was not prepared to die. "Well," said he, Your time is short, commence praying. I told him I was not a praying man much, and hardly ever prayed, only a very few times, never did pray much. He says, you ought to pray, your time is short, and now commence to pray. I told him I was not a praying man. One of them held a pistol to my head and said, get down and pray. I was on the steps, with one foot on the ground. They led me off to a prune tree. There was 3 or 4 of them behind me. And it appeared, one on each side, and one in front. The gentleman who questioned me was the only man I could see. All the time I could not see the others. Every time I could get to look around they would touch me with a pistol on the other side. They would just touch me on the side of the head with a pistol, so I had to keep my head square in front registered. When queried by the committee chairman to describe these raiders, Thompson responded that, there were about 15 of them with a variety of disguises. They generally wore something that resembled speckled calico over their faces, and this was tied about the neck. They had very long white gowns, white as sheets that came down until I could just see their feet. In response to the question, did they come on horseback? Thompson stated that they came to the bars. Acknowledging that he didn't know any of them, but suggesting that in better light he might have recognized one or more of them, Thompson noted that other blacks in the area were also whipped during visits by Klansmen. Though many of the victims were so traumatized by the experience that for weeks fearing another visit slept outside their cabins, others were frightened into not reporting their assaults. However, some victims found strategies to partially diffuse what could otherwise have been both an emotionally and physiologically destructive experience. Question: did you make a complaint of this matter to anybody after it happened? Answer: no sir, I will tell you how I did. They told me not to say anything about it. I never said a word. I said to my family, let me tell you, don't open your mouth. If anybody asks you if the Ku Klux had been here, you tell them no. My wife was in bed sick, and said, don't you have anything to do with it, none of you. Question: how did it get out then? Answer: that is what I am going to say. This was on Friday, the first Friday night in May, and by 10 o'clock on Saturday, it was all over the settlement. The boys, a good many of them went to meeting on Sunday, about 4 miles from my house. Several came up by my house. They had it that the Ku Klux had killed or beaten me pretty near to death, and some of them said, that's not so, for we came by his house this morning. Question: did the circulation of these reports cause alarm among the colored people? Answer: yes sir, that evening a number came by my house from church to know this matter. I laughed it off. Says I, boys, you see I am not injured much. I don't look like a man that is most dead. Says I, hold on for a while. Somebody knows more about it than I do, you can learn it from them. I have nothing to say about it. Registered. 88. Exhibiting humor, Thompson gambled that he could mollify his attacker's attitude to think that he was simply a misguided Negro buffoon. At some point he realized that some of the raiders suspected they might have been recognized. However, when it was apparent that he was not going to point them out, these individuals curtailed the level of violence against him. A sort of nonverbal agreement between victim and victimizer emerged. Assessing if Thompson was indeed successful in aligning his adversary's actions, thereby tempering a potentially life-threatening experience, is important in evaluating the effectiveness of this raid. Of interest is also Thompson's apparent disdain for his attackers and their mythological rambling, "Old man, we are just from hell, and have you heard a wild goose holler lately? That is one of us coming over and looking down to see what you have been doing this time." In effect, two significant reactions occurred in this attack. 1. By faithfully not indulging himself in the Ku Klux's assigned social script, Thompson's actions suggested that only through the use of violence could he be forced to verbally comply with his attackers' wishes. 2. Once Klansmen sensed that their credibility was threatened if not outright rejected by a non-complying victim, Only whipping would restore what was considered to be the proper social interaction between themselves and Thompson. The history of violent attempts at subjugation by Ku Klux raiders also suggests that once the raider senses his notoriety and the social trepidation which it brings and then feels for perhaps the first time personal potency, it makes him very resistant to reassessing the meaning of his newly discovered violent notoriety other than being a raider. As self-perceptions become totally dependent on those social experiences that have enhanced rather than distracted from his violent role, little reflective thought is given to the proposition that while fame may be morally superior to infamy, their impact may be remarkably similar. In this regard, the very instruments of violent subjugation and terror such as the whip can themselves become symbols of a failed or successful social policy. The whip as a physical weapon and metaphor for terror was unparalleled within Western slave societies. Throughout American slavery and after it was both a tool for punishment and a symbol of institutional coercion and repression. Having no other equal in Southern American lore, its use represented not just authority and one's right to use force to control another being, beast, or human. When used effectively, whipping functioned as a means by which the very essence of a person's resolve could be compromised by painfully curtailing their ability to control personal actions and dispositions. Used on humans, the whip became the initiator and maintainer of social and cultural practices that were premised on the physiological abuse. However, after the Civil War, when this weapon seemed ineffective in controlling unruly blacks, other tactics such as drowning, mutilation, castration, rape and lynching existed as alternatives, or as one witness recalled, "De Ku Klux Uster stick de niggers head on stake alongside de Cadiz road and dar buzzards would eat them till nothing was left but de bones." Dar was a sign on dis stake dat said, "Look out nigger you are mixed." 16 Resistance to whippings was itself a serious offense. It represented a direct rejection of white authority over blacks' physical existence, and as such was viewed as a denial of whites' use of black bodies, either for pleasure or pain. To witness a whipping became a battle, an internalized struggle in deciding if now was the most opportune time to strike back. Similarly, many Southern whites believed that any indication of resistance, large or small, if remained unchecked would not only establish a dangerous and defiant precedent. 89. But endanger lower-class non-slave-owning whites' presumptions that power and authority was also their racial birthright. Frederick Law Olmsted, a northern traveler passing through Mississippi in the mid-1800s, recalled an incident where the whip was significant as a symbol of authority for the lowly plantation overseers. Southern whites also believed that African Americans would not work unless they were threatened with beatings. Olmsted reported that in Mississippi he had observed young girls subjected to the severest corporal punishment he had ever seen. The white overseer, who had administered the flogging with a rawhide whip across her naked loins and thighs, told Olmsted that the girl had been shirking her duties. He claimed that if I hadn't she would have done the same thing again tomorrow, and half the people on the plantation would have followed her example. "Oh, you've no idea how lazy these niggers are. They'd never do any work at all if they were not afraid of being whipped." As a consequence, the whip, even for the downtrodden economically degraded whites or in a few instances designate blacks, regardless of age or gender, became the euphoric symbol of white empowerment and authority. With this said, the physical presence of a whip or one's knowledge of a recent whipping did not always translate into social obedience to the will of white terrorist, as we saw with Elias Thompson. This was partially true due to a commonly held belief among freedmen that those who during slavery submitted easily to this kind of abuse were more than likely to be targets of further white rage. Drawing from his own experience as a slave, Frederick Douglass also acknowledged what many slaves knew from experience: overseers prefer to whip those who are most easily whipped. Further congressional testimony from Pinckney Dodd and his neighbors confirms this point. Testimony of Pinckney Dodd. On July 7, 1871, Pinckney Dodd, a resident of Spartanburg, South Carolina, became another victim of Ku Klux violence. His experiences underscored Douglass's remarks on whippings as well as the importance of torture in shaping the dialogue between victim and victimizer. Recalling his painful experiences from the night of May 1, 1871, Dodd remembered that his attackers were dressed in an assorted array of disguises when they arrived at his one-horse farm. I heard them come and frighten the dog, and I heard them at the door cursing, and they told me to get up, and before I got up and got there they had the door burst open. When I got there, he told me to stop, and kept cursing me. He said, "What are you doing in there?" He asked if I had heard of the Ku Klux. I said I had. He said, "Do you know them?" I said, "No." He said, "Is there anybody else in there? Tell him to come out damned quick, or we will help him out, damned quick." "Did not you promise," he said, "to help the Ku Klux out, if they came here?" I said, "No, I didn't say so." He says, "Never mind, God damn you, we can prove it to you." "Shut up, don't talk so damned big. Tell that other fellow to come out." I called him. He was lying on the bed, not asleep. I told him to put on his clothes. He says, "Never mind to put on your clothes, but come out." But he got on his clothes and came out just outside of the door. There was another fellow living on the place, named Spencer. They brought him down there, so they say. He was standing there outside of the gate. They had some pistols, and they said they had come from hell. 90 Black resistance to the Ku Klux Klan in the wake of the Civil War. Visti gf the Ku Rlux dos Ox Posksperna JC Mage 167. Visit of the Ku Klux, Harper's Weekly, February 24, 1872. Library of Congress Prints and Photographs Division, Washington, D.C. That night, I went to the gate. There they had another fellow from that other house that night. Wanting clarification, committee member Philadelphia Van Trump from Ohio asked Dodd, "You and another fellow were at your own house, and Spencer was at the gate and another colored man, 4 of you. Is that it?" "Yes," Dodd answered. He continued. "They told this fellow with Spencer to pull off his shirt. They asked him who he voted for. He said, 'For Scott.' They said, 'What did you do that for?' He says, 'They told me that was best.' 'Who told you so?' says he. 'What people was it told you so?' He had on 2 shirts, and when he went to pull them off, the man said, 'You were fixed for it, you knew the Ku Klux were coming.' He says, 'I always wear 2 shirts in the winter time.' The man says, 'What is your name?' When he pulled off his shirt, he said, 'Number 1, and hit him 30. He commenced counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and when he got to 5 he counted aloud so that I could not hear him count after that. After a while he told him to stop, and he stopped hitting, and he asked him, 'Do you think you will ever vote again?' He said, 'I don't know.' He said, 'Do you think you will ever vote for Scott again?' He said, 'I don't know as I will.' He says, 'Number 2, hit him 5. Then number 2, another fellow stepped up and hit him. I suppose he hit him 5. He says, 'Do you think you will vote for Scott?' 'I don't think I will,' says he. He says, 'Don't you know?' 'I reckon so,' he says. 'Don't you know it?' 'No sir, I never will vote for him again,' say he. Then he told him to get up. Another fellow, named Lewis, was there, the same fellow I was going to tell you about. 91. I can't think of his full name. He ran off, they didn't get to whip him. When he started, someone said, 'Shoot him,' and they fired. Some said 3 shots, but I didn't hear but 2 pistols. They told me to get down. They said, 'Who did you vote for, and be sure you don't tell me a damned lie.' I said, 'I voted the Democratic ticket.' He said, 'Be sure you don't tell me a lie, take off your shirt.' I did not tell him true, but I had to do that. That said, 'Pull off your shirt,' and he said, 'Hit him 5, number 1, and they hit me I don't know how many times, and then number 2 hit. He said, Do you think you will vote for Scott again? Be sure you don't tell me a lie. Another one says, he said he didn't vote for Scott. Then he says, I think I didn't give you enough, but just a caution. They asked another fellow to get down, and they asked how did he vote. He said, I didn't vote at all, I was too young, and he said he come down to the meeting on Saturday. They said, what were you there for? And then one of them said, what sort of a thing is that? What in hell is a meeting? Take off your shirt, and get down here. He got down and took his shirt off, and they began to beat him. I don't remember how much. They didn't say. Number 1 beat him, and then this other one said, number 2. Number 2 came around and gave him some. Raiding Klansmen always forcefully searched for firearms, and this occasion was no exception. They asked me if I had a gun. I told them I had an old gun that I had bursted on Christmas, and made a sort of pistol of it. They said, where is it? I told them, in the house. They went in and I got it for them. They said, is it loaded? No, I said, it is not loaded. Let me see it, said he, then he looked at it. I told him I had that shotgun. He asked me if I had a pistol. I said, no, I never had but one in my life. Says he, are you certain? Yes sir, I says. He took the old gun down from over the door, and one told the other to take it out and mash it up to pieces. They looked at it a while, and another said, lay it back up there. The other one, the first one I told you about, took it away and broke it all to pieces. After congressional investigators heard hundreds of testimonies detailing attacks, assaults, and murders by Klansmen, federal grand juries in South Carolina began issuing warrants and subpoenas throughout the state. In order to maintain a level of secrecy in their efforts to apprehend the more vicious suspects, habeas corpus was suspended on October 17, 1871, in South Carolina counties of Spartanburg, York, Marion, Chester, Lawrence, Newberry, Fairfield, Lancaster, and Chesterfield. They became the only southern legislative areas where habeas corpus had to be suspended, and even then, many who were indicted for murder fled the state. For example, in York County, about 200 members fled the state, including the highest leaders, some of whom went to Canada. Degree. Nevertheless, by December 1871, there were 195 persons imprisoned in York County alone for serious crimes in violation of the anti-terrorist Ku Klux Act enacted earlier in April. The effect of this campaign was similar to a latter-day Truth and Reconciliation Commission in contemporary South Africa. As it wasn't expected that hardened racist supporters of apartheid would accept any rapprochement with victorious black militants, so it was in South Carolina. While reconciliation between the races or Southern Democrats and Radical Republicans was not an expected outcome of these investigations and trials, neither was the release of some 500 indicted individuals who had voluntarily surrendered, given depositions and been released. This was the case for the 13-year-old son of a Klan leader who was arrested, but later released after it was learned that he was initiated into 92. The order and taken on a raid. Within this context, the experiences of terror raids on Harriet Possel and her children were simply the tepid contaminated backwash of Southern justice. Harriet Possel. The full impact of Ku Klux Klan raids are difficult to comprehend unless one places themselves psychologically in a post-bellum rural peasant community that is saturated with the living remnants of a deposed landowning planter class, dependent white wage-earning laborers or employed and freedmen. This was the social context that a rural black South Carolinian family was living in during the spring of 1871 when Ku Klux Raiders forced themselves into the Possels' homesite. Comprised of farmers, the unemployed and at least one night-riding physician, these raiders cared little about the sanctity of their victim's home, and even less about the implications their actions would have on any children witnessing the attack. Testimony by Harriet Possel before the Congressional Committee on December 30, 1871, focused attention on the more troubling psychological aspects of Ku Klux raids had on children who were traumatized by or after witnessing their parents being brutally assaulted. While certainly presumptions of civil or human rights by unarmed black rural folk was generally present, it was largely discounted by whites because it was unenforceable. However, for freedmen living within a cauldron of terror, the will to survive and an ability to possibly outwit their attackers was often the only recourse for survival. In this respect, Harriet Postle explained, "I live in the eastern part of York County, about 4 miles from Rock Hill, on Mr. James Smith's plantation. I am about 30 years old. My husband is a preacher. I have a family of 6 children. The oldest is about 14. The Ku Klux visited me last spring. It was sometime in March. I was asleep when they came. They made a great noise and wake me up and called out for Postle. My husband heard them and jumped up, and I thought he was putting on his clothes, but when I got up I found he was gone. They kept on hallooing for Postle and knocking at the door. I was trying to get on my clothes, but I was so frightened I did not get on my clothes at all. I looked like they were going to knock the door down, then the rest of them began to come into the house, and my oldest child got out and ran under the bed. One of them saw him and said, 'There he is,' and with that 3 of them pointed their pistols under the bed. I then cried out, 'It is my child.' They told him to come out. When my child came out from under he bed, one of them said, 'Put it on his neck,' and the child commenced hallooing and crying, and I begged them not to hurt my child. The man did not hurt it, but one of them ran the child back against the wall, and ground a piece of skin off as big as my hand. I then took a chair and set it back upon a loose plank, and sat down on it. One of the men stepped up. Seeing the plank loose, he jerked the chair and threw me over while my babe was in my arms, and I fell with my babe to the floor. When one of them clapped his foot upon the child and another had his foot on me. I begged him, for the Lord's sake, to save my child. I went and picked up my babe, and when I opened the door and looked I saw they had formed a line. They asked me if Postle was there. I said no. They told me to make a light, but I was so frightened I could not do it well, and asked my child to make it for me. Then they asked me where my husband was. I told them he was gone. They said, "He is here, somewhere." I told them he was gone for some meal. They said he was there, somewhere, and they called me a damned liar. One of them said, "He is under the house." 93. Then one of them comes to me and says, "I am going to have the truth tonight. You are a damned, lying bitch, and you are telling a lie." He had a line and commenced putting it over my neck, saying, "I want you tell where your husband is," and said he, "The truth I've got to have." I commenced hallooing, and says he, "We are men of peace, but you are telling me a damned lie, and you are not tell me any lies tonight." The one who had his foot on my body mashed me badly, but not so badly as he might have done, for I was some 7 or 8 months in travail. Then I got outside of the house, and called the little ones to me, for they were all dreadfully frightened. They said my husband was there, and they would shoot into every crack, and they did shoot all over the place, and there are bullet holes there, and bullet marks on the hearth yet. At this time there were some in the house and some outside. They said to me, "We are going to have the truth out of you, you damned lying bitch. He is somewhere about here." I said, "He is gone." With that he clapped his hands on my neck, and says again, "We're going to have the truth out of you, you bitch, damned bitch," and with that he beat my head against the side of the house till I had no sense hardly left, but I still had hold of my babe. There was a moment of silence as Miss Postle gathered her thoughts. She was then asked if she recognized any of the raiders. "Yes, sir, I did. I recognized the first man that came into the house. It was Dr. Avery. I recognized him by his performance and when he was entangling the line round my neck. As I lifted my hand to keep the rope off my neck, I caught his lame hand. It was his left hand that I caught, his crippled hand. I felt it in my hand. I said to myself right then, I know you. I knew Joe Castle and Jas Matthews, the old man's son. I didn't know anyone else. I suppose there was about a dozen altogether there. Dr. Avery had on a red gown with a blue face, with red about his mouth, and he had 2 horns on his cap about a foot long. The line that he tried to put over my neck was a buggy line, not quite so wide as 3 fingers, but wider than 2. They said to me that they rode 38 miles that night to see old Abe Brumfield and Preacher Postle. They said that they had heard that Preacher Postle had been preaching up fire and corruption. They afterward found my husband under the house, but I had gone to the big house with my children to take out of the cold. I did not see them pull him out from the house. The center of Ku Klux Klan activity and deprivation in South Carolina was York County. In the latter part of the 1860s, its major mill town was Rock Hill, which was about 18 miles east of the state capital at Columbia. Though this was a stronghold of republicanism and most of the white population and virtually all of the freedmen were illiterate, the Republicans held the balance of political power whenever there was a full and free election. All of this changed rapidly by the fall of 1870 when black South Carolinians began responding to the voting rights guarantees of the newly ratified 15th Amendment to the Constitution. Thomas Morehead. Black Americans' human and civil rights were continually challenged on many levels throughout the Reconstruction era of 1867 to 1877. However, in the area of voting, resistance by whites became acutely identified with the South's overall opposition to black enfranchisement. In this regard, the testimony of Thomas Morehead, a witness for the prosecution. 94. During the congressional trials, illuminated the immense pressure that blacks weathered at the height of Ku Klux raids. Questioned primarily by United States Prosecuting Attorney for South Carolina, D.T. Corbin, Morehead, who was a captain of H Company in the local black militia, stated that he lived for 5 years in Rock Hill *. When he went to nearby Columbia to vote in the November 1868 presidential elections, he found that white mobs were attempting to crowd away blacks from voting polls. Assuming that because he was now an American citizen due to the recent ratification of the 14th Amendment, I thought I could go there and vote on my oath. This indeed was a major presumption on his part. When he approached the polling booth window, they objected to my vote, and forced him away from the poll. Morehead recalls that the window was a narrow one, and the white men just stood in a ring right around the window. Dr. Avery was standing right with his hand on the window, and tested every vote that was given. Voting was a new thing to the colored people, and they were nearly afraid anyhow to exercise the privilege of voting. This crowd being there prevented a great many from voting at that election. Morehead, who was eventually forced to leave Rock Hill after repeated threats by the Ku Klux, told prosecutor Corbin that in the fall of 1868 a gang of whites had assaulted one of his militiamen and then later, when confronted, violently resisted arrest. After they refused to be arrested, and armed themselves, and went off from there, leaving threats to the trial justice if he sent any force of militia, or any force whatever they intended to shoot, as long as they had balls to shoot, and wouldn't be arrested and be brought before a damned nigger trial justice, that was Squire Davis. After they made their escape, Squire Davis then asked me to assist him in making the arrests with a small force of militia. I went along with them, and we met the party. They had been to Squire Crook's and got the business fixed there. Then we left them alone and came back to Rock Hill. Early the next morning, Charlie Cobb met me, and says, "If we had known last night which way you was going, we would have given you a hell of a battle in the road." I told him I was prepared, and he says, "Well, we will give you hell anyhow, in the rounds." Then after that, they sent a dispatch to the governor, about the niggers turning up the country generally, running women and children out of the houses, and they were all frightened. I went there to Rock Hill * that day, with 12 men, but I didn't see any alarm. Governor Scott called in the arms, and they were given up on the governor's orders, and put in the depot, and in a few days after that, there was a notice put up. It had Squire Davis' name and my name at the head, and Denny S. Steels and Jim Bynum's. Bynum was a white man, a member from our league. He was secretary, and I suppose they found it all. Corbin's inquiry into the content of the posted notices indicates that the Ku Klux had at this point also established an armed propaganda unit that aided their efforts to neutralize contentious forces, black or Republican. They marked on top of the paper, as well as I can recollect, K.K.K, no name signed to it. On the face of it was, "Oh, yeah, blind and foolish parties, stop, and study before you further go," and at the bottom of it, they had a grave and coffin, and straps down in the coffin, and the lid off one side. It says, "We won't stop, we have guns and bayonets. We have bowie knives and pistols. We have held out our hand to you, and if you won't accept it. We have offered and you won't accept, and it you won't now, stop before you further." 95. Go and listen and sympathize with us. Then he says, "Your voices shall be shut up in a lonesome valley where they will never be heard no more." I don't remember it all. There was about 20 or 30 pages of it. A long concern. Jones tore it down, and said he expected the Ku Klux would come after him, but he would just as soon die one way as another. Damned niggers would kill him anyhow. For however, it was not Ku Klux propaganda, armed or otherwise, that chased, neutralized or physically eliminated some blacks from effectively defending themselves against armed attacks, but rather the complicit actions of local government figures to ensure that these terrorist groups were armed and that their intended victims were disarmed. Moorhead explained that while the militia's arms were deposited in the armory by Governor Scott's direct order, the first guns were taken out on the 19th of February 1868 by unknown parties. After the first ones were taken, I began to get a little dubious. I didn't know but that I might be killed some night, or might be shot coming home. I lived about a mile from Rock Hill. Degree at this point in the trial, the attorney asked Moorhead if he knew another militia company leader, Jim Williams, and the circumstances around his murder. He responded yes, and that Williams was killed the very next Monday after he fled York County. What Moorhead did not elaborate on were the details surrounding Williams's brutal murder, the almost daily attacks on black communities throughout York County, and the tragic conspiracy to curtail the ability of black federal troops to root out Ku Klux terrorism. Operating under controls that limited what they could investigate, apprehend, or shoot, black soldiers led by their white officers were in many instances helpless to assist freedmen who fell victim to Ku Klux attacks. Terror cells eventually became so emboldened by restrictive conspiratorial covenants established by conservative Democrats and Republicans that Klansmen were able to function as an extra-legal system that killed at will and punished on whim and fancy. The murdering of blacks became so common that both northern and southern newspapers began to delete the terms killing and rape from their headlines and replace it with a more innocuous term, outrages. Such was the case in the spring of 1868 when a frustrated Jim Williams was alleged to have issued a proclamation stating that Klansmen and conservatives, a pseudonym for Democrats, must be killed from the cradle up. As a result of Williams's persistent appeals for support in the fight against terrorism, he was murdered after a gang of 40 to 50 Klansmen led by physician J. Rufus Braxton raided his home at night. They dismounted some distance from Williams's home and proceeded secretly on foot to surprise him. After bursting into his home, they took him outside and hung him from a nearby tree, then placed a sign on his body stating, "Capt. Jim Williams" on his big muster. Threats from the black communities to retaliate by descending on Yorkville did not materialize. However, once a series of arson attacks on cotton gins, barns filled with corn, wheat and other crops occurred, an immediate call for moderation was heard throughout some sectors of the white community. The editor of the Yorkville Inquirer, the county's only newspaper, even accused the black-dominated Union Leagues for advocating violence and arson. However, as the burning of farmhouses increased, and fields of burning crops turned the night sky into a reddish hue, the Inquirer urged older whites to tell younger men not to engage in whipping and murdering the colored people. For a brief period, some semblance of order was reached when on February 11, 96, a biracial public meeting was held in the Clay Hill region of the county, where whites whipping of blacks and blacks burnings of white-owned farms had been common. Those attending the meeting recognized that Ku Klux outrages had preceded Negro arson, and consequently they condemned both. Moreover, some of the whites promised to protect Negroes from further outrage in return for a pledge not to hold any more secret nocturnal meetings of the Union League, which they were convinced had organized Negroes into bands of arsonists. Needless to say, some blacks, such as Amzurani in York County, learned a painful but valuable lesson about the relationship between violence, economics, and the price one must pay for civil or human justice. Amzurani. Some freedmen undoubtedly believed that to be vulnerable to the caprices of another human being, and still be considered a dangerous enemy, a feared competitor, a vile serpent of evil was in itself to have attained a measure of self-empowerment. They believed such an unfortunate convoluted social relationship actually validated their existence in the mind of a tormentor. Their persecutors' compulsion to control them, they hoped, would lead to frustration and eventual defeat. The psychic implications of this, however, could be devastating if one's tormentor is continually viewed as a point of self-reference. The testimony of Amzurani illustrates this murderous, almost Freudian-like relationship between the controlled victim's ID and an omnipresent victimizer superego. Attacked on the very farm of his birth by 25 masked Ku Klux terrorists dressed in white and red gowns because he was black and voted for a Republican, he experienced the quintessential civil and human rights abuse. This horrendous act was surpassed only by Rainey's inability to protect either his wife or child from assault. Rainey testified before the court that it was about the last of March, as near as I can recollect. I was laying down. I laid down at the first dark by the fire. The rest done been abed, and about 10 o'clock my little daughter called me, and said, "Pappy, it is time we are going to bed, get up." Just as I got up, and turned around, I looked out of the window and I see some 4 or 5 disguised men coming up, and I ran up in the loft. They came to the door, and when they came to the door they commenced beating and knocking. "God damn you, open the door! Open the door! Open the door!" and commenced beating at each side. There is 2 doors, and they commenced beating both door, and my wife run to one of the doors. They knocked the top hinges off of the first, and she run across the house to the other. And again that time they got the 2 hinges knocked off the other door, and the bolt held the door from falling, and she got it open. She pulled the bolt back and throwed it down, and when they come in, they struck her 4 or 5 licks before they said a word. They asked her who lived here. She said, "Rainey Amzurani." "What Amzurani? What Amzurani?" And she said, "Amzurani," and he struck her another lick, and says, "Where is he? God damn him, where is he?" And she says, "I don't know." And one said, "Oh, I smell him, God damn him, he has gone up in the loft." He says, "We'll kill him too," and they come up then. This Sam good, they made him light a light. He lit the light, and they made him and my wife go up before, and he followed them up there. I was in a box, and they said, "Oh, he is in this box, God damn him, I smell him. We'll kill him." "Duh." The other says, "Don't kill him yet," and they took me down. This man that struck my wife first, ran back to her and says, "God damn her, I will kill her now, I will kill her out." The one that went after me says, "Don't kill her," and he commenced beating her, then struck her some 4 or 5 more licks, and then run back and struck me. He then ran back to her, drew his pistol and says, "Now, I am going to blow your damn brains out." The one by me threw the pistol up and says, "Don't kill her." He aimed to strike me over the head and struck me over the back and sunk me right down. Then, after he had done that, my little daughter, she was back in the room with the other little children, he says, "I am going to kill him." She run out of the room, and says, "Don't kill my pappy, please don't kill my pappy." He shoved her back, and says, "You go back in the room, you goddamned little bitch, I will blow your brains out." He then fired and shot her, sure enough. The ball glanced off from her head. Then they took me right off, up the road about 150 yards. They wanted to kill me up there, and one said, "No, don't kill him, let's talk a little to him first." He asked me which way did I vote. I told him I voted the radical ticket. "Well," he says, "now you raised your hand and swear that you will never vote another radical ticket, and I will not let them kill you." He made me stand and raise my hand before him and my God, that I never would vote another radical ticket, against my principle. I did raise my hand and swear. Then he took me out among the rest of them, and wouldn't let them shoot me, and told me to go back home. One of the prosecutors asked Rainey a difficult question about his daughter's treatment. "Do you know what they did to your daughter in the other room?" A long pause occurred, and then he replied, "I didn't see it. Have only her word for it." The prosecutor indicated that he would not press the issue, whereupon Rainey again stated in what must have been a painful moment, "I didn't see that, I didn't see that." After 29 days of proceedings that were full of confessions, pleas, and alleged remorse from defendants, this 19th-century Truth and Reconciliation Commission found a number of individuals guilty of heinous crimes. In spite of this, many Southern newspapers found the congressional investigations to be similar to the Spanish Inquisition, and as historian Alan Trelease noted in White Terror, some whites compared presiding Judge Hugh Bond to Judge Jeffreys and the bloody assizes of King James II. Not to be distracted from his task, though maligned by most Southern newspapers throughout the hearings, Judge Bond finally addressed the court in Columbia with the following remarks on terrorism and its effects on the practitioner of terror. "You have pleaded guilty to an indictment which charges you with conspiring with other men throughout the state to intimidate a certain class of voters by means of threats, beating, and even killing, because that class of citizens were opposed to the conspirators in political opinion. We acknowledge great perplexity in determining what punishment shall be meted out to you. We have no words strong enough to signify our horror at the means employed to carry out the purpose of the clans. Our difficulty is personal to you. You have, as it appears from your statements to the court, been brought up in the most deplorable ignorance. At the age of manhood, but one or two of you can either read or write, and you have lived in a community where the evidence seems to establish the fact that the men of prominence and education, those who, by their superiority in these respects, establish and control public opinion, were for the most part participants in the conspiracy, or so much in terror of it that you could obtain from them neither protection or advice, had you sought it. 98. You and your Confederates must make up your minds either to resist the Ku Klux conspiracy or the laws of the United States. They both cannot exist together, and it only needs a little manliness and courage on the part of you ignorant dupes of designing men to give supremacy to the law. Be assured it will not be taken as an excuse in your case or in any other to hear it said, "I slew this man because the chief ordered it, and I was afraid, and brushed and raped these others because I dreaded to be whipped if I did not trademark." Harper's Weekly said it well when they commented on a similar racial struggle in Louisiana, where the reports of the Ku Klux Committee for 1871 to 1872 show how successful the white leaguers of 4 or 5 years ago overawed or ill-treated their miserable fellow citizens, how in 1868 scarcely a Republican ventured to vote in many parishes, and what perpetual bankruptcy and poverty ruled in the small community. 2,000 persons were murdered by these Klan-like white leaguers in a population not much larger than that of Brooklyn *degree. Armed propaganda masked as social etiquette. An examination of Ku Klux terrorism during Reconstruction indicates that a priority was placed on creating a plausible scenario that would transcend any doubt as to the organization's effectiveness and its all-knowing abilities. In this respect, 3 significant questions are raised. To what extent were Ku Klux communiques before an attack salient enough to have influenced verbal and nonverbal communication between victims and victimizers during a raid? To what extent were propagandists committed solely to the use of nonviolent fear appeals? To what extent were fear appeals effective in disciplining whites to accept Ku Klux precepts? To properly address these questions, one must re-examine early research on fear appeals by social scientists such as Irving Janis, who suggested that while fear arousal appeals have a point of diminishing return, their use can also facilitate a reduction in attitude change inversely to time. Registered. This indicates that when two or more groups are in contention for power, extended dominance will more likely occur when two conditions are also established. One group is able to impose its will by demonstrating sufficient ability to control the interactive process over an extended period of time. The same group is capable of employing explicit imagery that will demand of others an understanding of what is expected of them. However, Janis's research also specifies that any slacking of vigilance, as with Southern whites in implementing the above approaches, would invariably allow a reversal in the expected submissive attitude of their intended victims, thereby facilitating a sense of hope from the victims that their treatment or social status could be ameliorated. Janis also 99 observed that hypervigilance on the part of socially defined victims, in this case Southern blacks, interfered with their receptivity of Ku Klux fear appeals via communiques. It also seems that these fear appeals actually minimized the worst aspects of impending violence by allowing their victims time to psychologically prepare, and thereby deflect the worst aspects of Ku Klux violence by feigning compliance. If Janis's suppositions are correct, then significant portions of testimony during the congressional hearings on Ku Klux violence, though replete with residual emotional tension, were also fraught with levels of insincere recollections and subterfuge. Though testimonies can be a rich source of affirmation of fact or truth, such as that given before a court, they are extremely subjective and therefore interpretations of what is assumed to be reality. Registered. In addition, other sources of historical data, such as diaries and journals, can provide the researcher with narrative depictions of events that may or may not be accurate, and they do assist in understanding how people portray their own social experiences. With this said, corrections, deletions, adjustments, cloaking and camouflaging of events become important indicators of their subjective interpretation of the surrounding social context and the role each participant fulfills. To this extent, diaries of ex-slave-owning Southerners during Reconstruction are often important repositories of what would otherwise appear to be innocuous data, as one frustrated white South Carolinian diarist intimated just 3 months after the Confederate surrender in 1865. "The Negroes are acting foolishly, running to the Yankees." Judge Tholson's whole crowd started, but before they got to Columbus he compromised with them and they returned home and are to get a part of the crop for their service. Reflecting deeply felt feelings of anxiety about the changing social relationships between a deposed social class and the ex-slave, Southern whites who earlier never considered the social worth of blacks now found themselves engulfed by a growing assertive black citizenry. Another diarist from North Carolina tallied up his human assets while pondering over his role as a slave owner. "This day all persons of African descent, heretofore acknowledged as slaves, are acknowledged to be free. Estimated by the census of 1860 to be about 4 millions of souls, of those about 100, besides those I advanced as my children, belong to me. I count from memory 98 and think I omit some of the small ones. Although the pecuniary loss is great, I feel no regrets that the result is so. For the institution, I never had a fondness, nor could I advocate it on any other grounds than that slavery was the best state for them. We shall see whether I was correct in this. I found the institution here when I came upon the stage of life. One have brought many and sold few, never bought but that I thought I bettered his or her condition, and most of those I bought I done so at their own request. May they do better for themselves is the only wish I have, but fear the result." The wife of a South Carolina plantation owner, Ella Gertrude Clanton Thomas, kept a diary that provides us with an example of one whose feigned detachment from a changing world was continually challenged by an unyielding desire to set things right through a Southern white ethnocentric value system that she knew was correct. Expressing suppressed concerns of many Southern whites who, realizing that their idealized world was crumbling 100 and spiraling into an abyss of political irrelevancy, Ella counseled in her diary 3 years after the Civil War that dark days are gathering, and with most of us the present duty, the duty of the hour, is to provide sustenance for our families and avoid politics. The South has a glorious record. Let us not dim her glory by senseless humiliation. Let us retain our dignity. Zenobia in chains was still a queen. Ella's concerns for the South's glorious record no doubt reverberated throughout the ranks of thousands of vicious regulators and highwaymen. And while a large number of Southern whites were economically far removed from the Thomas family, they too were adamant about relinquishing any privileges that might result in the social upgrading of blacks. For lower-placed Southern whites, publicly disassociating themselves from any recognition of blacks as social equals became a necessary and unequivocal political ritual that sanctioned a racist fantasy. The only factor protecting them from economic challenge and psychological obscurity was color. Some even rationalized that it was prudent to either excuse or ignore excesses committed by groups such as the Ku Klux, and if necessary publicly deny any affiliation with their tactics or goals. This was evident in Ella Thomas's diary when, forced to recognize dramatic changing social relationships between blacks and whites, she nostalgically reflected on her husband's background as a slave-owning South Carolina planter. Acutely aware that any loss of land property was a loss in human property, social arrangements that once provided the glue for obtaining this kind of material wealth was now a problem for the New South. For example, in an April 1871 diary entry, Ella's rendering of surrounding social changes revealed a pampered personality whose responses to a diminished social status were subjectively interpreted as threats to her Southern nature. By totally discounting the Africans' Southern nature, and their own arousal by the promise of enfranchisement and not the values of their former owners, Ella wrapped herself in the saturated cloak of secessionist etiquette and lamented, "I stopped writing this afternoon to go upstairs and select some summer clothing for the children to have done up. While I was upstairs, Turner returned from Augusta on horseback to spend the night, as Mr. Thomas is in Columbia, having left home this morning. Calling to one of the servants to ask some questions, I heard him reply, 'Yes,' in reply. I looked out. 'Who was that answered you then, Turner?' said I. 'Henry,' was his reply. 'Henry,' said I, 'when you reply to Turner you must be more respectful.' To this he replied that he was willing to say yes sir to Mr. Thomas but not to boys of his size. I came downstairs and told Henry that I was very well pleased with him, but that there was a distinction to be made between Turner and Charlie Hall and it must be made. He replied that he could leave and continued talking in this way for a while. 'Henry,' said I, 'you have said enough and you must stop. I repeat to you that while you are in our employment you must reply respectfully to Turner or leave. You can do as you please, but I should tell you the same if you were the only servant to be hired in the state.' I told him this and came in. I do not know whether he will go or stay. I should prefer his remaining, for hands are scarce, but respect is a quality I demand from servants even more than obedience. I can overlook neglected work but cannot tolerate disrespect. The servants are very tenacious of their honor. They all call Turner Buddy, the old name every one of our own servants have addressed him by ever since his birth. They are willing to compromise by calling him Buddy and Mary Bell Sissy, too. 101. Avoid speaking as Master Turner or Miss Mary Bell, for that would be too submissive to please them. Social assessments by families such as the Thomases generally concurred that Ku Klux activities were a necessary evil if order and fearful obedience could not be maintained by traditional norms. By allegedly not being concerned with the intricacies of how the Ku Klux established a synthesis between terror and social order, the unsavory aspects of Klansmen was relegated to mythology. Few wanted to know the gory details of social control that filled congressional reports such as, dead bodies of murdered Negroes were found on and near the highways bypaths. Gruesome reports came from the hospitals, reports of colored men and women whose ears had been cut off, whose skulls had been broken by blows, whose bodies had been slashed by knives or lacerated by scourges. *4. While night raids were often bloody sorties against an unarmed enemy, they required from both victimizer and victim a degree of acquiescence that ensured a level of physical if not psychic survival for all participants desiring as much. From the raiders' perspective, it was surmised that with enough physical pressure black farmers and Southern Republicans would capitulate and follow the Southern Democratic political line. Though not an unreasonable assumption, this type of analysis erroneously assumed that increased Ku Klux forays, intimidation, terror, and fear were salient enough factors that would ensure success during Klan forays. Strategists favoring this approach tended to overestimate the impact of these tactics by erroneously viewing raids as one-dimensional interactions between the victimizer and the victim. By disregarding the likelihood that all participants in a raid would be emotionally affected by its violent interactive aspects, emotional factors impacting on the raiders such as anxiety, stress, and fear were generally ignored or at the very least minimized. Fear is not necessarily a strong motivator for compliance, and in some instances its use may evoke an opposite response, one that many Klansmen soon became aware of. In fact, congressional testimony strongly suggests that it was when relative low fear arousal appeals were enacted, optimal levels of compliance from the targeted black populace were obtained. Conversely, increased whippings, shootings, beatings, rapes and killings of blacks simply produced a high level of false compliance that in effect transferred the victim's suffering into cunning defensive avoidance tactics. As a result, any social cue by blacks that could be interpreted by whites as an assertive challenging gesture was now masked by the victim in a fog of subterfuge and simulated compliance. Similarly, in many instances violent attacks by white gangs or ruffians were often ameliorated in such a manner that the victims developed a greater degree of psychic resistance, and in many instances, control of the interaction. Additional studies examining stressful situations such as those that might be found during Ku Klux raids also imply that personality responses such as hypervigilance, actually reduced mental efficiency that might otherwise significantly shape the outcome of highly intense interactive situation. Registered if so, determining the extent in which this is manifested during a raid and by whom is important. It appears that for Southern whites, a sense of hypervigilance against an envisioned onslaught of blacks may have been the most provoking impetus for what was reasoned as a need for preventive violence, i.e., have first strike capabilities against a socially defined 102. Enemy. If so, then Southern whites' perceptions of blacks' political and economic assertiveness and uplift from enslavement was certainly defensively defined as provocative and obnoxiousness. Psychologists J. Dollard and N.A. Miller observed that such social attitudes are largely learned and supported by effective myth-making propaganda campaigns that can effectuate a number of responses. When fear is learned as response to a new situation, it serves as a drive to motivate trial and error behavior. A reduction in the strength of the fear reinforces the learning of any new response that accompanies it. Ironically, congressional testimony from Ku Klux marauders in South Carolina not only inadvertently called attention to the victims' comprehension of which social political mores were violated, but most importantly their understanding that they needed to suppress this awareness when confronted by raiders. Accordingly, Klan forays quickly turned violent when it was apparent that verbal appeals failed to elicit a proper response from their victims. Within this violent context, the extent by which victims successfully masked their feelings through subterfuge is indicative of a much larger failure in the Ku Klux terror campaigns. Communicative modes or interactions after slavery between Southern blacks and whites did not radically change overnight, especially when the social economic arrangements and political institution remained essentially intact. With that said, while most blacks by 1866 were cognizant that slavery as defined by law had indeed been terminated, they were also very much aware that political and economic relationships were another matter. As an allied insurgency of Klansmen and their acolytes converted the South into a testing ground between the former order and an emerging challenger, blacks' internalized rage was often converted into cynical statements and derision aimed at their tormentor, rather than an outright physical confrontation. As acts of terror by night-riding Klansmen and similarly constituted groups increased from 1868 to 1871, Southern whites' general sense of their own empowerment, retribution, and social control returned. Defining the ills of the post-war period as Republican attempts at Reconstruction, armed raiders became the sinew of hope and a metaphor that pulled fractured segments of the old Confederacy around the concept of whiteness. They united landless poor whites and a struggling landowning planter class into a political accord aimed at stopping the freedmen at all cost. This was evidenced by Ella Thomas's diary entry that suggested while in the past her status as wife of a plantation owner did not require her to interact with the family's slaves on a daily basis, during Reconstruction her frustrations, economic stresses, and resulting anger with the loss of servants could easily be interpreted as Ku Klux in nature. Socially constructed symmetries of this kind among Southern whites, particularly on the question of what to do with the Negro, were common and easily found solace and sympathy in organized white resistance. Accordingly, as Ku Klux fear appeals increased in strength, their purpose evolved from warnings to threats, and eventually resulted in outright violence. Conversely, blacks' ability to communicate or verbalize any form of compromise with their tormentors diminished degree. It was during daily interactions between blacks and whites that indications of resistance appeared. Though some instances were blatant and others more subtle, clearly these indicators of changing social relationships were apparent. For example, in one issue of a 1867 New York Times, two separate clashes over streetcar use in Charleston, South Carolina, underscored the rising social tensions on race and place. 3. Dialogues on Human Rights Abuses 103. On Tuesday afternoon, March 27, after the adjournment of the Freedmen's mass meeting in Charleston, SC, an attempt was made by some of them to test their right to ride in the streetcar, which is denied them by the rules of the company. One of them entered a car, and declined to leave it when requested to do so by the conductor, who at the same time informed him of the company's rules. The conductor, however, insisted that he should at least leave the inside of the car, and finally his friends, who found he was liable to be forcibly ejected if resistance was offered, persuaded him to yield. On its return trip the car was filled at the same place by a crowd of Negroes, who rushed into it to the great discomfort of the white passengers, and although remonstrated with and appealed to by the conductor, declined to go out. The driver then attempted by direction of the conductor to throw his car from the track, and failing in this, unhitched his horses and the Negroes threatened personal violence to the conductor, but the arrival of the police and detachments of soldiers caused the Negroes to disperse. Other cars were in the meantime entered to interrupt the travel of the cars by placing stones on the track. The Charleston Courier, from which we gather the above details of the occurrence, say that the community is greatly indebted to the military authorities for their prompt assistance, and particularly to Gen. Klitz, who repaired to the scene and successfully employed his efforts to prevent what promised at one time to be a serious if not bloody affair. A few days later, on April 1, an additional disturbance was described in the Times. Another streetcar difficulty occurred this afternoon. Two Negroes got inside a streetcar and, refusing to leave, were ejected by the police. They forcibly resisted, but were overcome and lodged in the station house. Thereupon the Negroes outside became disorderly, using brickbats, and threatened to rescue them. In the melee several parties were injured. Information was promptly sent to headquarters, and a squad of regulars interfered and took charge of 5 of the ringleaders. The matter will be investigated before the Provost Court tomorrow. Actions taken to resolve the social disjunction of civil law and human rights are not easily taken, and when they are, often evolve into a conflict between terrorism and resistance. In a June 1870 issue of the Liberal New Era, the following article bridges the gap between these two alternatives and invites its readers to resolve the issue. More shootings. From a letter written from Columbus, we learn that a scion of chivalry by the name of Halstead, who has something to do with a livery stable there, in the most deliberate manner shot a colored man who was employed in the stable. Just like a cowardly rebel, he set up the plea that the Negro threw a brick at him, and the Ku Klux police, ready to seize any excuse to justify such outrages, arrested the wounded and bleeding Negro and put him in the calaboose. And yet we are told with the greatest coolness that these fiends are the Negro's best friends. Some Negroes are found who are shallow enough to swallow this oft-repeated absurdity and publicly announce themselves as Democrats. Well, time will show them what asses they are making of themselves. If the Negroes of Columbus would only organize, and since there is no protection for them before the courts, retaliate for these horrible outrages against them, rebels would soon learn to have respect for them. The more they submit to being killed, the more they will be killed, and the more they ought to be killed. Though inbred Southern social attitudes that gave rise to the above incidences were generally applicable in most violent confrontational situations between the races, these 104 attacks were also symptomatic of a deeper social malaise. For conservative whites, daily altercations, armed or otherwise, functioned as a physic release that, while helping ease the specter of military and social defeat, reinforced the idea that their values and traditions could still be enforced and honored. However, for many freedmen these violent confrontations facilitated a sense of dominion over self, while assuring them that they would not longer be confined to social or political obscurity. Interestingly enough, continuous day-to-day violence as described above also helped define Ku Klux Klan rhetoric and its accompanying mythology on race by anesthetizing Southern white economists, politicians, agriculturalists, nascent industrialists, shopkeepers, farm workers, skilled or unskilled laborers, young girls, aspiring students, ex-Confederate soldiers and dirt-poor journeymen from the infinitely harsher social dilemma of intraracial class conflict. In demeaning fashion, a newly enfranchised black population now willing to brave their former masters was now ridiculed as a credible source of social power or political influence. Arguments from all sectors of Southern white society purported that the freedmen's power base was neither entrenched in numerical strength or along traditional economic lines, but instead a creation of white Republican intrigue aimed ultimately at undercutting planters' control of the nation's Southern agricultural base. Any political articulation of blacks to the contrary was deemed unthinkable, politically foolish, and socially unwise by most whites, particularly in South Carolina. Thus an early 20th century novel by Albion Tuergy, A Fool's Errand, by one of the fools, the essence of white conservatism was captured by the following statement: the spirit of the dead Confederacy was stronger than the mandate of the nation to which it had succumbed in battle. *degree nonetheless, in South Carolina blacks were a threat to white domination. The threat, first perceived by whites as numerical, was by the late 1860s understood as to be economic, political, and social. Exploiting this challenge, Ku Klux propagandists curtailed any perception of the freedmen as being competent, responsible, creative, productive members of society or a military threat. Instead they labored to concoct an image of childish blacks imitating Southern whites' worst traits, as when one writer in the Richmond, Virginia Examiner visualized the freedmen as a paranoid race and a people susceptible to the travails of life who would forever require whites' parental guidance. He then opined, "How easily the Negro dies. In statistics recently compiled and published it is plainly shown that the Negro is not equal to the burdens of freedom, and that when he puts on a uniform he has almost surely enshrouded himself for burial. Bullets do not kill him, but disease claims him for its own, and perishes suddenly. Only 2,997 dies in action and of wounds, while 26,301 fell victim to disease. Here is a huge disproportion. The deaths in action and by wounds stand to those by disease in the ratio of 1 to 8. Among whites the ratio is only 1 to 2. This shows that the Negroes are not of that perdurable stuff of which freemen should be made. Not only in war does he show his incapacity to meet and endure the harassing responsibilities of life, but in peace he sinks beneath the ordinary trials of this uncertain and soul-trying world. As children need parents, so do Negroes need master. The world will recognize the fact one day, but too late. Degree. Similar analysis could be found in northern newspapers and journals. Harper's Weekly, a widely read and reportedly liberal newspaper, was one such journal. Known for its illustrated versions of historical and contemporary events in an era when photographs were not a part of a newspaper's format, the widely read journal periodically published images. 105. And stories on race that projected blacks as helpless, politically dependent victims of racism. In a December 1864 edition, a Christmas toy was advertised as Santa Claus Automation Negro Dancer that imitates the motions of a living Negro, affording infinite amusement to both old and young. Price $2.25. This advertisement, however, was complete with an illustration of a black male in rags, dancing barefoot for the amusement of young and old. A few years later, after the enactment of Reconstruction in 1876, Harper's had a dramatic illustration of a black male lying flat on his back, blood running from his head, appearing to be dead amidst the ruins of destroyed Southern city. A poster was on a nearby wall which stated "Negro killed" and the scribbled letters of KK. Under this depiction were the words, "One vote less Richmond Whig." An even more dramatic depiction of the ensuing warfare raging throughout the country's southern landscape occurred in October 1874 when Harper's Weekly published an illustration of two freedmen, male and female, on their knees, head bowed while holding a baby in their arms. Standing over them are two white males, one has a book in his pocket labeled White League, and the other is dressed in a white hooded robe with the letters KK on it. Each is well armed with daggers, pistols, and rifles while holding a human skull over the head of the freedman. Surrounding this entire scene are the words, "Worse than slavery, the Union as it was and the lost cause." Asterisk. Though depictions, as with other newspapers, were alleged attempts to clarify critical issues of the day, they were replete with racial duplicity. Repetitious depictions and suppositions of freedmen as incompetent citizens who were incapable of finding necessary resources to protect themselves against assertive Southern white Democrats simply strengthened racial stereotyping of blacks. It fed into an analysis that inferred, any resolution of critical social issues were far beyond the political control or mental resources of Southern blacks. Not surprisingly, when a columnist in the Richmond, Virginia Examiner opined that as children need parents, so do Negroes need masters, many Northern liberals also concurred that blacks as a dependent race required their protection and guidance for proper management and exploitation. The Ordered Society. Ku Klux propaganda was replete with various descriptive inquiries into the Africans' alleged mental and physical ineptitude. As a result, it was believed by many Southern whites that for the benefit of the nation, as in slavery, a state of economic and political dependency had to be enforced over the ex-slave. Planters asserted, without this, blacks' notions of racial equality would destroy the very fabric of an agrarian system that for centuries was premised on the supposition that subordination of its laboring force was a social truth. Others even claimed that to ignore the importance of white hegemony as the driving force for a stable and productive Southern economy would instantly foster the harbinger of an unwanted evil black social political ascendancy degree. In 1868, one unidentified white South Carolinian succinctly verbalized his fear of being socially displaced by blacks when he claimed, "Intelligence, virtue, and patriotism are to give place, in all elections, to ignorance, stupidity, and vice. The superior race is to be made subservient to the inferior. They who own property are to levy taxes and make all appropriations. The consequences will be in effect, confiscation. The appropriations to support free schools for the education of the 106 Negro children, for the support of old Negroes in the poor houses, and the vicious in jail and penitentiary, together with a standing army of Negro soldiers, will be crushing and utterly ruinous to the state. Every man's property will have to be sold to pay his taxes. The white people of our state will never quietly submit to Negro rule. By moral agencies, by political organizations, by every peaceful means left us, we will keep up this contest until we have regained the heritage of political control handed down to us by honored ancestry. That is a duty we own to the land that is ours, to the graves that it contains, and to the race of which you and we are alike members, the proud Caucasian race, whose sovereignty on earth God has ordained." A drawing of the line attitude by Southern white Americans accentuated the capability of metaphorical language to create a world full of villains, heroes, saints and enemies. In this historical context, one's birth into an alleged band of Confederate brothers helped alleviate a sense of powerlessness in the face of an immediate threat. It inoculated the weak against their own fears while empowering them with a passion to fight against the dragons of the world. Ku Klux use of symbols such as white robes and gourds with horns have often been interpreted as efforts at scaring or intimidating rural blacks with visions of vengeful night-riding dead Confederate soldiers. However, sociologically speaking, these customs and ornaments functioned more to unify Klansmen around a central philosophical concept, albeit a community that claimed for themselves the role of combatants for Southern white justice. Though years later additional Ku Klux icons emerged, such as a burning cross, the sense of spiritual self-righteousness and white racial awakening remained a central issue in Ku Klux terrorism. Understandably, volatile racial clashes were immediately refashioned and politically skewed for public consumption through books, newspapers, and the sworn testimony of witnesses. In this manner, myth for many Southern whites was far more than a product of fantasy, legend, or fable. It was a formula for action for Klansmen and other devotees of racial supremacy. Acts of violence against psychic black dragons may have fostered in their psyche verifiable truths about reality and the importance of battling evil. Viewed within a social framework already replete with cultural stereotypes, one is reminded of psychologist Robert Bales's observation that within such a violent milieu, some participants will be horrified, while many will be enthralled, committed, exalted, and impelled to perform. Such passions, when fused with Klan imagery and paraphernalia, tended to spirit up deep-seated emotions that escorted the unwary into a fantasy world of terror. Research by psychologist Sylvan Tompkins on the psychology of commitment and its associative relationship to violence and suffering recognized that resonance, i.e., attempts by individuals or group to find their place in the order of events, was a critical factor in obtaining shared commitments to a cause, regardless of its practically degree. Tompkins further explained that, by resonance we mean the engagement of feeling and thought by any organized ideology or social movement. The fit between the individual's own loosely organized ideas and feelings, and the more tightly organized ideology or social movement need not be a very close one to resonance registered. If it is resonance rather than the existence of psychological demons that were a primary element in the development of social movements, such as the Ku Klux Klan, it may be reasonable to accept that the level of resonance in a social movement will be indicative of the group's commitment to stated ideals. The irony, however, is that a continual resonating and propagating of racial supremacist dogma as if it were a static phenomenon assumes that targeted audiences, in this case disenchanted whites, had to be continually persuaded that their world was indeed in disarray. That being the case, only by involving themselves. 108. In direct action could any sense of normalcy and order be established, or as one Southern conservative propagandist concluded, society as a whole may be lacking in sanity. Registered for Klansmen and sympathetic whites, the desire for social order was an attempt to reconstruct the present in a manner consistent with their notions of the ordered society. It is society religiously founded on what they assumed were unshakable mores steeped in the righteousness of their causes, the validity of their philosophy, and the goodness of their goals. Commitments of this type obliged them to insist on a special status within society, no matter how fallacious it seemed to others. Similarly, idealism of this sort converted Klan propaganda into a prescription for vicious acts that enhanced the likelihood that brute force would be used to seize social control over non-whites, even with the possibility of racial genocide. As the editor of a Mississippi paper, The Meridian, stated after blacks and Republicans were defeated in the 1868 statewide elections, "Thank God, we can announce that it is over, the election, the most disgusting, disgraceful and degrading thing ever devised by the malice of man. Thank God it is over, and pray his holy name to remove the sin-creating thing, Negro suffrage, the most abominable of all abominations. The first preparations for the great work before us is, to shape and temper our firm resolves till they be hard as adamant and true as steel. Then, with the skull and crossbones of the lost cause before us, we will swear that this is a white man's government, and trusting in our firm purpose, our good right arms and God of right, we will maintain it so." Mounting notions of racial dominance were accordingly geared to essentially inhibit any economic or political thrust by blacks to alter their traditional role as America's pariah race. This too was a part of the ordered society. Elaborating on this point, Dubois in Black Reconstruction noted that options for the ex-slave were painfully limited: either destroy the old economic order and its cultural antecedents, or suffer social marginality. In this respect, Dubois opined, there was no choice. The unrest and bitterness of post-war lawlessness were gradually transmuted into economic pressure. Systematic effort was made by the owners to put the Negro to work, an equally determined effort by whites to keep him from work which competed with them or threatened their future work and income. Cotton and other crops were in price, and hard work would soon restore something of the losses of war. The planters offered the ex-slave, therefore, a labor contract, and were surprised when he refused. He had to refuse. The plantation laborer, under the conditions offered, would still be a slave with small chance to rise to the position of independent farmer, or even of free modern laborer. Interestingly enough, the Charleston Leader, a Republican newspaper, published an article in 1868 titled "Loyalty and the Planter," in which planters throughout the state presented 8 resolutions concerning their economic and political interest in the Marlboro district of South Carolina. Conceived by a committee calling themselves the Guardians of the Public Safety, these resolutions, reading more like demands, were published in most of the leading Democratic and Republican papers of the day. In extremely succinct language, ex-slave-owning planters suggested a way of resolving the economic quagmire and cyclical violence that was beginning to entrap Southern economy by declared their own version of the ordered society. 3 Dialogues on Human Rights Abuses. 109. Asterisk. A Ku Klux Mode of Torture. Library of Congress Prints and Photographs Division, Washington, D.C. That the withdrawal of the military from the state, at the earliest possible period, is the best measure to secure, on a lasting basis, sure, and satisfactory to both freedmen and planters, the relations existing between them. That such a measure would be accompanied with less confusion and difficulty than any other, and that, having pledged ourselves by the oath of allegiance to recognize the existing state of things, we do not hesitate to say that it is our honest purposes to abide thereby. That, if inconsistent with the views of the authorities to remove the military, we express the opinion that the plan of the military to compel the freedman to contract with his former owner, when desired by the latter, is wise, prudent, and absolutely necessary. That we, the planters of the district, pledge ourselves not to contract with any freedman unless he can produce a certificate of regular discharge from his former owner. That, under no circumstances whatsoever will we rent land to any freedman, nor will we permit them to live on our premises as employees. That no system can be devised for the present which can secure success, where the discipline and management of the freedmen is entirely taken out of the hands of the planters, and we invoke the authorities to recognize this fact, which cannot but be apparent to them. That we request the military to cease the habit of making Negroes act as couriers. 110. Sheriffs, and constables, to serve writs and notices upon planters, a system so destructive to good order and discipline. That we call on our young men to fill up the military companies now organized in the district, not only to preserve order and quiet, the lives of the weak and unprotected, seriously threatened under the existing state of affairs. That these proceedings be published in the papers of Charleston, that a copy be sent to our members of the legislature, and one to Col. Murray, Commandant at Kershaw. Implementation of these resolutions by so-called guardians of public safety attempted to create a supplicated force of black laborers who would survive only at the mercy of a racially ordered economic system. To ensure that this was the case, planters developed a system of armed patrols to enforce supportive local ordinances. Simultaneously, an appeal was made to disenfranchised whites to demonstrate their loyalty to race and Christian principles by participating in the enforcement of these anti-black regulatory actions. As could be expected, conservative northern investors in southern plantations feigned ignorance or plainly ignored the racist repercussions of this form of economic terrorism. They were not, however, reticent of the fact that while the Civil War destroyed Southerners' hope for a separate nation, the beginnings of a centralized and industrialized Southern economy with Northern finance were now a possibility. In fact, an increasing number of Americans, particularly Republicans, now believed that an expanded Southern economy with the help of an increased railroad system would stimulate post-war employment and generate prosperity. However, Southern Democrats argued, yes, but not at the cost of bringing white labor, both native and immigrant, into wage competition with skilled black labor. This, they asserted, was too high a social cost to pay for economic development. Another arrangement would have to be formulated. Themes on racial conflict. One feature that distinguishes the process of reactionary terror is the fact that deadly violence is usually an early response to perceived threat rather than the culmination of a long process of radicalization. A related feature is the existence of a tradition of violent resistance in the affected community, which is more or less quickly activated by externally imposed change. Propagating economic terrorism. Though post-bellum census data indicates that a little over 4 million Africans populated the United States from 1840 to 1880, during this same period, nearly 8 million Europeans immigrated to America armed with agricultural and laboring skills required for the country's expansion westward. These skills, along with brute strength in the areas of mining, construction, and manufacturing, placed immigrant labor in direct competition with the skilled and now emancipated African laborer. Commenting on this development, social scientist Steven Steinberg opined that indeed, if slavery is to be credited with laying the foundation for the nation's industrial development, then it was foreign labor that finally erected the industrial edifice itself. Steinberg's exaggerated if not inaccurate conclusions should have parenthetically added that foreign labor was able to contribute to the country's growth only as a result of a sanctioned and savage assault on African American civil and human rights. For example, an early 1900s labor report on immigration from the 1880s indicated that of 20 major mining and manufacturing centers, 58% of the workers were foreign-born. Moreover, it was precisely in the skilled areas of road construction, tanning, rubber factories, steel mills etc., where skilled but enslaved labor excelled for 2.5 centuries that were now the protected occupational havens for immigrating Europeans. Coal mines 48% immigrant labor. Iron mines 67% immigrant labor. Clothing factories 76% immigrant labor. Slaughter and packing houses 46% immigrant labor. Tanneries 53% immigrant labor. Steel mills 51% immigrant labor. Rubber factories 41% immigrant labor. Textile mills 49% immigrant labor. Road construction 46% immigrant labor. Source, compiled by the author from The Ethnic Myth, Race, Ethnicity, and Class in America, by Steven Steinberg, p. 38. Interestingly, Steinberg's omission doesn't mention the impact that cheap immigrant labor had on the murder of thousands of African American laborers when he noted that, to be sure, the nation's expanding industries needed labor, but even more than that, they needed cheap labor. For labor to be cheap, it had to exceed demand even at a time when demand was accelerating rapidly. A tight labor market not only would have constricted economic growth, but also would have resulted in an upward pressure on wages as industries competed for scarce labor. The existence of a labor surplus had the opposite effect. It exerted pressure on workers to accept long hours, poor conditions, and low wages. The real function of the liberal immigration policies of the period, therefore, was to flood the labor market in order to keep labor abundant and cheap. Without this contrived surplus of immigrant labor, the costs of economic growth would have been immeasurably greater, thereby shrinking the capital base that was essential for economic growth. As a result of this process, several factors emerged. While thousands of black laborers could have easily fulfilled the burgeoning labor needs of a post-war Southern economy, racist proclivities favored the importation of a more economic compliant European labor force. Furthermore, by anticipating that racial hegemony over blacks could be maintained by tolerating culturally similar European immigrants, Southern planters, manufacturers, distributors, and general merchants were able to maintain exploitative wages for immigrants and a pariah status for blacks. With the reality that Southern blacks outnumbering whites in at least 3 states, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Mississippi, and there having near parity in 3 others, Alabama, Florida, and Georgia, the potentiality that African Americans could dominate if not control the state legislative assemblies raised the volatile question, who will rule, degree. Native-born white Americans well as for European immigrants, regardless of the numerical ratio, made certain assumptions about their place and order in society. Part of the Americanization process for immigrants was coming to a realization that after 3 centuries of European explorations and domination in the New World, governing the indigenous and imported blacks in almost every segment of public life was natural and expected. They had no frame of reference to envision otherwise. However, with the passage of Civil Rights Acts from 1866 to 1875 and implementation of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments to the Constitution, the African American was becoming 4. Themes on Racial Conflict 113. Extremely reluctant to have these legislated rights trampled on without a struggle. Accordingly, Du Bois claimed that it was not a question of whether a reconstructed South could prosper under black political and economic rule, it was essentially whose interest would be served under their political leadership. It was not, then, that the postbellum South could not produce wealth with free labor, it was the far more fundamental question as to whom this wealth was to belong to and for whose interest laborers were to work. The ensuing struggle for jobs and wages was further complicated by the practice of barring non-whites from membership in craft unions or associations established for the protection of workers' rights. This prompted Du Bois to claim that it is for the most part against unions and the labor movement, because there can be no real labor movement in the South, their laboring class is cut in two and the white laborers must be ranged upon the side of their own exploiters by persistent propaganda and police force. Labor can gain in the South no class consciousness. Strikes cannot be effective because the white striker can be threatened with the colored scab and the colored striker can be clapped in jail. Justifications for these racist attitudes were also gleaned from emerging academic disciplines of such as biology, sociology, and anthropology. Among many noted scholars of the day who forged constructs on race was Herbert Spencer. Advocating that Charles Darwin's evolutionary theory, Origins of the Species, should be reinterpreted into a construct known as social Darwinism, theorists such as Spencer coined the phrase, the survival of the fittest, and with that formulated human behavior as a socio-biological construct. By the late 19th century, Spencer's social Darwinism engendered very succinct ideas about the superior and inferior nature of cultures, particularly when he opined that black children would not be able to keep pace intellectually with whites due to biological limitations, i.e., their intellect being apparently incapable of being cultured beyond a certain point. Registered with scientific thinking of the sort emerging as evidence of European biological superiority, black social equality, particularly in labor relationships, was unthinkable and seemingly unnatural to many white Americans. To argue against this evidence was to risk arguing against science, cultural tradition, and most important, the birthright of every European immigrant for a second chance at material gain, regardless of the misfortunes of black Americans. Unfortunately, many Southern newspaper editors, both black and white, maintained an editorials policy that simply replicated the violent rhetoric they received for their letters to the editor column. These letters in turn became testimonials to an openly contentious and highly competitive labor market. In addition, for many whites the issue was not about racial prerogatives, for this they assumed for themselves. More troubling was the presence of a skilled black laboring class who were insistent on being involved in all things economic and political. The reality of this challenge forced many whites to find some rationale to explain their economic predicament, such as one worker who in the fall of 1868 expressed his patronizing concerns in a sympathetic journal, The Working Man's Advocate. We all know that the Negro is a free man, never again to be bought and sold, and who does not feel thankful that the greatest stain on the fair issue of our country is removed by the act of emancipation, now seeing they are as free as all God's creatures are by nature, and should be by practices. Such being the case, the question then arises, what are the duties of a free man in a country? It is an easy matter to solve by each person seeking 114. Himself the question. then what you claim for yourself you should willingly grant to others, and that is in this country a voice in making the laws we live under, and in whose eye all should be on an equality, all receive alike the same protection. Now sir, you will see by my sentiments that I consider that although that colored Cooper is not as yet my political equal in this state he should be. But you say political equality to the Negro will be political enmity to labor, because the white laborer refuses to place himself on a social platform with the Negro laborer, and I must confess, honestly, that I have not the slightest ambition to work with a Negro, to meet him in our trade unions, or do anything that would have a tendency to break down the demarcations of race that God has seen fit to ordain, and for those reasons, I know that no sensible Negro will be my political opponent. And furthermore, no sensible Negro will demand such concessions, for it takes them out of their element. I am sure that a poor colored Cooper, surrounded by 30 white men, just felt as I would feel surrounded by a like number of blacks, and I am sure I have not the least wish to realize the feeling. The old saying, birds of a feather flock together, has always proved true in the past, and will I feel persuaded, in the future. And I think that the lines of demarcation between the races will be more closely drawn in the future than they were in the past. My reasons for thinking so are these: first, freedom leaves the Negro at liberty to turn their faces in any direction they wish. Secondly, a growth in intelligence consequent upon their changed relations in life, will enable them to see that they are contending against odds in competing with a superior and more enterprising race. Thirdly, self-preservation will cause them to draw from the unequal contest and colonize by themselves, and it is my serious impression that if such a course should not be pursued they will the sooner disappear before the coward march of the white race, which is destined, I believe, at no very remote date to supplant all the races of the globe. As regards their political action, in that I see nothing to fear. Some, like the minority of our own race, will have minds of their own, and act with us and for us, while the mass, like the many of our own race, will be the puppets of political gamblers. I have now come to the pleasing contrast, and I must say that I cannot see the parallel between the societies. The society you have branded as false, is a protective society composed of men of the same race who assemble at these meetings on a social, not a political equality, and only separate to commingle more closely. The true society is a speculating enterprise, where one person's money is as good as another's, and when they separate they may not meet again until the next meeting. I remain, yours truly, John Hewitt, member of United Coopers No. 4, New York. In Boston, a city known for its raucous racial relationships, ethnocentrism, and class interest among workers, especially Irish construction workers and hod carriers, was contentious and more often violent than in other northern cities. A few months after the abolition of slavery in January 1865, a number of tersely written articles in the Boston Daily Evening Voice expressed a multitude of economic fears held mostly by Irish workers, propagating that a fundamental competitive and often violent relationship existed between the races and in particular between the newly freed slaves and European immigrants. These articles advised that the sooner white workers became cognizant of this fact, a proper racial and class relationship with blacks would be established. 115. This kind of insipid fear precipitated by northern white newspapers provided a basis for a level of anxiety that complemented southern whites' reasoning that only direct terror could stem the economic and political insurgency of blacks. The fact is that by the late 1860s, in cities like Boston, the African American community, albeit slowly, was establishing itself as a small but viable economic entity. Many of its most notable residents were well known as black abolitionists before the Civil War and as soldiers during the war, while others had local stores or were meaningfully employed. As their population increasingly became literate and informed about its tenuous economic and dubious political status, articles appearing in conservative Republican newspapers began complaining that blacks were becoming an insufferable, intolerable, and socially offensive threat. The problem succinctly was that the relative growth of the black population away from the chains of enslavement and 250 years of stateless status was too phenomenal a development for most white Americans or immigrants to understand or accept, particularly in the area of labor. It challenged their assumption that America was not only the land of opportunity, but a place where they were assured that their status could never fall below the level of the country's official pariah race and class, the blacks. This conscious acceptance of racial preferential status, in effect allowed major employers and controllers of industry the ability to essentially kill two birds with one stone, exploit existing racial and class antagonisms while curtailing any nascent development of workers' unions. Even before the onset of Reconstruction in 1867, white workers, particularly the Irish, were cognizant of the economic vice unfolding around them, as one white worker explained in the Boston Daily Evening Voice why the hod carriers went out on strike in 1865. It is said that a party of hod carriers, who have been receiving $2.50 a day, have demanded an advance, that the employer refused to accede and employed a party of Negroes, that the police were ready to put down any attempt on the part of the white hod carriers to molest the Negroes, which is not objected to, if the same police are ready to put down an attempt on the part of the capitalist, sitting in their bank parlors and counting rooms, and contractors sitting in the mechanics exchange, concerting plans to compel workingmen to work at the prices dictated by the nabobs who have the control of money, and through this control can say to the laboring man, work at our price or starve. Why is it more cruel for the hod carrier to fight against his competitor than for the capitalist to say to him, we will starve your wife and children unless you conform to our demand? Both are wrong, entirely wrong, and need reform. But is there not reason to fear that some police officers perform with alacrity the duty of mauling a hod carrier, while they are little skittish when called upon to protect the hod carrier from the oppression of capital? Now the question is asked, why should the Negro be willing to carry a hod carrier than anybody else? Why should he be induced to do so? Why should not the hod carrier be as well paid as the contractor? And why should not the contractor be as well paid as the merchant, or money lender? Indeed, it might be asked, why should the money lender be paid at all, seeing that money is a creature of the government, created for the common good at the common expense, and should not be tampered with? At any rate, keep the money lender at 6%. If this will not support him, let him go to work or retrench his expenses. Do not let him take advantage of the demand for money which himself and the other bank directors have created, and say to the contractor, take the extra interest out of the hod carriers and other laborers' wages, and say to the merchant, change to the consumer. Why should not the hours of the hod carrier furnish him with as much money as the hours in any other indispensable vocation? 116. When will workingmen learn that competition among themselves to get employment from the capitalist is suicide, that this competition is just what keeps the working man under the thumb of capital, and this is the face of the fact that all of what is called capital is the result of labor performed by workingmen? The result of the hod carrier strike proves that workingmen should feel that the successful management of the boss and capitalist in this case is a blow at all labor, and harder blows are yet to be delivered, unless all workingmen are as willing and able to combine as the capitalist. One of two things should be done: either repeal all the legislation in favor of capital and against labor, or else enact laws which shall protect labor as well as capital. If the Negro hod carrier will underbid the white hod carrier because the Negro can live cheaper, soon the white will underbid the black, because he has learned to live still cheaper, and then again the black and then the white, until the lowest rate is obtained, and so it will be as long as it is necessary that every laborer shall change his labor into money, and a few banks or a combination of banks can control the money. Many capitalists and opponents of the 8-hour law and other labor reforms, look upon the contest between black and white as a good joke. Pity it is so, but so it is. Are we to have a poor white trash? Asterisk. Essential questions pertaining to an 8-hour day and the use of black laborers to break union-called strikes continually placed black and white workers on a collision course. One newspaper account in the Working Man's Advocate underscored the tensions in the nation's capital by quoting one laborer's observation that the white Irish workmen engaged in clearing out the canal which runs through Washington, who have been working on the 8-hour plan, and who are expected to vote for the re-election of Mayor Wallach, struck today for higher pay. A gang of colored men promptly took their places, but the white men refused to permit them to work and began to pelt them with stones. The police came, arrested the ringleaders and locked them up, after which the colored men shoveled away unmolested. We don't like that, the most of it, perhaps none of it. We believe 8 are enough hours per day for any man to work at clearing the filth from a canal, and if the workmen were getting insufficient wages they were justified in striking. But we don't like the idea of other laborers, white or colored, taking their places after they had struck, and we don't like the pelting measure. The strike was badly managed. Henceforth let there be an understanding between all laborers, white and black, that the employer cannot play off the one class against the other. This will be much more for the interest of both classes than either underworking or pelting each other. The 8-hour men of Washington have nominated H.N.E.S.B. as their candidate for mayor. We wish every laborer man in the city could have the privilege of voting for him. Noting that striking Irish workers held little sympathy for blacks laborers who were willing to replace them on job sites, one recalled, "We should judge by the appearance of the blacks now on the work that some of them were recently arrived from the south, and rather green at northern work." The boss builder told us he paid them the same as he had paid the white men, and to our question whether they proved as capable hands he said he could not tell without further trial, but he should give them a pretty thorough trial before he hired Irishmen again. Irishmen should make dispassionate note of this, and learn that when they strike against colored men, they do not hurt the colored men, but themselves only. 117. In the spring of 1868, the editor of Pro-Labor Workingman's Advocate newspaper was reminded that, now that slavery is abolished, that fruitful source of agitation has become extinct, and in its place that ghastly shadow of Negro labor is looming up in the distance. To those who are satisfied with a glance at the surface of things, Negro labor may have a terrible significance, and it may scare the timid into the contemplation of some terrible things for this unfortunate race. But I cannot see what direful consequences are to result from free Negro labor. By emancipation the relation only of the slave to the master was changed and not the nature of the Negro. The masters of the Negro remains the same whether in the condition of freedom or slavery. But by far the most important feature in the consideration of this matter is the probable existence of the Negro race on this continent. The Negro is naturally improvident, he is lacking in parental affection, and that care which is a prerequisite to the preservation of a race is not a quality of his nature. In their condition of slavery there was an interest, and a great interest too, in preserving the race and in bringing it to as high a state of perfection as was possible, and under such a regime, and the accessions made to it by the slave trade, the Negro population of the South increased, while that of the North decreased. But now things are changed, the Negro is no longer a slave, the relation between master and slave is destroyed. The incentives to the care and preservation of the race by the Caucasian South no longer exist. The place of the Negro can be supplied by the German and Irish emigrant, and the necessity for Negro labor will with time pass away. Thus the Negro, naturally improvident and indolent, will be reduced to pauperism, and the extinction of the race becomes a question of time and not of fact. It is true this will not take place in a day, a month, nor a year, but every decade of time, as it rolls around, will make it, to those who choose to observe it, more perceptible, and the unfortunate Negro, like the poor Indian, will have to move out of the path of the over-conquering Caucasian. Why then should the white man fear his competition? To do so is a weakness incompatible with his nature. Leave the Negro to work out his own salvation, extending to him all rights and privileges to which his nature, relation, and condition entitles him. Let us study and understand ourselves, and closely scrutinize the motives of men, particularly political leaders and demagogues, and the ghost of Negro competition need no longer haunt the mind of the white working man. Veritas, Baltimore Registered. Black women shared no less grief in the struggle against economic terrorism. For example, one laborer signing her name, a colored woman, replied to an earlier editorial in the Philadelphia Morning Post by remonstrating about the welfare of the poor in the coming winter of 1871 and the prevailing caste spirit in our midst, depriving deserving, respectable colored people in all our large cities from obtaining employment. When respectable women of color answer an advertisement for a dressmaker, either in families or a dressmaker, they are invariably refused, or offered a place to cook or scrub, or to do housework, and when application is made at manufactories immediately after having seen an advertisement for operators or finishers, they meet with the same reply, sometimes modified by bidding you call again, just suited, will want more hands in the course of a few weeks, etc. There are many respectable workmen of color competent to fill any of the above-named positions, and who make out a scanty livelihood sewing at home, who would gladly take permanent situations, to sew, operate or finish, and some have advertised to that effect, making their color known, and received no answers. 118. After the Confederacy's surrender in 1865, economic competition would have its pound of flesh from those blacks who would not adjust to whites' insistence of a priori rights in everything economic, political, or social. For the maladjusted freedmen, or those who whites defined as idle Negroes, employment opportunities ranged between peonage and the chain gang, as suggested by the following newspapers' articles. Black wages. The Richmond Republic reports that a meeting of the farmers representing 7 counties in Virginia, held to consider the question of the wages of Negro labor, after due deliberation, fixed the hire of field hands at $5 a month, the hand to clothe himself and pay his own in harvest was fixed upon. The Republic supposes this will fix the wages throughout Virginia and the South. These wages for first-class hands, subject to the usual contingencies of sickness and seasons, will prevent the liberty of the blacks from being made dangerous by riches. We suppose that if the blacks of the aforesaid counties should hold a meeting to deliberate on the subject of wages for labor, and should fix the rate without which they would not work, it would be regarded as proof that the Negro would not work in a state of freedom, and that slavery was the only condition he is fit for. And on June 24, 1866, the New Orleans Daily Tribune's headlines reported, "Chain Gang for Idle Negroes." Preparations have now been completed to have a chain gang of the idle Negroes found in Columbus. All colored people, who have no visible means of support, are to have a ball and chain attached to them, and set to work at leveling the fortifications around the city to feed them the while. It is the determination of both the civil and the military authorities that no idlers, who can only exist by pilfering and robbery, will be allowed to remain in the city, unless they can be put to work this morning. Degree. An early spring 1866 edition of the National Anti-Slavery Standard exposed a deeper well of hatred and anger which planters held for the freedmen. By resolving to institutionalize a series of labor regulations or black codes, planters took steps to resume the same authority and control mechanisms that existed before the abolition of slavery. Refusing to relinquish any of their previous assumed authority, social control was refined to heighten a sense of terror in every aspect of the black laborer's life. Part of this plan, as discussed in a meeting of planters in Cumberland County, Virginia, was to implement wage scale regulations for all black laborers. Second, to regulate those civil rights that the freedmen thought they were entitled to as a result of the 13th Amendment, such as the right of free movement, free choice of an employer and the ability to converse with other workers. Appalled by the blatant civil as well as human rights abuses now being enacted, one writer commenting on the planters' plans began an article in the National Anti-Slavery Standard by emphasizing, "The mere publication of these proceedings, without a word of comment, would be sufficient for the intelligent reader, and were it not said by commenting upon them, we can thereby answer some of our contemporaries' outrageous falsehoods respecting colored laborers, we should not bear a single word to either prefer or append to this most infamous schedule of prices." 119. Proceeding to the heart of the matter, the Standard reporter elaborated on how easily economic terrorism, when legislated by anointed economic interest, transcends protective but fibrous barriers of civil and human rights. When this occurs, personal liberties are abridged, appropriated, and eventually vanquished. In a meeting held on November 27, 1866, in a small Cumberland County courthouse, he reported on how easily non-legislators but land-downing heir apparent whites shaped public policy. The meeting was for the purpose of adopting some regulations between the farmers and the Negroes. The meeting adopted resolutions expressing kind feeling toward the Negroes, but asserting that up to this time, they had, too generally, been guilty of idleness, insubordination, vagrancy, and theft. The following scale of prices for the ensuing year was adopted: for men, strictly number 1 in every respect, $6 per month. For next class, $50 per year. For ordinary men, $40 per year. For boys between 15 and 20, from $25 to $40 per year. For strictly number 1 house women, cooks or washers, $60 per year. For strictly number 2 house women, cooks or washers, $40 per year. For number 3 house women and field hands, from $20 to $30 per year. For girls from 15 to 20, from $10 to $30 per year. For boys and girls under 15, food. On half the annual pay is to be paid in July, the other half in January. The men will not be allowed to converse during working hours, they will not be allowed to raise stock or fowls for their own use, they will be charged with all the property, stock, or fruit on the farm that may be lost or stolen, they will have 30 minutes for breakfast, and 45 minutes for dinner, they will be fined $1 for quarreling, fighting, or willful disobedience. The above may be taken as a fair specimen of the prevailing ideas of justice and fair dealing among many of the planters in different sections of our own and neighboring states. We presume this action of the planters in Cumberland County to be one link in the solution of the all-absorbing question, will the Negro work? Should the freedmen of said county find that, during the months of July and August, they have no clothes to wear, no money to pay doctors' bills, or to meet the 1,000 other incidental wants of their families, and should, in consequence thereof, express the slightest word of dissatisfaction or discontent, the self-appointed regulators of capital and labor will undoubtedly consider the great problem solved, and will exhibit to the world new and conclusive proof that the Negroes are inclined to idleness, insubordination, vagrancy, and theft. The most infamous portion of the rules laid down for the government of the colored laborers, is that relating to their personal liberty. They are not allowed to converse during working hours. Even the small enjoyment of enlivening the weary hours of toil with small talk is denied them, and their mouths are locked in silence. The birds chatter while building their nests, the industrious bee hums while storing his hive, and a republic of busy ants hold converse with each other while laying up their winter food, but a community of human beings, endowed with reason and intellect, must transform themselves into dumb oxen, and work. Again, they will not be allowed to raise stock or fowls for their own use. Here we have Shylock with a vengeance. The planter, in substance, says, "Your labor is mine, and I will exact all, even to the last quiver of a muscle." Again we see cropping out that same disposition to discourage industry and enterprise among the freedmen. They must do nothing, be nothing, say nothing except what will profit their 120 masters, alias employers. They are to be charged with everything that may be stolen or lost. They will be allowed 30 minutes for breakfast and 45 minutes for dinner. They will be fined $1 for each time that are impudent. These are the enactments of professedly Christian planters, in a civilized land in the 19th century. Oblivious to any charge of hypocrisy and unconcerned about the personal liberties of blacks, self-proclaimed Christian planters in a civilized land succumb to an insatiable greed for economic gain and the requisite force needed to accomplish this end. The desire for control, even beyond that required for profit in itself, became a form of intense psychic terrorism, causing many freedmen to conclude that their life might have been better during enslavement than what now existed in freedom. Mary Anderson's testimony. Such was the reasoning for Mary Anderson, whose recollections of enslavement on a Wake County, North Carolina, plantation hinged primarily on a close working relationship, physical subservience, economic dependency, and deference to the concerns of her owners. Mary's frame of reference, like millions of similarly enslaved blacks, contained few personal rights beyond that which any white person might confer on her. In this regard, the abolition of slavery neither freed Southern blacks like Mary from a feeling of benign benevolence, nor did it conferred on her a sense of empowerment. Instead, Mary's perceptions of freedom, similar to thousands of other refugees, were very much contingent on a previous adaptive social attitude of deference toward their ex-masters and whites in general. With this mind, the degree to which Mary's recollections are an accurate assessment of a lifelong traumatic experience that appeared to have resulted in her over-identification with the source of an oppressive lifestyle is crucial in understanding the costs some pay for survival. The war begun and there were stories of fights and freedom. The news went from plantation to plantation, and while the slaves acted natural and some even more polite than usual, they prayed for freedom. Then one day heard something that sounded like thunder, and Mrs. and Master began to walk around and act queer. The grown slaves were whispering to each other. Sometimes they gathered in little gangs in the grove. Next day I heard it again, boom, boom, boom. Went and asked Mrs. "Is it going to rain?" She said, "Mary, go to the ice house and bring me some pickles and preserves." I went and got them. She ate a little and gave me some. Then she said, "You run along and play." In a day or two everybody on the plantation seemed to be disturbed, and Master and Mrs. were crying. Master ordered all the slaves to come to the house at 9 o'clock. Nobody was working and slaves were sailing over the grove in every direction. At 9 o'clock all the slaves gathered at the great house, and Master and Mrs. came out on the porch and stood side by side. You could hear a pin drop, everything was so quiet. The Master said, "Good morning," and Mrs. said, "Good morning, children." They were both crying. Then Master said, "Men, women and children, you are free. You are no longer my slaves. The Yankees will soon be here." I think slavery was a might good thing for mother, father, me and the other members of the family, and I cannot say anything but good for my old Master and Mrs., but I can only speak for those whose conditions I have known during slavery and since. For myself and them, I will say again, slavery was a might good thing. 4. Themes on Racial Conflict 121. The psychic brutalizing of black labor was not lost on conservative whites, who quickly understood that any forced subservience of the black population not only curbed a challenge to their hegemony in the job market, but it also inhibited blacks' political growth. Accordingly, penalizing black workers for being impudent had as much to do with the continuation of Southern etiquette as it did with chastising and penalizing a perceived subservient class. Given that context, while most blacks after the Civil War would have found it difficult to publicly utter Mary Anderson's sentiments, few had any illusions about their actual social status. For example, in a grammatically flawed letter to the authorities of Richmond and Manchester, Virginia, tobacco factory mechanics indicated that their wages had actually decreased after the Civil War. "Dear sirs, we the tobacco mechanics of the city and Manchester is worked to great disadvantages. In 1858 and 1859 our masters hired us to the tobacconist at a prices ranging from $150 to $180. The tobacconist furnished us lodging, food and clothing. They gave us tasks to perform. All we made over this ask they paid us for. We worked faithful and they paid us faithful. They then gave us $2 to 2.50 CTS, and we made double the amount we now make. The tobacconist held a meeting, and resolved not give more than $1.50 CTS per hundred, which is about 1 day's work in a week. We make 600 pounds apes with a stemmer. The week's work then at $1.50 amounts to $9. The stemmer's about 1/2 what we made when slaves. Now to rent 2 small rooms we have to pay from $18 to $20. We see $4.50 or $5 will not more them pay rent, say nothing about food, clothing, medicine, doctor bills. They say we will starve through laziness. That is not so. But it is true we will starve at our present wages. They way we will steal. We can say for ourselves we had rather work for our living. Give us a chance. We are compelled to work for them at low wages and pay high rents and make $5 per week and sometimes less. And paying $18 or $20 per month rent. It is impossible to feed ourselves, and family starvation is certain unless a change is brought about. After the Civil War, economic tensions and conflict between the races was not limited to recalcitrant Southern white workers or employers who feared blacks as economic competitors. Though Southern whites were generally labeled by Northerners as unforgiving racists and secessionists, many Northerners were very cognizant that their albeit recent history of abolitionist fervor was comforted by the fact that Reconstruction's exigencies were hundreds if not over 1,000 miles away. As such, Northern racist sentiments were subsumed under financial investment concerns and not the daily confrontations between the vanquished slave and the reconstituted planter class. During this post-bellum period, the notion that government-sponsored social development programs for the freedmen could occur with an emphasis on political rights and functional economic programs ignored Southern whites' insistence for a separate and unequal existence in spite of a growing and massive resistance by Southern whites of various class backgrounds. Similarly, in spite of Republican efforts to ensure a determined growth among the ex-enslaved populace, one may conclude that the grand design was incomplete assimilation which would enhance emotionalism and perpetuate a dangerous subculture of freedmen. Moreover, another potentially explosive problem lay with white abolitionist women who, witnessing the emancipation of the African, now sought full franchise for themselves. Among those who now had to face the changing racial and political landscape were leading white female abolitionists, such as Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony. Civil War instance to the Ku Klux Klan in the wake of the See Black Res 122. 4. Themes on Racial Conflict 123. Though both were outspoken supporters of Abraham Lincoln's wartime Emancipation Proclamation, they now became critical of freedmen and Republicans who supported the 14th Amendment to the Constitution in 1868 that gave black men and not women the vote. Both Stanton and Anthony argued that with the introduction of the word male into the Constitution, the basis of representation therein shall be reduced in the proportion which the number of such male citizens shall bear to the whole number of male citizens 21 years of age in such state. Degree women were institutionally relegated to second-class citizenship if not sacrificed for the benefit of black male rights. More significantly, they asserted that the concept of universal rights for all citizens was now abandoned. Sojourner Truth, another well-known abolitionist, ex-slave and in her own right an imposing articulate spokesperson for the freedmen, defended the concept of political rights for black men at this time. Truth exhorted that the black women's struggle to survive in a racist society was a reality not necessarily understood by white women. She explained that the consolidation of the black family was a primary and critical issue, and that her experiences and those of countless thousands of black women were shaped by the fact that, we came from another field, the country of the slave, and in the field, washing is about as high as a colored woman gets. Her point was that the growth of the black family was contingent on many factors, and the implementation of the 14th Amendment, albeit skewed toward males, was simply another forward step for all blacks, regardless of gender. Responding to challenges by Stanton and Anthony, black newspaper publisher Charles Lennox Remond patronizingly proclaimed for his wife and sister all that he claimed for himself, and by deduction, refused to argue against the rights of women in his family. As the debate developed, Truth railed against the issue of racial economic disparities, yet let it be known that while she was not oblivious to the gender issue. I have done a great deal of work, as much as a man, but did not get as much pay. I used to work in the field and bind grain, keeping up with the cradler, but men doing no more, got twice as much pay, so with the German women. They work in the field and do as much work, but do not get the pay. We do as much, we eat as much, we want a much. Truth was not alone in trying to explicate the relationship of civil rights, gender, and equal pay. 3 years earlier in 1866, a petition by the colored washerwomen of Jackson, Mississippi, to its mayor emphasized the same point. Announcing that this was the first collective action taken by the black women workers of Mississippi, they wrote, "Mayor Barrows, dear sir. At a meeting of the colored washerwomen of the city, on the evening of the 18th of June, the subject of raising the wages was considered, and owing to many circumstances, the following preamble and resolution were unanimously adopted, whereas, under the influence of the present high prices of all the necessaries of life, and the attendant high rates of rent, while our wages remain very much reduced, we, the washerwomen of the city of Jackson, state of Mississippi, thinking it impossible to live uprightly and honestly in laboring for the present daily and monthly recompense, and hoping to meet with the support of all good citizens, join in adopting unanimously the following resolution: be it resolved by the washerwomen of the city and county, that on and after the foregoing date, we join in charging a uniform rate for our labor. That rate being an advance over the original price by the month or day, the statement of said price to be made public by printing the same, and any one belonging to the class of washerwomen, violating this, shall be liable to a fine regulated by the class. We do not wish in the least to charge exorbitant prices, but desire to be able to live comfortably if possible from the fruits of our labor. We present the matter to your honor, and hope you will not reject it as the condition of prices call on us to raise our wages. The prices charged are, $1.50 per day for washing, $15 per month for family washing, $10 per month for single individuals. We ask you to consider the matter in our behalf, and should you deem it just and right, your sanction of the movement will be gratefully received. Yours, very truly, the Washerwomen of Jackson. Apparently deciding not to directly attack an organized attempt by black women to petition for economic rights, Stanton in an astounding manner rebuked black men for being unionist apostles of Republicans, who did not have their interests totally at heart. Though Stanton was most likely correct in this analysis, her patronizing attitude became problematic for many blacks. For example, at a meeting of the Equal Rights Association in Washington, D.C., 1 year before the adoption of the 14th Amendment, George T. Downing, a strong supporter of the amendment and leading citizen of Newport, Rhode Island, asked Stanton if she would oppose the enfranchisement of black men if women did not get the vote at the same time. Stanton responded that she would not trust the black man to make laws for her because, degraded, oppressed himself, he would be more despotic with the governing power that ever our Saxon rulers are. Her preferences were that educated people must first be placed in power, for this incoming tide of ignorance, poverty, and vice must not be empowered. Envisioning herself in a position to speak for millions of women, she claimed that without woman suffrage, only the highest type of manhood should vote and hold office. Stanton obviously believed that the freedmen lacked both the political experience and intelligence to govern over whites, nor did they possess a true understanding or appreciation of the franchise. Her statement also implied that educated whites somehow rise above racist attitudes and proclivities and therefore should be given the opportunity to govern. Sentiments such as these, openly expressed and defiantly made in the press and during public forums by former white abolitionists, continually stigmatized blacks' ability to function effectively in a society dominated by whites. By the fall of 1868, Stanton felt confident enough to scold black men when she asserted, if colored men had been as wide awake as women, instead of idly waiting for Republican abolitionist, now melted into one apostle, Wendell Phillips, they would have had their labor unions, and their delegates to this National Labor Congress. Such representative men as John L. Langston, Robert Purvis, and Frederick Douglass, would have been readily admitted, and would not only have dignified their race, but by their learning, eloquence, and power have added to the ability and interest of the Union. We urge the colored men of the nation to remember that they who would be free themselves must strike the blow. Hence, if they are not represented in the next National Labor Congress to be held in Pittsburgh, Penn, August, 1869, it is their own fault. You see, friends, so soon as we women get a foothold among the white males, instead of selfishly rejoicing in our own good fortune, forgetting all that are behind, we turn to help our colored brother up to the same platform. The world never hears us say, this is the women's hour, for in the world of work, as in politics, we demand the equal recognition of the whole people. One thing was clearly understood in the convention, that the workingmen would no longer be led by the nose by politicians, as they proposed to have a People's Party in '72. They feel that it is a matter of no consequence which party succeeds in the coming election, as their condition will be precisely the same in the success of either Grant or Seymour. As to all the talk about a country, with Grant we shall have peace, and with Seymour war, so long as neither party proposes universal suffrage, or a sound monetary system, it makes no difference to the masses which succeeds, or, whether they are made slaves by brute force or cunning legislation *degree. At the 1869 Equal Rights Association meeting in Washington, D.C., Stanton opined that the concept of universal suffrage was now such an appalling question, that one wonders how this society could make their wives and mothers the political inferiors of unlettered and unwashed ditch diggers, boot blacks, butchers, and barbers, fresh from the slave plantations of the South, and the effete civilizations of the Old World. Stanton's Upper W27 and class biases, separate from her feminist advocacy, undoubtedly found some level of sympathy among Southern and Northern whites who, regardless of their varying political affiliations or concerns about white women's equality, were more distressed about their possible economic and social displacement, as was Stanton, by those who were fresh from the slave plantations of the South. While Stanton's opinions were not purposefully expressed to evoke an atmosphere of subliminal terrorism and intolerance, alleged ignorance of resulting terrorist implications, either purposeful or not, added to the country's growing racial divide. However, some post-Civil War critics such as William Silva suggested that the problem of social equality extended far beyond the question of blacks or gender. Whatever our opinions may be as to immediate causes of the war, we can all agree that human slavery was the first great cause, and from the day that the first gun was fired, it was my earnest hope that the war might not end until slavery ended it. No man in America rejoiced more than I at the downfall of Negro slavery. But when the shackles fell from the limbs of those 4 millions of blacks, it did not make them free men, it simply transferred them from one condition of slavery to another. It placed them upon the platform of the white working men, and made all slaves together. I do not mean that freeing the Negro enslaved the white, I mean that we were slaves before, always have been, and that the abolition of the right of property in man added 4 millions of black slaves to the white slaves of the country. We are now all one family of slaves together, and the labor reform movement is a second Emancipation Proclamation * registered. While sentiment in some quarters of both the black and white working class recognized that both races increasingly shared similar exigencies, there were also attendant reminders of an underlying class struggle within America's multiracial populace. Increased instances of social conflict illustrated that both race and class would function as definers of the American reality throughout the rest of the 19th century. Accordingly, a call for a second emancipation by some whites hinted at a growing belief among some sectors of the white working class that while enormous forces were now shaping the nation's post-war economy, it was the black workers who were the immediate threat. Accepting this analysis, one white worker even qualified the distinctions between black laborers and tradesmen. As a rule, the Negro does not take kindly to steady labor. He can be made to work, it is true, but left to his own guidance, he would be content with little pay provided he was liable to illegible work. Give him his choice between $1 an hour and $1 a day, he would accept the former, and with great industry earn the first 3 or 4 shillings, then he would weary of his task, throw it up in disgust, and devote the balance of the day to lounging or to playing policy. To this statement there are, of course, exceptions. Not a few Negroes labor zealously all day, doing a full white man's work, and we doubt not if more opportunity was afforded, the number of these Negroes would be found to increase. But after all, our general rate applies. Continuing on, the writer reasoned that when you are working with black tradesmen, one learns that Negroes sometimes make capital carpenters. Edward Latham in Christie Street is said to be an illustration of this statement. Colored blacksmiths are also found to be good workmen ofttimes. As tailors, the Negroes are known to be comparatively skillful, as 128. Barbers, Negroes have a few equal among the Caucasians. As whitewashers, they defy competition, while as caterers they are inimitable. With equal chances, one half the male blacks in New York would rival Delmonico's or Martinez. Almost all the rich Negroes of the metropolis have made their pile as caterers *degree. Ironically, throughout much of this period it was the competency of black laborers in a number of occupations throughout the southern states that set the stage for an intense anti-black sentiment. Such was the case with black tailors in Charleston. Angered by low wages, 100 black tailors and 3 whites bonded together in a strike to force salaries upward. At the time this labor action was reported in the Charleston Daily Courier, not a stitch of work has been done in any of the shops in the city. Following the example of black longshoremen who struck earlier in the year, they also hoped to gain financial and local support. However, this was not forthcoming from Charleston's relatively large conservative black and white leadership as reported in a cynical Courier article. Imitating the example set by the longshoremen, the colored tailors have gotten up a strike for their own special benefit. Hurrah! We say. Let the colored workers bring more white labor to the city by their exorbitant demands. The more white men come, the better for the prosperity of the community, and white men will come when they can get better wages and cheaper living here than in the North. There are always a number of such persons out of employment in all the northern cities, who will be glad to get permanent employment at remunerative wages, while these colored men led on by demagogues are deluding themselves with the idea that they are a necessity to the community. No man is a necessity to any community. The greatest of all men die, and he is missed but for a moment, but of all men, the one who is least needed is a colored tailor. If he must strike for the purpose of asserting his independence, he can do so to his heart's content. The master tailors have only to publish the fact, and their places will be supplied by others, who do not feel that a strike is a necessary part of a freeman's or freedman's existence. We are glad to know that the master tailors have taken the same view of the question. The prices which they now offer will pay an industrious and capable man from $25 to $30 a week, wages high enough to tempt the best northern white labor. For these prices the colored tailors were unwilling to work up to a late hour last night. If they continue to refuse what is offered, the master tailors will send an agent north at once to engage and bring out 35 journeyman tailors, and the colored strikers, without any work at all, may then practice their antics elsewhere. However, the above tensions between a skilled black labor force and recalcitrant whites was not necessarily the case in the liberal bastions of the North. In fact, a New York City 1867 survey of 25 selected occupations indicated that blacks were generally restricted from the merchant or manufacturing sectors of the most commercial ward of the city, the 8th Ward. Those services which they were allowed to function in were designated service occupations. For instance, the data indicates that waiters, cooks and caterers, followed closely by laundresses and coachmen, were their dominant occupations. However, this survey also indicates that if the number of thieves and prostitutes were combined, they would constitute the third largest Negro occupation in that ward. With a relative paucity of black merchants, longshoremen, and tailors, but an overabundance of blacks categorized as servants and whitewashers throughout the 8th, political, economic, and social marginalizing of blacks in the city's most prosperous commercial ward was assured. Table 4. Estimated number of Negroes in selected occupations in New York City, 1,867, based on the 8th Ward. Occupations number. School teachers 50. Thieves 250. Cart drivers 50. Shoemakers 20. Barbers 60. Longshoremen 20. Writers, editors 10. Caterers 300. Saloonkeepers and employees 90. Mechanics 30. Professional musicians 25. Merchants 2. Professional orators 6. Tailors 30. Laundresses 500. Prostitutes 200. Nurses 100. Waiters and cooks 2,000. Whitewashers 400. Notary publics 2. Ministers 20. Doctors and druggists 20. Boot blacks and chimney sweeps 100. Coachmen 500. Fortune tellers 20. Source: New York World, March 16, 1867. Attempts by blacks to function outside these occupational categories in cities such as New York were perceived by whites as an immediate challenge to an economic prerogative they assumed was theirs to dominate. Endeavors to broaden their professional aspirations into areas such as longshoremen, mercantile agents, doctors, druggists, and carpenters were immediately countered by both violent and psychological resistance. Viewed as usurpers attempting to do white men's work, those blacks who were able to secure professional employment did so at the lowest wages available. Within this social framework, it was generally agreed that blacks who somehow managed to succeed did so either because of their perniciousness as thieves or as a result of their God-given talent as whitewashers or barbers. Equally, those who failed did so due to innate indolence. Such was the political climate of post-Civil War America, where race for many whites was a major and necessary tool for social political exclusion. It explained away previous African enslavement while rationalizing their present economic subordination as an Indies. 130. Pensible social truth. A reporter from Newberry, South Carolina, stressed this point when he characterized the economic battle between German immigrants and freedmen as a contest between Hans and Cuffy when he wrote, "The contest is pretty sharp between these two elements, the German and the Negro. Cuffy is afraid that Hans will make things uncomfortable for him, and therefore he opposes immigration. But Hans is a very imperious gentleman. Instead of fighting these things, and plunging into political hot water, he quietly and doggedly goes to work, and soon vindicates his superior claims." The writer then shrewdly posits any freedman's resistance to de facto racism as a prime example why immigrant whites must eventually develop their own protective societies. Predictably, social attitudes as expressed in the Courier simply indicated that after 4 years of war, the battle for one's economic and political racial place in society was not resolved. The attempt will occur with the enactment of stringent labor and social laws aimed at providing preferable access for social development to Southern whites at the expense of the freedmen. Terror and the Black Codes. Once slavery was terminated by the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, and more significantly with the ending of the Civil War, a sharp competitive edge of societal racism and xenophobia surfaced not only throughout the southern agricultural belt but in northern urban centers that were being inundated by European immigrants. For the freedmen, this problem was exacerbated by what many of them perceived was a Southern Confederacy that was militarily but not necessarily psychologically defeated, who were also determined to ignore any discussion on economic compensation for the freedmen or agree to a plebiscite to ascertain if the political desires of its non-citizen ex-slave population were being addressed. Degree in 1872 major political realities influenced the new post-Civil War battlefield. The first was a national census that indicated a little over 4 million people of African heritage lived within the United States, most of whom lived in the southern states. Their presence immediately raised questions for Southern Democrats about this population's absorption into a post-plantation-style Southern economy. Second was Congress's adoption of the 15th Amendment to the Constitution that, at least on paper, brought male freedmen into the voting process as fully enfranchised individuals. Both of these events evoked violence and contention from Southern whites, who maintained that in the case of the amendment, its adoption was being forced on Southern whites under military coercion and the Reconstruction Acts, and that its implementation was unnecessary. In addition, an amazing editorial in the Charleston Daily Courier also purported that the rights of all classes, irrespective of previous conditions, are secure, and everywhere acknowledged. All allegations to the contrary are more delusive utterances for the purpose of covering up the designs of centralization and power. In essence, it took just a few years after the Civil War for the struggle over who would control an emerging population of 4 million freedmen both economically and politically to escalate into an organized institutional violent struggle over power. The contentious nature of enumerated state rights versus assumed federal power. 131. Particularly in the area of the freedmen's civil rights was now at the center of the struggle. However, for many Southern whites it was all very clear: the proposed amendment is not the friend of liberty, it is its enemy. It can accomplish no other purpose than that of making Congress supreme over all states and people. If left to the voluntary and unbiased action of the American people, it would not stand the ghost of a chance. However, the above two social factors were severely moderated by other demographic realities that indicated from 1840 to 1880, nearly 8 million Europeans immigrated to America, and this wave was simply the first wave of 2 million who arrived between 1880 and 1930. While some of these migrants were industrial workers and skilled craftsmen, an overwhelming number were farm laborers who, possessing brute strength, found employment in mining, construction, and manufacturing sectors of society. It was specifically these skills that placed their arrival in direct competition with the recently emancipated and now franchised African American laborers and craftsmen. After the assassination of Abraham Lincoln on April 14, 1865, a newly installed President Andrew Johnson made several highly controversial decisions that had devastating repercussions on the nation's economy and the Negro's place in post-Civil War America. A key element in Johnson's strategy was his May 29 proclamation of amnesty and pardon that outlined terms for the restoration of all ex-Confederate states into the Union. This presidential order conferred amnesty on all ex-Confederate soldiers and sympathizers, with the exception of those who either held high office, had property in excess of $20,000 or who mistreated Union prisoners of war*. However, within a few months, even individuals such as Confederate terrorists and bushwhackers were pardoned. And while many Republicans viewed Southern Democrats as traitors, not to mention directly responsible for the killing of over 600,000 soldiers and over 1 million wounded during the Civil War, Johnson maintained that these national crimes had to be pardoned if the country was to ever unite. Johnson's second proclamation established conditions for reorganizing the South. Under this scheme, former Confederate states would be allowed re-entry into the Union once they officially recognized the abolition of slavery, authorize nullification of the Ordinance of Secession and repudiate the Confederate debt. To assist the reconstruction of the South, he selected 7 Southern conservatives in June and July to be provisional governors for North and South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas. By the spring of 1866, President Johnson's attempt at restoration was dramatically more pro-Southern than what many Northern Republicans could tolerate. More troubling, however, was his February 22, 1866, speech where within a year of Lincoln's assassination, he blindsided Republican critics by accusing them of successfully conspiring to assassinate Abraham Lincoln. He then revealed his deeply felt Southern sympathies by vetoing the Freedmen's Bureau Bill and the March 13 Civil Rights Bill that nullified the Dred Scott decision of 1857. These presidential decisions thereby decisively indicated his intentions to support Southern whites whose interest would be directly threatened by any congressional acts supporting the freedmen's enfranchisement. Johnson made it clear that he was very much a Tennessee conservative, who, though often at odds with Southern planters as a class, supported their traditional Southern values on race and power. 132. England's minister to the United States, Sir Frederick Bruce, an interested observer of the American South, noted in his report to his government that President Johnson not only ignored any serious role for freedmen in American society, but that Johnson was convinced that their sudden emancipation by Lincoln was detrimental to blacks' best interest, and if left to their own devices they would become idle, thievish, and dissipated. More directly, the British minister claimed that Johnson was convinced that the ex-slave would be better served if they relied on the interest of Southern planters than on ignorant Northern sentimentalists and their radical majority in Congress who manipulated freed blacks as a device to prolong their tenure of power. Despite his apparent conservative disposition and his beliefs in the utility of natural laws, curiously President Johnson decided to investigate the tendency of ex-Confederate states to impose a series of labor restrictions on their black population. He asked statesman and journalist Carl Schurz to conduct a tour of Southern states to assess this development. Traveling through Mississippi and Alabama, Schurz verified that indeed whites were imposing a number of economic and political regulations, known as black codes, on their black population. Noting that these codes were imposed to clearly redirect the social and economic of Southern blacks and curtail their participation in Southern politics, he reported that the Negro exists for the special object of raising cotton, rice, and sugar for the whites, and that it is illegitimate for him to indulge, like other people, in the pursuit of his own happiness in his own way. Although it is admitted that he has ceased to be the property of a master, it is indeed not probable that a general attempt will be made to restore slavery in its old form, but there are systems intermediate between slavery as it formerly existed, and free labor as it existed in the North, but more nearly related to the former than the latter, the introduction of which will be attempted. Though these outrageous slave-like codes were quite acceptable for most Southern whites, it literally enraged blacks, as an editorial in Georgia's Macon Daily Telegraph explained. There is such a radical difference in the mental and moral constitution of the white and the black race, that it would be impossible to secure order in a mixed community by the same legal sanction. A short confinement in jail as punishment for petty theft might deter a white man, but not a black. The stocks or hiring out for labor were the only punishments that could possibly keep the penitentiary from being inundated. To make policy on the basis of absurd theoretical notions of legal equality would be to abandon common sense and self-respect and administer our internal affairs on the fanatical notions of Thaddeus Stevens and Charles Sumner. Emerging Southern white legislation that supported these codes and restricted essential aspects of the federal constitution from the black population also functioned as a criminal code that criminalized every aspect of a black person's life. In doing so, criminal and labor law was fashioned into one synonymous with racially prejudicial legal strategy. By definition, the freedman was suspect, a potential criminal. Under this rubric, their ability to migrate was severely curtailed, while employment regulations resembled enslavement. Political and social activity, if allowed, had to comply with the dictates of the Southern Democratic Party. The right to bear arms in all but a few cases was eliminated. The right to purchase or sell property or enter into contract was severely limited, and living areas were restricted by law, degree with forced abjuration of their constitutional rights by multiple aspects of the black codes, particularly the right to bear arms in one's defense. Those freedmen who choose to obey such restrictions, though living in a social environment replete with personal weaponry, were themselves vulnerable to the brutal, violent caprice of others. The following two reported incidents in the Loyal Georgian from Augusta underscore not only the vulnerable dangers of not defending oneself but the barrenness of liberal sympathy unsupported by force. In the first incident, it was reported, "We are informed that a most fiendish outrage was committed near Hamburg, South Carolina, one night last week by 5 white men, disguised with masks. They went to the house of Chandler Garrett, a colored man, and each violated the person of his wife, a colored woman. They then went to the shop of Wesley Brooks, a poor colored man, and robbed him of $60, nearly all the money he possessed." Comment upon the conduct of these men is unnecessary. Why do not our city dailies mention some of the outrages committed daily and nightly by white men against freedmen? If a freedman commits an offense against a white man, it is immediately heralded, but when the freedmen suffer, the world seldom bears of it. Christian men of Georgia and South Carolina, we appeal to you, will you not help to put a stop to these outrages? For the sake of humanity, help these poor creatures. The second article not only delineates what kind of personality formations can occur under severe oppressive psychological conditioning such as slavery or institutionalized racism, but the insensitivity of those who alleged understanding and compassion. A most brutal outrage was committed in Warren County a few days since. Lewis and Green Roads freedmen with their wives were at work for Mr. John E. Spinks. After they had worked a month, some difficulty arose and Mr. Spinks gave one of the women 100 lashes. The case was reported to Mr. Jones, agent of the Freedmen's Bureau at Crawfordsville, Taylor County, but he failed to settle the difficulty. The parties returned to Warren County, and another difficulty arose. Mr. Spinks put a chain around the neck of each of the men and with a padlock fastened them to the floor, one in the smokehouse and the other in the kitchen. They managed to break their chains, and with them yet around the neck commenced their escape. Mr. Spinks fired at them, severely wounding one of the men. In the meantime he gave one of their wives another 100 lashes. They went to Crawfordsville, reporting the case to Mr. Jones. Failing to receive justice from him, they, upon the advice of Honorable A. H. Stevens, came to the city. Such are the facts as reported to the officers of the bureau in the city. The men when they arrived here had the chains around their necks, and the ball was yet in the body of the wounded man. Can any reasonable person wonder that niggers will not work, when they receive such treatment? Is it surprising that freedmen dread to go into the country to work, and lounge around our cities? We know that many stay in the cities who would rather live in the country because they are afraid. We call upon the good men of Georgia to help punish the villains who thus maltreat freedmen. When Southern whites felt threatened by the rising expectations of the freedmen, all sorts of codes, regulations, and formulations were devised to reinstate a sense of mutual obligations and duties of the servant and master. Registered * published before the congressional elections of October and November 1865, state-supported black codes throughout the South were vilified by Northern newspapermen such as Horace Greeley of the New York Tribune. 134. Yet praised by Southern papers like the Charleston Daily Courier. Defining supporters of the codes as disloyal men, and unrepentant secessionists, Greeley viewed Southern Democratic legislators as congressional assassins who with bated breath waited with daggers in hand ready to strike down the goddess of liberty. The Newark Daily Advertiser stated clearly that the election of former Confederates to Congress such as Alexander H. Stephens simply demonstrated that throughout the South the reptile spirit of secession is still alive and ready to display its fangs at any moment. Registered recently installed conservative white legislators now characterized blacks as the South's ever-present, dependent servant-like caste, the perennial nigger. Reflecting on those circumstances that led to secessionist Stephens' entry into Congress, Du Bois pointed out that for 4 months Stephens was a prisoner of war at Fort Wagner. However, once he was pardoned by President Johnson's liberal policies, Stephens waited not a moment too long to repent and return to Georgia. Applying for permission to enter public office in the very same country that just a few months earlier he tried to destroy, Stephens was quickly elected to the Senate by the same constituency who supported the Confederacy. Du Bois also noted that the December 1865 Congress was so infamous that at its opening session, the former Vice President of the Confederacy, 4 Confederate generals, 5 Confederate colonels, 6 Confederate cabinet officers, and 58 Confederate congressmen, were present to take seats as representatives, none of whom was able to take the oath of allegiance. The succession of social economic codes developed by planters and other business interests to restrict the black populace within the economic boundaries of a Southern agricultural economy simply reflected as to the extent Southern economic interest was willing to subvert federal law in order to dominate the land. Though many of these codes were not fully implemented, they fashioned an atmosphere of fear, apprehension, and terror among blacks and whites that in fact wrecked any possibility of terminating 250 years of racial terror. For example, after the Civil War the question of interstate black migration was problematic, particularly in South Carolina, where state restrictions regulated blacks' immigration by declaring, "No person of color shall migrate into or reside in the state, unless within 20 days after his arrival within the same state, he shall enter a bond, with 2 freeholders sureties, in a penalty of $1,000, conditioned for his good behavior." Furthermore, law and custom demanded that freedmen must be especially licensed if they were to seek any employment outside of being a farmer or servant. Those licensed must prove their fitness, as well as pay an annual tax that ranged from $10 to $100. Under no circumstances could the black worker legally produce or sell liquor, and licenses for work were to be granted by a judge and were revocable upon any complaint. Violation of these restrictions resulted in a fine double the amount of the license, 1/2 of which went to the informer. Mississippi, as the first of the Southern states to establish black codes, and as one writer in the New York Times observed, did so by furnishing a great deal of the propaganda material for Northern liberals. First of all, Mississippi's legislature body was apparently dominated by narrow-minded men from the rural districts who were determined to drive blacks back to the land and compel them to work in slave-like conditions. As such, these codes monitored the ex-slave population by proclaiming 135. Every freedman, free Negro, and mulatto shall on the second Monday of January, 1866, and annually thereafter, have a lawful home or employment, and shall have written evidence thereof, from the mayor, or from a member of the Board of Police, which licenses may be revoked for cause at any time by the authority granting the same. In Louisiana, a 1865 law required all agricultural workers to have a contract in writing within the first 10 days of January. In addition, each laborer after choosing an employer shall not be allowed to leave his place of employment until the fulfillment of his contract, unless by consent on the part of the employer, and if they do so leave, without cause or permission, they shall forfeit all wages earned to the time of abandonment. In the case of sickness of the laborer, wages for the time lost shall be deducted, and where the sickness is feigned for purposes of idleness, and also should refusal to work be continued beyond 3 days, the offender shall be reported to a justice of the peace, and shall be forced to labor on roads, levees, and other public works, without pay, until the offender consents to return to his labor. When in health, the laborer shall work 10 hours during the day in summer, and 9 hours during the day in winter, unless otherwise stipulated in the labor contract. He shall obey all proper orders of his employer or his agent, take proper of his work mules, horses, oxen, stock, also of all agricultural implements, and employers shall have the right to make a reasonable deduction from the laborer's wages or injuries done to animals or agricultural implements committed to his care or for bad or negligent work. Bad work shall not be allowed. A more insidious nature of the codes was their fundamental social principle. Southern whites had a God-given and political right to intrude in the personal lives of blacks. Therefore, continual efforts to solidify control of the ex-slaves' physical and psychic aspirations became a major preoccupation of Southern Democrats, as when Louisiana's codes exhorted failing to obey reasonable orders, neglect of duty and leaving home without permission, will be deemed disobedience. For all absences from home without leave, the laborer will be fined at the rate of $2 per day. Laborers shall not receive visitors during work hours. All difficulties arising between the employers and laborers, under this section, shall be settled, and all fines be imposed, by the former. If not satisfactory to the laborers, an appeal may be had to the nearest justice of the peace and 2 freeholders, citizens, one of said citizens to be selected by the employer and the other by the laborer. In South Carolina, the codes were simply a continuation of enslavement. As Dubois explained, elaborate provisions were made for contracting colored servants for white masters. In states such as Kentucky, Florida, and Mississippi, written contracts by freedmen had to be attested to by a white person and a judge to approve it. If the person stopped working, his wages for a year were to be forfeited. In Alabama, when any laborer or servant having contracted as provided in the first section of this act, shall afterward to be found, before the termination of said contract, in the service of employment of another, that fact shall be prima facie evidence that such person is guilty of violation of this act, particularly if he fails and refuses to forthwith discharge the said laborer or servant, after being notified and informed of such former contract and empowerment. 136. Masters were given the right to moderately whip servants under the age of 18, while others were to be whipped on authority of judicial officers. These officers were also given authority to return runaway servants to their masters. On the other hand, servants were given certain limited rights. Their wages and period of service had to be specified in writing, and they were supposedly protected from unauthorized attacks on their persons, inadequate food, and laboring Sundays and at night. However, it is also important to note that emerging out of this, a significant aspect of the codes was the presumption that any employed black was automatically considered a servant and any white a master. The relationship between these two statuses, i.e., master and servant, as prescribed by law, was accompanied by severe penalties and regulations for all who violated this arrangement. In addition, those blacks who failed to acquire a written contract were committing not only a misdemeanor punishable by a fine of $5 to $50, but more significantly were jeopardizing an expectation that they would labor from sunup to sundown with set breaks for meals, and if beckoned come to the aid of their master in defense of his person, family, or property. Though the 1857 Dred Scott decision was rendered null and void by the March 1866 Civil Rights Act, most Southern state laws were steeped in the spirit of Supreme Court Judge Roger B. Taney's majority opinion that essentially proclaimed that Africans had no presumption of rights that white Americans were constitutionally bound to respect. Registered predictably. Mississippi legislators in the fall of 1865 adopted a provision that mimicked Dred Scott when they declared that every civil officer shall, and every person may, arrest and carry back to his or her legal employer any freedman, free negro, or mulatto who shall have quit the service of his or her employer before the expiration of his or her term of service without good cause, and said officer and person shall be entitled to receive for aforesaid the sum of $5.10 per mile from the place or arrest to the place of delivery, and the same shall be paid by the employer and held as a set-off for so much against the wages of said deserting employee. In South Carolina, the law also stated that any white person, regardless of their status in life, witnessing a misdemeanor committed by a person of color, may arrest the offender and take him before a magistrate, to be dealt with as the case may require. In case of a misdemeanor committed by a white person towards a person of color, any person may complain to a magistrate, who shall cause the offender to be arrested, and, according to the nature of the case, to be brought before himself, or be taken for trial in the district court *degree. Though a preponderance of black legislators existed in South Carolina during the middle years of Reconstruction, the above provision pertaining to a misdemeanor committed by a white person, while law, remained unenforceable. With the exception of Louisiana, this provision couldn't even be mentioned in any other southern state legislature without it being considered a self-imposed death sentence at the hands of regulators *. Mississippian law specifically stated that where any white person has been arrested and brought to trial, by virtue of the provisions of the 10th section of the above recited act, in any court in the state, upon sufficient proof being made to the court or jury, upon the trial before said court, that any freedman 137. Free negro or mulatto has falsely and maliciously caused the arrest and trial of said white person or persons, the court shall render up a judgment against said freedman, free negro, or mulatto for all cost of the case, and impose a fine not to exceed $50, and imprisonment in the county jail not to exceed 20 days, and for a failure of said freedman, free negro, or mulatto to pay, or cause to be paid, all costs, fines and jail fees, the sheriff of the county is hereby authorized and required, after 10 days public notice, to proceed to hire out at public outcry at the courthouse of the county, said freedman, free negro, or mulatto, for the shortest time to raise the amount necessary to discharge said freedman, free negro, or mulatto from all cost, fines, and jail fees aforesaid. While controlling freedmen, free negroes, or mulattoes became a Southern priority of the black codes, it was also understood that any freedman, free negro, or mulatto committing riots, routs, trespasses, malicious mischief and cruel treatment to animals, seditious speeches, insulting gestures, language, or acts, or assaults on any person, disturbance of the peace, exercising the functions of a minister of the gospel without a license from some regularly organized church, vending spirit use or intoxicating liquors, or committing any other misdemeanor, the punishment of which is not specifically provided for by law, shall, upon conviction thereof, in the county court, be fined not less than $10, and not more than $100, and may be imprisoned, at the discretion of the court, not exceeding 30 days *. In Florida, coloreds and white persons never had to nor were they expected to function equally within the same social arena. Consequently, by law the races were forbidden from intruding upon each other's public assemblies, religious or other, or public vehicles set apart for their exclusive use, under punishment of pillory or stripes, or both. And though these regulations help establish an atmosphere for exploitation and social abuse, it was a series of vagrancy codes that personified the brutality of the postbellum American South. In this regard, Carl Schurz noted that Wherever I go, the street, the shop, the house, the hotel, or the steamboat, I hear the people talk in such a way as to indicate that they are yet unable to conceive of the Negro as possessing any rights at all. Men who are honorable in their dealing with their white neighbors, will cheat a Negro without feeling a single twinge of their honor. To kill a Negro, they do not deem murder; to debauch a Negro woman, they do not think fornication; to take the property away from a Negro, they do not consider robbery. The people boast that when they get freedmen's affairs in their hands, to use their own expression, the nigger will catch hell. The reason of all this is simple and manifest. The whites esteem the blacks as property by natural right, and however much they admit that the individual relations of masters and slaves have been destroyed by the war and by the President's Emancipation Proclamation, they still have an ingrained feeling that the blacks at large belong to the whites at large *. Corroborating Scherz's observations, one freedman recollected, there was a distinct tendency toward compulsion, toward re-established slavery under another name. Negroes coming into Yorktown from regions of Virginia and thereabout, said that they had worked all year and received no pay and were driven off the 1st of January. The owners sold their crops and told them they had no further use for them and that 138. They might go to the Yankees, or the slaveholders offered to take them back but refused to pay any wages. A few dollars a month and clothing and food. They were not willing to pay anything for work *degree. Those freedmen who could not secure work were immediately endangered by the peculiarities of the vagrancy code in states such as Virginia, where it was avowed. Any justice of the peace, upon the complaint of any one of certain officers therein named, may issue his warrant for the apprehension of any person alleged to be a vagrant and cause such person to be apprehended and brought before him, and that if upon due examination said justice of the peace shall find that such person is a vagrant within the definition of vagrancy contained in said statute, he shall issue his warrant, directing such person to be employed for a term not exceeding 3 months. And by any constable of the county wherein the proceedings are had, be hired out for the best wages which can be procured. His wages to be applied to the support of himself and his family *. For those freedmen who absolutely refuse to work under these conditions and choose instead to find another employer or even leave the county or state, Virginia law was unequivocal. That in case any vagrant so hired shall, during his term of service, run away from his employer without sufficient cause, he shall be apprehended on the warrant of a justice of the peace and returned to the custody of his employer, who shall then have 1 month in addition to the original term of hiring, and that the employer shall then have power, if authorized by a justice of the peace, to work such vagrant with ball and chain. The said statute specified the persons who shall be considered vagrants and liable to the penalties imposed by it. Among those declared to be vagrants are all persons who, not having the wherewith to support their families, live idly and without employment, and refuse to work for the usual and common wages given to other laborers in the like work in the place where they are * registered. Implementing and enforcing the black codes required the establishment of special courts. In South Carolina, these courts employed a 6-man segregated petit jury system. An appointed local white magistrate was charged with the supervision of persons of color in his neighborhood, their protection and the prevention of misconduct. To ensure that his will was enforced, a militia force of 45 or more regiments was organized *. Unfortunately, capital punishment in the violent world of postbellum South Carolina, capital punishment was not an option for surly blacks, it was mandated. For instance, capital punishment when mandated for blacks generally evolved directly from the social and economic environment in which they were forced to live. More often than not, capital punishment, legally instituted or otherwise, as in lynching, functioned for white South Carolinians as an instrument for the social control of surly blacks. Consequently, it was mandated for colored persons who were guilty of willful homicide, assault upon a white woman, impersonating her husband for carnal purposes, raising an insurrection, stealing a horse, a mule, or baled cotton, and housebreaking. For crimes not demanding death, Negroes might be confined at hard labor, whipped, or transported, but punishment more degrading than imprisonment shall not be imposed upon a white person for a crime not infamous. 139. Though capital punishment was generally viewed as being solely a legitimate function of government, it was often systematically administered by southern states through their minions. This development, augmented by individuals, groups, clubs, and terrorist gangs who functioned as part of an unofficial scheme to control blacks and Republicans by use of the rope and faggot, did succeed in creating a social atmosphere of fear and political anarchy. However, it is here where the presence of terror, implied or explicit, can be assessed as a factor that not only shaped daily personal relationships between Southerners of varying racial and class backgrounds, but accentuated the phenomena of race watching. That is to say, the imperative of predicting the personality, characteristics, and actions of others in dominate and subordinate relationships was developed as a protective social function throughout America's institutionalized slave system. In the postbellum and Reconstruction era, race watching posited the notion that successful adaptation to one's environs was predicated on an ability to read, to understand, to even feel the intentions of others. Understandably, after 250 years of slavery, race watching in the South became an art form for blacks as well as whites. Though it warned of surprised attack, it more often than not increased a sense of paranoia. Similarly, it forced the unprepared to quickly develop adaptive social personalities based on what they perceived were the characteristics of an attacker. However, race watching invariably revealed the depths of a shared personal and social fears between dominant and subordinate groups. Brawley Gilmore of Spartanburg, South Carolina, dramatically alluded to this fact when he described how he recognized one night-riding terrorist from another. "We lived in a log house during the Ku Klux days. Day would watch you just like a chicken rooster watching for a worm. At night, we was scared to have a light. Day would come around with the dough faces on and peer in the winders and open the do. If and you didn't look out, Day would scare you half to death." John Good, a darky blacksmith, used to shoe the horses for the Ku Klux. He would mark the horseshoes with a bent nail or something like that, then after a raid, he could go out in the road and see if a certain horse had been rode, so he began to tell on the Ku Klux. As soon as the Ku Klux found out Day was being give away, Day suspicioned John. Day went to him and made him tell how he knew who Day was. Day kept him in hiding, and when he told his tricks, Day killed him. Lynching as scheduled terror. Scheduled executions of freedmen, free Negroes, or mulattoes, as opposed to a spontaneous lynching, were never attended even in the remotest South Carolinian county seat, by less than 6,000 or 7,000 people. A major factor at these executions was their ritualistic procedures and the communal ecstatic reaction of a witnessing crowd. One eyewitness account of an official execution recalled that only after the condemned individual received a week of religious service was he then led to the gallows at an appointed time and day. Once within the arena-like atmosphere, the victim was again afforded prayers on the scaffold, which extracted groans of assent from the concourse, who were now frenzied by the speech of the usually repentant and confessing criminal. Hymns were then sung, giving the spectators a sense of participating in sacred drama. This was broken by the falling of the drop as the doomed person was launched into eternity. At this instant a piercing and universal shriek, followed by the wildest religious mania. 140. Seizes on the crowd, they surged to and fro, sang, and raised the holy dance. The scene was described by many as shocking above description. Often a portion of the crowd at these public executions were black, particularly if the victim was also black. This of course raises the question, why in the midst of racial hostility, brutality, and murder would blacks attend a hanging when certainly emotions by armed whites could quickly result in an unscheduled lynching? This is possibly answered by understanding the level of social intimidation that existed at this time. Undoubtedly, after a life of enslavement and now questionable freedom, a number of freedmen were compelled to attend these executions on demand by whites. For them, capital punishment by the mob was not an exception to the rule, but an ongoing expression of Southern whites' control over their lives. Armed resistance by this segment of the black population was out of the question. For them, Physical as well as psychological degradation existed as a tolerable price to pay for being black in a white man's world. Yet successful resistance certainly occurred within this violent context, and though many must have willfully choose not to attend these demonstrations of white power, there existed an intense, overpowering, fearful expectation that willful rejection to attend a lynching might very well be interpreted as a form of resistance. The important factor being that the nexus of thought control laid with the desires of a white mob bent rather than with those who may have been racially akin to the victim. Although official state-sponsored capital punishment existed as an ongoing illustration of institutionalized cruelty, the brutalizing of black people more often than not occurred as an unofficial event known as lynching. The significant difference between the two being that unofficial lynching usually occurred on the whim of a mob of irate whites who for a number of highly personalized reasons decided to murder blacks. It was the seeming arbitrariness of the act that invariably had negative effects on the psychic health of many Southern blacks. Needless to say, indirect and direct state collaboration in this form of murder shaped tense social relationships between the races into bloody arenas of conflict, fear, competition, stress, and anticipated brutality. *1 Southern white sociologist noted this period as being so violent that regions of the country could be labeled that part of the United States lying below the Smith & Wesson line. Recollections by an 80-year-old ex-slave, River Mom Emanuel, who was freed at the age of 6 but lived throughout the bloody contentious years of Reconstruction, is indicative of an emotionally ponderous, sometimes self-deprecating lifestyle that many freedmen accommodated themselves to. "My mammy, she was de housewoman to de big house, and she say dat she would always try to mind her business, and she never didn't get no whippin' much. Yes, man, dey was might good to my mother, but dem other what never do right, dey would carry dem to de cow den and make dem strip of dey frock, bodies clean to de waist. Den dey would tie dem down to a log and paddle dem wid a board. When dey would whip de men, de boards would oftentimes have nails in dem. Here talk dey would wash dem wid dey blood. Dat first hide dey had, white folks would whip it off dem and den turn round and grease dem wid tallow and make dem work right on. Always would inflict de punishment at sunrise in de morning for dey would go to work. Den de women, dey would force dem to drop dey body frock cross de shoulders so dey could get to de naked skin and would have a strap to whip dem wid. Would never use no. 4. Themes on Racial Conflict 141. Board on de women. Oh, dey would have de lot scatter bout full of dem what was sought get whip on a morning. I don know as de white folks would be meaning to kill any of dey niggers, but I hear talk dey would whip dem till dey would die some of de time and would bury dem in de night. Couldn't bury dem in de day cause dey would have time. When dey would be gwine to bury dem, I used to see de lights many a time and hear de people gwine along singin' out yonder in dem woods just like dey was burying buzzards. Us would set down and watch dem gwine along many a night wid dese great big torches of fire. Oh, dey old have a fat lightwood tour ches. Dese her big hand splinters. Had to carry dem along to see how to walk and drive de wagon to haul de body. Yes, child, I been here long enough to see all dat in slavery time. The killing of a black person during Reconstruction as during slavery was not a traumatic event for most white Americans, particularly Southerners, and only incurred the wrath of the law when it infringed on property rights laws held sacred by plantation owners. In countless documented instances, murdering a black person or persons was such a low priority that often a legal response was not required or desired. Their violent demise at the hand of others was considered to be a game in which neither the victim's humanity or a responsibility for committing their murder was an act worthy of prosecution. Only when blacks sought and successfully revenged a murder by attacking whites was there a legal issue to be resolved. In this regard, Brawley Gilmore recalled that when I was a boy on de Gilmore Place, de Ku Klux would come along at night riding de niggers like dey was goats. Yes sir, dey had em down on all fours a-crawling, and dey would be on deer backs. Dey would carry de niggers to Turk Creek Bridge and make dem set up on de banisters of de bridge, den they would shoot em offen de banisters into de water. I clare dem was de awfulest days I ever is seed. A darka named Sam Scaife drifted 100 yards in de water downstream. His folks took and got him out in dat bloody water and buried him on de bank of de creek. De Ku Klux would not let many of de niggers take de dead bodies of de folks no wars. Dey just throwed dem in a big hole right dar and pulled some dirt over dem. For weeks atter day, you could not go near dat place, kise it stink so fur and bad. Sam's folks dey throwed a lot of Indian head rocks all over his grave, kise is WS sociala, and dem talks kept the wild animals from a bothering Sam. Another darky, Eli McCollum, floated about 3.5 miles down the creek. His folks went there and took out and buried him on the banks of the stream right by the side of a Indian mound. You can see dat Indian mound to dis very day. The Ku Klux and the niggers fit at New Hope Church. A big rock marks the spot today. The church, it done burnt down. The big rock sets about 7 miles east of Lockhart on the road to Chester. The darkies killed some of the Ku Klux and dey teek their dead and put them in Pilgrim's Church. Den dey sought fire to dat church and it burnt everything up to the very bones of the whites folks. And ever since den, dat spot has been known as Burnt Pilgrim. De darkies left most of the folks right dar for de buzzards and other wild things to eat up. Kise den niggers had to get away from dar, and dey didn't have no time for to fetch no word or nothing to no folks at home. Dey had a hiding place not far from Burnt Pilgrim. A darky named Austin Sanders, he was carrying some victuals to his son. De Ku Klux caught him and dey axed him what he was a-gwine. He lowed dat he was setting some bait for coons. De Ku Klux took and shot him and left him lying right in the middle of the road with a biscuit in his dead mouth. 142. While criminal justice for blacks via the courts was rare, it was unheard of when it concerned the interest of whites. In his classical work, Reconstruction, Du Bois remarked that in most states, blacks were allowed to testify in courts, however these were cases involving blacks. In some states, this privilege included testifying against accused whites as long as both parties agreed to this arrangement. This however was not the case in Mississippi, where criminal or civil justice for blacks simply meant the conversion of Mississippi's slave codes into black codes. All penal and criminal laws now in force in the state, defining offenses and prescribing the mode of punishment for crimes and misdemeanors committed by slave, free Negroes or mulattoes, and the same are hereby reenacted, and declared to be in full force and effect against freedmen, free Negroes, or mulattoes, except so far as the mode and manner of trial and punishment have been charged or altered by law. Criminalizing blackness. In Opelousas, Louisiana, 1,865 ordinances made it extremely harsh for blacks to exercise basic human or civil rights. With the cotton economy reeling from the effects of 4 years of intense civil war and periodic drought, whites argued that if imposing a sense of terror was necessary to keep the freedmen laborers in their place, then so be it. And if the key component in this process was to prohibit black laborers from migrating elsewhere, thereby forcing them to fulfill their appointed task, then everything including terror was justified. In this spirit, Opelousas's ordinances proclaimed, "No Negro or freedman shall be allowed to come within the limits of Opelousas without special permission from his employer, specifying the object of his visit and the time necessary for the accomplishment of the same. No Negro or freedman shall be found on the street of Opelousas after 10 o'clock at night without a written pass or permit from his employer, shall be imprisoned and compelled to work 5 days on the public streets, or pay a fine of $5. No Negro or freedman shall be permitted to rent or keep a house within the limits of the town under any circumstances, and anyone thus offending shall be ejected, and compelled to find an employer or leave the town within 25 hours. No Negro or freedman shall reside within the limits of the town of Opelousas who is not in the regular service of some white person or former owner, who shall be held responsible for the conduct of said freedman. No Negro or freedman shall be permitted to preach, exhort, or otherwise declaim to congregations of colored people without a special permission from the mayor or president of the Board of Police, under the penalty of a fine of $10 or 20 days' work on the public streets. No freedman who is not in the military service shall be allowed to carry firearms, or any kind of weapons within the limits of the town of Opelousas without the special permission of his employer, in writing, and approved by the mayor or president of the board. Any freedman not residing in Opelousas, who shall be found within its corporate limits after the hour of 3 o'clock, on Sunday, without a special permission from his 4. Themes on Racial Conflict 143. Employer or the mayor, shall be arrested and imprisoned and made to work 2 days on the public streets, or pay $2 in lieu of said work. 85-year-old Lucinda Davis of Tulsa, Oklahoma, recalled that in her youth in Spartanburg, the Ku Klux would raid her little homestead and try to enforce similar codes by attempting to scare blacks into believing the existence of dead Confederate spirits. Recalling one spirit terrorist who proclaimed that he hadn't any water since he was killed at Manassas Junction during the early years of the Civil War, Davis remembered that he asked for water and he just kept pouring it in. Us think he sure must be a spirit to drink dat much water. Course he not drinkin' it, he pourin' it in a bag under he sheet. Mama never did take up no trunk with spirits, so she knowed it just a man. Dey tell us what dey gwine do if and we don't all go back to us masses and us all agrees and den dey all disappear. Den us move to New Prospect on de Pacolet River, on de Perry Clemens place. Dat in de upper edge of de county and dat where de second swarm of de Ku Klux come out. Dey claim dey gwine kill everybody what am Republican, my daddy charge with being a leader amongst de niggers. He make speech and instruct de niggers how to vote for Grant's first election. De Ku Klux want to whip him and he have to sleep in a hollow log every night. Dey's a old man named Uncle Bart what live about half-mile from us. De Ku Klux come to us one night, but my daddy done hid. Den I hear say de gwine go kill old man Bart. I jump out the window and shortcut through dem woods and warn him. He get out the house in time and I save he life. De funny thing, I knowed all dem Ku Klux spite dey sheets and things. I knowed dey voices and dey saddle hosses. Dey one white man named Irving Ramsey. Us play fiddle together lots of time. When the white boys dance dey always wants me to go to play for dey party. One day I say to dat boy, I done knowed you last night. He say, what you mean? I say, you one dem Ku Klux. He want to know how I know. I say, 'member when you do under the chestnut tree and say, whoa, sunt. Whoa, sunt, to your hoss. He say, yes. And I laugh and say, well, I see right up in dat tree. Dey all knowed I knowed de den, but I never told on dem. When dey seed I ain't gwine tell, dey never try to whip my daddy or kill Uncle Bart no more. Extrapolating lessons of survival from a harsh political environment, Lucinda Davis, like many other blacks, continually demonstrated levels of inner strength and resistance to what many whites hoped would be a wasted and ignoble life. I ain't never been to school, but I just picked up readin' with some my first money I ever earned by me a old blueback Webster. I carry dat book wherever I goes. When I plows down a row I stop at de end to rest and den I overlooked a lesson. I 'member one de very first lessons was, evil communications corrupts good morals. I knowed the words evil and good and a white man explain the others. I been done used dat lesson all my life. The social and political distance between Davis and the political apparatus of the state that attempted to determine her lifestyle were vast and compelling. Daily intrusions of racial conflict and murder that invaded her psyche were distant, unimportant, and impersonal for those who thought they could define empowerment and self-esteem for the freedmen. The Lucinda Davises of the South were not expected to be socially or politically responsible on any level, nor were they expected to extract any inner strength or political 144. Resistance from what many concluded was a marginal existence. However, a closer examination of racial violence throughout this era indeed indicates that Davis suspected that a war of attack and retaliation was on the horizon. Violence between the newly enfranchised black and ex-Confederate soldiers and their sympathizers was so intense that within an 18-month period from January 1866 to June 1867, 197 murders and 548 cases of aggravated assaults were reported throughout South Carolina. Degree within York County, South Carolina. From November 1870 to September 1871 the Klan followed a weekly schedule when raiding the cabins of black homesteaders. Though the exact number of blacks and whites killed during these forays is unknown, an estimated 11 murders were committed and more than 600 cases of whippings, beating, and other kinds of assaults were reported during this period. Historian Albion Tuorgy noted that racial hostility reached such levels of intensity that blacks and their white allies became prime candidates to be shot, stabbed, hanged, drowned, mutilated, tortured beyond conception, thereby adding to the more than 3,000 outrages that had occurred within an interval of 6 months in 1867. By 1871, a Southern States Convention declared that while 1,500 to 1,600 murders were committed in Georgia, throughout the 11 states of the defunct Confederacy, approximately 20,000 murders occurred during this period. Degree armed white violence against an essentially unharmed black populace was so prolific and apparently of little concern for President Johnson that one pro-Johnson paper, the Memphis Daily Appeal, even opined, "If one had the power, it would be a solemn duty for him to annihilate the race." Lawlessness and attempts at racial genocide against Southern blacks was endemic and decisively cruel. It traumatized those who resisted with inadequate weapons and it degraded others who attempted to seek a compromise in the face of its onslaught. It turned daytime friendships into nightly enemies. White farmers who were displaced by the Reconstruction Act of 1867 joined organizations such as the Ku Klux and forced their white tenants to attack black tenants, or themselves be brutalized. Black churches were burned while white-owned farmlands, barns, and cotton gin houses were torched nightly in retaliation. Black women were assaulted and raped while men of both races periodically slept out in the woods rather than be surprised by night-riding raiders. In this regard, black-owned newspapers tended to be circumspect when reporting violent attacks possibly initiated by freedmen, while conservative white papers were explicit in their detailing of Negro outrages. For example, in an article related to incendiarism, the black-owned and pro-Republican South Carolina Leader published the following: "Mr. Editor, a most destructive fire occurred here on Sunday morning. It was discovered at daybreak in the store of Mr. Early. The buildings being of wood, the fire spread with great rapidity, and did not cease until more than 30 houses were destroyed, among which were 18 stores, the courthouse, hotel, and a number of residences. There was not engine, and the insufficient water rendered it impossible to check the progress of the flames. The efforts of the soldiers, especially those of the 30th Massachusetts, could not have been surpassed. The office of the Darlington Arrow was burned. The press was lost, but the types saved. Different rumors are afloat as to the origin of the fire. It has been attributed by some to the carelessness of an intoxicated clerk, some saya-colored man set the fire, others that the soldiers did it. Against the last supposition it may be urged that the gentleman on whose premises the fire originated was a favorite with his soldiers, and not at all obnoxious to them. However, in an article related to the murder of a Savannah, Georgia, white boy, the Southern pro-democratic conservative Courier was unambiguous about who the guilty parties were. The white boy who so mysteriously disappeared the other day has been found today, murdered by the Negroes near the city. His gun and clothes were gone, and it is supposed that he was murdered and robbed. The perpetrators of this foul deed are unknown. There is great excitement in the city. Parties have been out 3 days hunting the body, and frequently met armed bodies of Negroes, who halted them. Parties are now out scouring the country in search of the murderers. Robberies and assaults on whites coming into the city by Negroes are of hourly occurrence. The Negroes in and around the city are thoroughly armed and organized. In Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas, violence was rampant. In Texas, the Secretary of State reported to the Senate that in his state alone, some 905 homicides had taken place in the 2 years ending in 1870, and he believed that if all the facts were known, the total would be 1,500. In 1870, after the new state government was organized, it was officially reported that 2,970 persons were arrested and charged with murder, and 2 to even murders were often attributed to the same individual. In addition, the 1,870 census indicates that 253,475 blacks lived in Texas. However, the annual death rate for blacks from white violence from 1865 to 1868 averaged 65.4 per 100,000. If one examined data pertaining only to black males whose population was 126,278, the violence-specific death rate would be 131.5 per 100,000. By narrowing this violence to the 15 to 49 years of 146 age range, the rate indicated is 290.4 deaths per 100,000, or 1% of the entire black male population who were killed during the early years of Reconstruction in Texas alone. Many whites claimed that most of this violence occurred within the black communities, that is to say, it was black-on-black crime, and underscored this assumption with the parable claiming, if a nigger kills a white man, that's murder. If a white man kills a nigger, that's justifiable homicide. If a nigger kills another nigger, that's one less nigger. Asterisk, to the extent that assaults of any kind were accurately reported, the following figures are suggestive of criminal activity in post-Civil War Texas that was primarily aimed at the suppression of the black populace. While the 1,865 to 1,868 statistics from Texas suggest a limited number of black-on-white attacks in the area of killings, assaults, and battery, it is interesting to note that the statistics do not reveal any instances of black-on-white whippings, threats to kill or shoot, stabbing, or driving from tending their crops. Yet we read that resistance and retribution by blacks to white violence occurred throughout the South, though in the face of overwhelming odds. In Guilford County, North Carolina, just 2 years after the war, on hearing the news that a black man was killed by his white employer, black citizens organized themselves into a regular armed company and marched to the employer's home. When the employer refused to come out, they fired volley after volley of gunfire into the house. Their actions so excited the white community that the Greensboro Herald warned that the Negroes seemed willing to bring on a war of the races in earnest. Let the war commence, and in 3 months' time, not a vestige of the African race will be found in the South. Attempts by black federal soldiers from 1865 to 1868 to impose a semblance of law and order throughout the towns and countryside were met by violent resistance from white police, and a more violent guerrilla campaign began to emerge. Enraged whites who viewed black economic and political assertiveness as a threat to their own well-being quickly and correctly noted that their perceptions of the compliant, befuddled freedman was becoming day by day less a reality. Thus the following report in the Wilmington Herald complaining about the social attitudes of colored troops are not surprising. 2 companies of the 40th Regiment United States Colored Troops, Colonel Miles, commanding, arrived in this city on the Wilmington and Weldon Railroad, Wednesday evening, en route for Charleston, where we learn they will be stationed. A portion of the regiment to which these troops belong, are stationed at the forts below this place, being the same which were landed from the steamer that went ashore on New Inlet Bar recently. The remaining portion, we are informed, are at Morehead City. During the night before last and the forenoon of yesterday, straggling parties of the detachment passing through were strolling about the streets and committing depredations of a character calculated to annoy, disturb, and injure the citizens. We are informed that several stores were entered by bands of these stragglers and bold robberies committed, in the very face of the owners. Abusive language accompanied these actions, and the owners of the goods thus stolen, on remonstrating with the soldiers on their action, were threatened with their lives. This, we suppose, is but a foretaste of what we are to expect when military law assumes full sway. In November 1867, the Greensboro Herald reported that after a fight which resulted in the killing of a black man at a circus and menagerie in Greensboro, a large crowd of Negroes rushed up and seized Curry, and were using him very roughly, and it is unknown what they would have done had it not been for 147. The timely interposition of our brave and fearless marshal, while the prisoner was being conveyed to jail, the Negroes followed in large gangs clamoring for his life. Some 200 formed in front of the courthouse armed with pistols, clubs, etc., and threatened to wrest the prisoner from the hands of the officers and put into execution their own version of the lynch law, but were persuaded to cease their demonstrations. Minimizing the murder of a black citizen as a grievous event, the Herald endeavored to bolster the white community's sense of control by asserting that we think it high time that some precautionary measures should be adopted by the citizens, no doubt in keeping the blacks in their place. Registered as noted earlier, while the term lynch law was generally an euphemism for mob rule that ended in the hanging death of one or more persons, it was rarely utilized by Southern blacks as a means of retribution. Its most telling use was by Southern whites as a means to not only terrorize entire segments of the black population, but placate many conservative whites' sense of political and personal gloom. Social scientist William A. Sinclair described the relationship between mob rule and lynching as mobs torture human beings and roasted them alive without trial and in defiance of law and order, mobs shoot down women and children who have never been charged with a crime, and against whom there is no suspicion. It is enough that they are Negroes. Mobs take possession of the streets of great cities and assault and shoot down innocent colored people, driving them from their homes and burning their property. Mobs intercept and hold up the regularly constituted officers of the law, take prisoners for their possession and shoot them to death. Mobs break into jails and take out prisoners and hang them, sometimes in the jail yard, and riddle their bodies with bullets. Mobs even invade the sacred precincts of the courtroom, and during the actual process of the trial, take prisoners from the custody of the lawful authorities and shoot them in the very temple of justice, or hang them in the courtyard in the presence of judge, jury, and court officers, amid the shouts and cheers of hundreds, and, at times, thousands of people. Newspaper descriptions of a lynching in local and northern newspapers were not only indicative of low-intensity warfare between blacks and whites, but generally denoted a violent, unrestrained, intimidating context that southern black communities and hamlets lived under. However, periodically other indicators appear that suggested not all African Americans were threatened, beaten, or killed into submission. For example, a July 4, 1871, article in the New York Times titled, "Outrage by Armed Negroes, One Man Killed and Another Two Ladies Wounded," describes the actions taken by armed blacks who undoubtedly prevented a lynching. On Saturday last, 25 armed Negroes went to the plantation of Angus Red, in Barnwell County, South Carolina, about 12 miles below Augusta, on the Savannah River, and fired a volley into his residence, killing Thomas A. Lowe, and seriously wounded Red and his wife and mother. After disarming Red, the Negroes returned to Paul T. Hammond's plantation, where the deputy sheriff tried to arrest them, but without success, as they refused to disarm. The Negroes, however, promised to go to Aiken and stand an investigation. One of the parties implicated was arrested here this evening. His version is that Red and Lowe attempted to chastise a Negro for stealing from the premises of the former, but the Negro escaped from them and returned with an armed band, who did the shooting by way of retaliation. The affair causes uneasiness and alarm. The Negro, 148, arrested in the city, says he is a school teacher, and was on his way to Aiken to deliver himself up to the authorities. *degree. Note the writer's stylistic cues as to who is at fault in this incident. In doing so, he placed blame upon the Negro's right to bear arms. In another incident, on July 1, 1871, the Pontotoc Equal Rights in Pontotoc, Mississippi, reported on a virtual shootout between Klansmen and the townfolk. On last Friday night, or rather Saturday morning, between 12 and 1 o'clock, the writer was awoke by his name being called and a knocking at his front door. It proved to be two of his friends, who informed him that there were between 25 and 30 Ku Klux in town, that a few gentlemen had collected and intended to demand their surrender, and requested them to get up and go with them, which was immediately complied with. As we approached where the other gentlemen were standing, we heard about 150 yards off on a back street the born and singular and indescribable sound made by the Klan, who were then coming in our direction. It was proposed, and agreed to, that Chancellor Pollard should demand their surrender. He handed his gun to one of the party, and advancing towards them, commanding that they should surrender. A pistol was discharged by one of the clan, which fire was immediately returned by our party, when the Ku Klux turned and commenced a rapid retreat. They were headed off at a cross street when they again fired and were fired upon. This time one of them was unhorsed. He was found lying upon his back in a street which is the courthouse square, apparently dead. After removing his black mask it was discovered he was not dead, and gave his name as Richard Dillard. He was a white man living about 8 miles from this place. A physician was sent for, who recommended his removal to some place where his wounds could be examined, and he was taken to a room on the lower floor of the jail. His disguise was taken off. It consisted of a blouse and pantaloons having a stripe of white about 1 inch broad running down all the way on each side. Under these was his ordinary clothing. His hat was made of some white substance, high and round. After removing the rest of his clothing it was found that his shirt along the back was completely saturated with blood caused by 6 buckshot wounds. 1 in the back of the neck, near the shoulders, 1 in the hip, and 4 in the side. He positively declined giving the names of any of the clan, said there were 30 in town, and that he fell where he was shot. He lived 2 or 3 hours, when death took place. We cannot commend too highly the chivalrous conduct to Judge Pollard and the rest of the gentlemen engaged, 8 of whom in open fight and without shelter defeated 30 Ku Klux. 5 horses and mules were captured, 3 of them wounded. A pistol was found, spurs, a saddle, and 2 pair of saddlebags containing 4 everyday hats, besides some 15 suits of disguises, hats, masks, etc., thrown away along their line of retreat for miles. From the number of horses without riders which a portion of the clan was seen leading 2 or 3 miles from town, it is reasonably supposed that several others were killed and wounded. Sexual terror, the rape of Mrs. Rhoda and Childs. Black women were particularly vulnerable to murderous assaults and sexual abuse by night-riding Klansmen. Though accurate statistics on the number of rapes committed by night riders against black women is difficult to obtain, the following sparse table of reported 149. Violence against black women in Texas from 1865 to 1868 is indicative of an entrenched perverse attitudes aimed at blacks. Table 6. Violence against Texas black women. Committed by whites, 1865 to 1868. Incidents. Assault and battery 76. Aggravated assault and battery 48. Murder 15. Whipping 12. Assaulting and rape 9. Shooting and assaulting 9. Threatening to kill 6. Shooting at 3. Holding in slavery 2. Robbery 1. Cutting off ears 1. Abduction 1. Source: Criminal Offenses Committed in State of Texas, Assistant Commissioner, Austin, Volumes 11 to 13, Records of the Bureau of Freedmen, Refugees, and Abandoned Lands, Texas, Record Group 105. All tabulations by Barry A. Crouch, A Spirit of Lawlessness, Neiman. Despite a number of economic and political rationales that could be offered up to explain these kinds of attacks, deeper psychological impulses appear when examining testimony submitted to investigating agents of the Bureau of Freedmen, Refugees, and Abandoned Lands. In early January 1866, Mrs. Rhoda Ann Childs, a field contract laborer in Spalding County, Georgia, gave a sworn deposition to the Freedmen's Bureau detailing her brutal assault by Klansmen. She and her husband had retired for the evening when they were visited by night riders who they assumed were Klansmen. Fully aware of the impending danger to her husband rather than herself, Rhoda distracted the riders while her husband escaped from the rear of the cabin. They then seized me, and tied me, and took me some distance from the house, where they bucked me down across a log, stripped my clothes over my head, one of the men standing astride my neck, and beat me across my posterior, 2 men holding my legs. In this manner I was beaten until they were tired. Then they turned me parallel with the lag, and one man placing his foot upon my neck, beat me again on my hip and thigh. Then I was thrown upon the ground and my breast, while two others took hold of my feet and stretched my limbs as far apart as they could, while the man standing upon my breast applied the strap to my private parts until they were satisfied, and I was more dead than alive. Then a man supposed to be an ex-Confederate soldier, as he was on crutches, fell upon me and ravished me. During the whipping, one of the men run his pistol into me, and said he had a great mind to pull the trigger, and swore they ought to shoot me, as my husband had been in the goddamned Yankee army, and swore they meant to kill every black son of a bitch they could find that had fought against them. They then went back to 150. The house, seized my two daughters, one 14 and the other 17 years old, and beat them, demanding their father's pistol, and upon failure to get that, they entered the house and took articles of clothing as suited their fancy and decamped. There were in this affair 8 men, none of which could be recognized for certain. Not all visits on isolated rural homesteads ended in this manner, as many Klansmen quickly realized, particularly in Union and Newberry counties of South Carolina, where they would learn that not all blacks were easy targets. Those freedmen who chose to fight did so with an assurance that their numerical advantage was generally an asset, and failure to not resist meant being brutalized, forced into refuge in another state or death. The case of Miles Johnson. When interviewed by the Congressional Committee on Ku Klux Klan Activity in South Carolina, Miles Johnson, a black laborer who lived in a rural community known as Leonidas, about 15 miles from the village of Newberry, had vivid recollections about the events of June 18, 1871. On retiring for the evening, he heard a group of night riders approach his neighbor's house. The riders demanded that his neighbor put his head out of the window, which he refused to do. Almost instinctively Johnson knew that there was trouble in the air. Within a few minutes these riders, who Johnson now assumed were raiding Klansmen, reached his house. Still in his pajamas, Johnson stationed himself on a table that stood in the room between the front and back door. A simultaneous assault was made upon both doors by the intruders, but being heavily barred it was impossible to push either of these doors in. Finally, they got an axe and after a few blows broke the front door to the cabin. Johnson now prepared to greet the intruders and was armed with a heavy Navy Colt revolver, but when the front door came down he immediately hid under a nearby table. One of the party then threw a lighted match into the room, and immediately 2 of the men entered, whereupon Johnson stood up, placed his pistol close to the head of one of them and fired. The man fell and in great confusion his companions dragged him out and he heard them say, "Hold up his head." Johnson then fired his second shot into the crowd of whites, which by now had come around to the back door. He wasn't sure what damage the shot caused, however the raiders returned fire, sending ricocheting lead throughout the house. 6 balls fired into the front door splintered it and became lodged in the heavy wood. At this point, Johnson made a quick exit out of the rear door when the party left for the front one where the Ku Kluxer was shot. Staying overnight in the woods, Johnson returned to his home the next day and remained there until Monday night when he walked about 30 miles and took the cars for the state capital in Columbia. 4 In another tragic attack, Abraham Chicks, a black preacher living in Goshen Hill Township, located in the lower part of Union County, South Carolina, was kidnapped from his home by a gang of raiders who tortured Chicks by hanging him by his thumbs until he told them where Lewis Thompson, a black preacher, lived. After this brutal treatment the raiders proceeded to Thompson's home where they took him out, since which time nothing has been seen or heard of him. Throughout this period, newspapers' accounts contemplating an inevitable war of the races was debated by pundits on both sides of the political spectrum. One particular